Chapter 1525. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Facing the sneak attack of Divine Bean Palace, Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. This is Divine Bean Palace. Is there a mistake? Inside Fallen Flower Hall, Fang Clan's 3 immortals were even more shocked. Generation after generation of Fang Clan searched bitterly, and in this generation they finally pieced together enough clues and were about to search bitterly in the vast green ghost desert. But to think that Divine Bean Palace would appear in front of them. Qin Clan's inheritance that Fang Clan had been yearning for generations, it actually appeared on its own. The 3 immortals' eyes were about to pop out, they could not believe it. This was not how things were supposed to go. Dai, descendant of spectral soul. Inside Divine Bean Palace, that immemorial soul beast roared at the sky. The furious roar reverberated in the hall, dozens of pillars shook slightly, killing intent filled the surroundings. This immemorial soul beast was the master of Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. It was huge like a mountain and had a strange and sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, and human head. His hair was disheveled, his face could not be seen clearly, but his hatred towards Fang Yuan turned into surging killing intent. He controlled Divine Bean Palace, but Divine Bean Palace also emitted waves of green light that pressed down on him. No matter how he roared, his voice could only reverberate in the hall, it could not be transmitted outside. Divine Bean Palace crashed towards Fang Yuan. Not just that rank 7 demonic path female immortal Eagle Concubine also screamed as she attacked from behind Fang Yuan. Old Ghost by June screamed as he used all his strength to summon the 2 immemorial soul beasts to surround him. The flying spider immemorial soul beast pierced forward like lightning, while the winged black python immemorial soul beast moved its body, casting a huge shadow that pressed down like a mountain. At once, a rank 8 immortal Gu House, 2 immemorial soul beasts, and 2 rank 7 demonic path Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan. Fatal danger. Fang Yuan's heart was thumping wildly, his eyes were flickering with bright light that was about to burst out, thoughts were surging in his mind like a tsunami. He did not expect to encounter such a terrifying encirclement the moment he stepped out of the immortal Gu House. Senior, be careful. It's over. Fang Clan's 3 immortals cried out. The situation was so dangerous, they were worried for Fang Yuan. The soul beast had been plotting for a long time, their true target was Fang Yuan. Now that they moved suddenly, Fang Clan's 3 immortals could not save him in time. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. Of course, Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on others. He was a cautious and prudent person, 9 immortal soul beast. Moreover, he had made some slight improvements to the reverse current protection seal. The time it took to activate it was greatly reduced. But even so, I'm afraid I'm still a bit too late to activate the countercurrent protection seal. Dragon Bean Palace, Immortal Soul Beasts, Immortal Soul Beast, Immortal Gu Emperor was not enough. Gu Immortal Soul. This move would even if Divine Bean Palace crashed. 9 Dragon Gu Master Divine once Palace. Divine Attack of Palace was Divine Fang Gu. With her. Gu King Dragon. With 9. Fang. With or without the reverse current protection seal, it was a fundamental change. The danger of life and death caused the space between Fang Yuan's brows to twitch. After experiencing a few hundred years in his previous life, there wasn't a trace of panic in his heart. Instead, a fighting spirit that shot into the sky arose within him. Ah! At the critical moment, Fang Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. When the 3 immortals of the Fang clan heard this, they felt even more that Fang Yuan was conceited and arrogant. Immortal Killer Move, Thought Myriad Transformations. Fang Yuan successfully activated a killer move in one go. Swish swish swish. Dozens of blue phantoms shot out from his body and instantly scattered in all directions. This was a technique that Zishan Makoto was proud of. However, Zishan Makoto's original technique was the purple light phantom, while Fang Yuan's technique had changed. The root of the problem was that he had mixed in many sneak attack Gu, causing the phantom to turn from purple to blue, and also gain some intelligence and craftiness. At the same time, these blue phantoms were still splitting up. 1 turned into 4 turned into 10, instantly forming an army of blue phantoms. Fang Yuan's true body also turned into one of the phantoms, it was hard to distinguish them. Good response. Fang Yun praised. Fang Lung and Fang Enlei were silent. Divine Bean Palace charged over like a meteor. Crack 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 crack. Everywhere it went, the blue phantoms were destroyed by Divine Bean Palace. They could not last even a second, they all burst like bubbles. Eagle Concubine and the Flying Spider Immemorial Soul Beasts dodged. They did not dare to fight against the rank 8 Immortal Goo House. And that winged black python Immemorial Soul Beast was the slowest. It was still halfway through, but its speed had already slowed down. Be it Eagle Concubine or Old Ghost by June, because of Fang Yuan's thought myriad transformations, they lost their target temporarily. Shock flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He had played a trick. His true body did not go far, he was hiding nearby. But to think that Divine Bean Palace did not stop, it activated some immortal killer move and continued to charge over. Is this a coincidence? Fang Yuan manipulated the surrounding phantoms, he and his true body scattered like a school of fish. But Divine Bean Palace changed directions and continued to charge over. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He breathed out a huge fog that covered an area of 1 li immortal killer move, Directional Confusion Fog. The Goo Immortals in the battlefield were implicated. Eagle Concubine screamed as she quickly stopped moving. Old Ghost by June let the Immemorial Soul Beast get closer. He was very nervous. This fog can confuse one's sense of direction. We have the protection of the Immortal Goo House, but we were still hit. Such a powerful method. Fang Lung was shocked. Divine Bean Palace charged into the fog, but it kept changing directions, chasing after Fang Yuan. Directional Confusion Fog had no effect. Fang Yuan's move had been modified. Originally, the Directional Confusion Fog was Purple Fog. It was small but could make rank 8 Goo Immortals lose their way. After Fang Yuan modified it, this move had no effect on rank 8 Goo Immortals, but it was more effective against Goo Immortals below rank 7. Not only did the color change, the range of effect also expanded, but it only lasted for a short period of time. With this mistake, Divine Bean Palace was already very close to Fang Yuan. It was about to collide with him. It turned out that because of the ambush, it was not far from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves did not deceive the mysterious soul beast inside Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was fast, it was about to collide. Fang Yuan dodged with all his might. He was as fast as lightning, but he could not match Divine Bean Palace. He could only watch as this huge immortal Goo House filled his vision and approached him. They were about to collide. At this time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had not been activated yet. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Boom. With a loud sound, an intense collision occurred. But it was not Fang Yuan, it was Divine Bean Palace and that immemorial soul beast winged black python. Even though I can't confuse you, I can confuse others. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. He used this chance to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Then, in the blink of an eye, he used 10,000 transformations with a single thought again without stopping. He then used Familiar Face again, turning into blue light and shadows. Amazing! At this time, the fog dissipated. Fang Enlei watched with a joyful expression. She could not help but praise. The enemy had numbers, but Fang Yuan used the enemy's advantage to deal with them. He had the demeanor of a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Damn it! Inside Divine Bean Palace, the mysterious soul beast roared. Its voice was like a tsunami, causing the entire immortal Goo House to shake. The winged black python immemorial soul beast was sent flying by the Divine Bean Palace. It crashed into the roof of the Divine Bean Palace. Its neck was almost broken. The might of the rank 8 immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace could be seen from this. Divine Bean Palace's roof was slightly damaged by this collision. Its speed fell, but under the mysterious soul beast's frenzied urging, it continued to chase after Fang Yuan's main body. What's going on? I used Familiar Face, but the other party could sense me? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained rank 8 Immortal Goo Attitude Goo and modified Familiar Face, he had been using this method to almost always succeed. In this situation, the enemy was chasing Fang Yuan's main body relentlessly. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a thing. Even Providence was deceived by this move when I underwent tribulation. What method does the enemy have to deduce my true body? Fang Yuan was puzzled. No, it is not a wisdom path method. I have Ghost Official Garment to defend against deductions. If the enemy wants to deduce me, they would have to destroy my Ghost Official Garment. But right now, Ghost Official Garment has not changed. How did the enemy do it? Chapter 1526. While Divine Bean Palace was chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly, on a sand dune far away, a young Goo Immortal was sitting cross-legged. He wore a green robe and had a scholarly aura. He had a youthful appearance, but his gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life. He was sent by the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle of Celestial Court, the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Chinese. At this moment, his eyes were shut, his aura was completely concealed, he seemed to have fused with the world around him. As he activated his immortal killer move, a trace of green smoke rose from his shoulders and head. The green smoke rose to about 6 feet above his head and slowly stopped. It continued to circulate and formed the shape of a large tree. This tree had a thick trunk, it had dense branches and lush green leaves. Among the leaves there were dozens of fruits. But these fruits were really strange, they had all sorts of shapes and colors. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were pink peaches that were as big as basins, some had thorns on their shells, some were hollow, their flesh and cores could be seen from the outside. A moment later, Qin-Yi stopped his killer move, the green smoke divine tree above his head dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, showing a look of realization as he thought, so that's it. He knew everything that had happened. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the descendant of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and before thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was the Lord of Celestial Court. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus traveled to the west. Back then, he had already become an immortal venerable and was invincible in the world, but he concealed his identity and disguised himself as a mortal Gu master roaming the world. One day he was at an oasis in a desert, he was warmly received by the villagers. He saw a child, seeing that he was a Gu master, the child begged him to revive his deceased mother. The dead cannot be revived. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rejected him, he was about to console him. Forget it if you don't want to help. But the child turned around and ran away, leaving with hatred. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, but suddenly the green smoke above his head shook, almost bursting out. He was shocked as he thought, my rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Karma Divine Tree was created by Limitless Demon Venerable's true inheritance. To be able to treat life as soil and take root in it. To use luck as water to nourish the branches and leaves. To be able to get rid of external distractions and confusion, to find the root cause of the matter. The reason I rejected the child just now was just a small matter. On the surface it seemed like a small matter. However, the sprouting of the Karma Divine Tree shows that in the future, a small success will lead to great consequences. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable knew about it, he did not immediately kill that child. Everything is like a seed, planted in the soil, germinating and gradually growing into a tree. There are millions of trees, forming the labyrinth of destiny. Let the trees grow on their own without any interference. Let them grow naturally and do nothing. Only then will the world be prosperous and beautiful. If we forcefully interfere, using human desires to interfere with the heavenly rules, the gains will not make up for the losses. Why bother? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the Lord of the Celestial Court. He acted according to fate. Dead people could not be revived, this was the rule of fate. Thus, even if Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had the ability, he would not revive the dead. Similarly, his meeting with this child was also fate's arrangement, there was no need to resist it. However, once this tree matures and produces evil fruits, it needs to be plucked in time to stop evil. Immortals like us are merely birds that get rid of pests in this world. Thinking of this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable sighed. He left behind an immortal Gu house, Divine Bean Palace. This Divine Bean Palace was not given to the child. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable threw it into the well in the village. But as the situation developed, the village was buried by the sandstorm. Divine Bean Palace accidentally fell into the hands of mortals. After many twists and turns in the mortal world, it ended up in Qin Clan's hands. Qin Clan recognized it as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. They were overjoyed and arrogant. In the end, they angered Spectral Soul, who had yet to become venerable. He attacked and slaughtered the entire Qin Clan, shocking the world. At the moment of the clan's destruction, Qin Clan's first Supreme Elder sealed all of Qin Clan's inheritance into Divine Bean Palace and hid it. He even set up a method to regenerate the life seed, trying to struggle for a chance of survival. Qin Clan was exterminated, but the hatred of all living beings and countless Gu Immortals' remnant soul fragments were drawn over and stored in Divine Bean Palace. As time passed, Green Ghost Desert gradually formed. Under the influence of this environment, these remnant soul fragments could not be regenerated, but they gradually gathered and fused, forming an unprecedented legendary immemorial soul beast. The soul beast had humanity and great intelligence. It wanted to take revenge on Spectral Soul. It still used Qing as its surname and Chou as its name. It became Qing Chou. Unfortunately, when Qing Chou was formed, not only did Spectral Soul become venerable, he had already gone missing. Qing Chou wanted to find Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's friends and family to take revenge, but it was imprisoned by Divine Bean Palace. Back then, Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder wanted to find a way to survive. He used Divine Bean Palace to make arrangements, but he could not completely unravel the profundity of Divine Bean Palace. 300,000 years ago, Divine Bean Palace's owner, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, had set up a trap to deal with this. He wanted to get rid of an evil karma for the world. The cause of this evil karma was because when Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was roaming the world, he refused a child's request to revive his mother. As time passed, fate changed, this small reason changed and grew stronger, eventually creating the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou. Qing Chou was born using Divine Bean Palace. It was imprisoned by Divine Bean Palace. Qing Chou was unwilling. In the countless years that followed, it tried to unravel the profundity of Divine Bean Palace and regain control of this rank 8 immortal Gu house. As time passed, Qing Chou attacked day and night. It had great results. Not only could it forcefully control Divine Bean Palace for a period of time, it could even open the entrance and let outsiders in. That old ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were the unlucky ones who came to search for treasures. After entering Divine Bean Palace, they were suppressed by Qing Chou and turned into servants. This Qing Chou is blessed by heaven. Not only is it a legendary immemorial soul beast, it can also cultivate. It even has many wild immortal Gu. Among them is rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token. It refined this Gu and gave it to Old Ghost by June. It wanted to use the Soul Beast army to suppress Divine Bean Palace. Unfortunately, Old Ghost by June had just started moving when he encountered Fang Clan's 2 immortals, as well as the outsider Xuanbu Jin's interference. Not only did he fail, his plan was exposed. That Fang Clan also wants Qing Clan's inheritance. They have other motives. Qing Chou might have sensed it, so it set up this ambush. Chen Yi's gaze flickered as he calculated in his mind. The current situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that he could just take over Divine Bean Palace according to his ancestors' inheritance. To think that a super force and a legendary immemorial soul beast were involved. It is a pity. My Wood Path Killer move, Karma Divine Tree, is only at rank 8 level. If it reaches rank 9, it will be able to form karma on the Divine Tree according to my wishes. At that time, I will take some of these good karma fruits and deduce the cause. Act in accordance with these reasons and follow them, and the trouble will be neatly settled. Chen Yi sighed as he turned invisible, vanishing on the spot. In this situation he could only watch from the side and wait for a chance to make a move. In the battlefield, one chased and one escaped. How did the other party deduce my true body? Fang Yuan had many questions. He did not know that this Divine Bean Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable based on Karma Divine Tree. It looked like it was abandoned casually, but there was a profound principle behind it. The legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou was formed in Divine Bean Palace. Thus it obtained a portion of Karma Divine Tree's power, turning it into an obsession that was deeply rooted in Qing Chou's desire for revenge. Thus, Qing Chou could easily identify anyone who was close to Spectral Soul. In essence, this was not a wisdom path method, it was a wood path method. If it was an ordinary wood path method it would be fine, but this wood path killer move came from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an amazing method that he created after becoming venerable. On the other hand, Fang Yuan inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was a weakness that could be used against him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable massacred the entire Qing clan back then. The karma that he sowed was now on Fang Yuan. However, even though Fang Yuan's disguise did not deceive Qing Chou, it managed to fool Chen Yi, who was outside the battlefield. Fang Yuan did not reveal Reverse Flow Protection Seal's power. He had modified all his wisdom path methods and added theft path mortal Gu. He had ghost official garment and other defensive measures. Chen Yi's attention was on Divine Bean Palace. It was not strange that he did not notice Fang Yuan. The problem now was that Divine Bean Palace was still chasing after Fang Yuan. Isn't this enemy too stubborn? I have already broken the ambush, they still want to kill me? Fang Yuan flew rapidly. Earlier, Divine Bean Palace was hit by the winged black python immemorial soul beast. Its speed fell. Fang Yuan took the chance to pull away. Now that its speed had risen, it would take some time to catch up to Fang Yuan. Even though I have Reverse Flow Protection Seal and can fight this enemy to the death, there is no need. The enemy is targeting Fang Clan. I came out to fight and almost died. I have already shown my sincerity. The rest is up to Fang Clan. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He flew towards Fang Clan's rank 7 immortal Gu house, Fallen Flower Hall. Inside Fallen Flower Hall, Fang and Lei breathed in deeply. She felt immense pressure against Divine Bean Palace. But she had a resolute expression as she instructed the two beside her. Fang Lung and Fang Yun, help me activate Fallen Flower Hall. We will save Swan Bujin first before fighting against this Divine Bean Palace. The situation was quite amusing. Qing Chou wanted to kill Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not know about it. Fang Yuan felt that Qing Chou was here to deal with Fang Clan. Fang Clan also felt that Qing Chou was here to deal with them. Swan Bujin helping them was already very sincere. Thus, we need to take this responsibility and fight against this Divine Bean Palace. Even the Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi felt the same. In his eyes, this Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin was quite unlucky to encounter such a situation. Chapter 1527. Seeing that Fang Yuan escaped from its encirclement and even entered Fallen Flower Hall, the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou roared in anger. Its eyes were bloodshot, its killing intent surged to the limit. It wanted to devour someone. Its hatred towards Fang Yuan was not acquired, it was innate. It was formed from the remnant soul fragments of Qing Clan's Gu Immortals, as well as deep hatred and vengeance towards Spectral Soul. Thus, even though it had human reasoning when it encountered Fang Yuan and could not kill him, its desire for vengeance took over. Inside Divine Bean Palace, green light flickered as it pressed down on Qing Chou. Qing Chou ignored it, it continued to move Divine Bean Palace towards Fallen Flower Hall. Master, I can't hold on? Old Ghost Bai Jun cried out in pain. Kill him. If you cannot kill him, you will all die. Qing Chou roared. Old Ghost Bai Jun and Eagle Concubine's expressions changed. They had never seen their master Qing Chou so angry. He hated someone so much. This monstrous hatred almost assaulted their faces, causing them to shiver in fear and subconsciously want to escape. But they were restrained by Qing Chou. They could not resist, they could only grit their teeth. The former activated the immemorial soul beast while the latter activated an immortal killer move, attacking Fallen Flower Hall together. Once Fang Yuan entered Fallen Flower Hall, Qing Chou only had one target left, they had to attack it. The enemies were coming with great momentum. Fang and Lei controlled Fallen Flower Hall and retreated. This rank 7 Immortal Gu House was faster than Fang Yuan, but it could not compare to the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The immemorial soul beast Winged Black Python was left far behind. While the Flying Spider immemorial soul beast was extremely fast, it flew towards the roof of Fallen Flower Hall. At the same time, Eagle Concubine shouted as she waved her eagle claws. Countless steel-like claw marks burst out, raining down on Fallen Flower Hall like a storm. Fallen Flower Hall could not dodge now, but Fang and Lei was not flustered, she was already prepared. She said to Fang Lung and Fang Yun, "You two control Fallen Flower Hall, I will use a killer move to resist the enemy." As she spoke, the Fallen Flower Hall burst into a snow-white brilliance under her control. On the surface of the Fallen Flower Hall, there used to be countless flowers blooming like a flower house, but now they were all withering. The snowy light converged and formed a huge flower on the roof of the Fallen Flower Hall. The flower was 3 times bigger than the roof, and its petals were like mirrors reflecting light. With the crisp sound of a bell, the flower bloomed completely. It was a beautiful sight. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. Just as the violent claw marks were about to hit the Fallen Flower Hall, the mirror bewitching mirror on the roof suddenly released a strong suction force. Ding ding dong dong. With a series of crisp sounds, the pitch-black claw marks were all absorbed by the mirror flower. After swallowing all the claw marks, the mirror flower's petals withered and broke into many pieces, but the remaining dozen or so petals slowly closed and formed a flower bud again. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace approached. The broken flower bud of the mirror flower blossomed once again, spraying out all the claw marks. The claw marks landed on Divine Bean Palace, causing countless bronze sparks to appear. Divine Bean Palace's momentum was obstructed. Fallen Flower Hall used the counterforce of the claw marks to increase its speed, pulling some distance away from Divine Bean Palace. Oh no, that immemorial soul beast Flying Spider is about to enter. At this moment Fang Yun shouted. Even though Fallen Flower Hall repelled Eagle Concubine and Divine Bean Palace, that Flying Spider had the advantage of its small size. It stuck to a corner of Fallen Flower Hall and tried to drill in. Fallen Flower Hall was an immortal Gu house after all. It had both offense and defense. The Flying Spider had not even gotten past the surface, it was still far from the core. But the situation was very dangerous. Because once it got past the surface, the Flying Spider could enter. Immortal Gu houses were made up of countless Gu worms. If an immemorial soul beast entered, it would definitely wreak havoc. Goo worms were extremely fragile, the result would be unimaginable. Even though Fallen Flower Hall had the ability to recover quickly, it could not compare to the destructive speed of an immemorial soul beast. At the crucial moment, Fang and Lei attacked again. Immortal killer move, fleeting bloom. The mirror flower on the roof had withered and fallen, but in its place, another epiphyllum had grown. The flower was not big, it was soft and delicate. Once it appeared, it turned into specks of light that scattered with the wind. But a mystical force had already coiled around the flying spider. The speed at which it drilled through suddenly slowed down by many times. This wood path Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall is truly amazing. No wonder it could shine in the 5 regions chaotic war in my previous life. Earlier Mirror Flower was a wood path killer move, but it had the effect of Rule Path reflecting attacks. Now this flower is also a wood path killer move, but it shows the power of Time Path. Fang Yuan watched the battle from inside the house, his gaze flickered. Fang and Lei first used Mirror Flower to retreat Divine Bean Palace and Eagle Concubine, before using Flower to delay the flying spider. Right now her face was pale, she was in a daze. Evidently, using these 2 killer moves expended more than just immortal essence. These 2 killer moves had incredible power, even though they were only rank 7 when used by Fallen Flower Hall, they had a trace of rank 8 power. Especially that flying spider, it was an immemorial soul beast. But the stronger the power, the greater the price to pay to use the killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright, he looked around and sensed that Fang and Lei seemed to have expended her lifespan. My Fallen Flower Hall is already a top-tier rank 7 Immortal Goo House, but against 2 immemorial soul beasts, Divine Bean Palace and 2 rank 7 Demonic Path Goo Immortals, it is too much. Even if I use all my strength, I can only delay the danger. Fang and Lei's heart jumped, she looked at Fang Yuan thinking, this person has extraordinary methods, the pressure he faced earlier was even greater than mine, at the crucial moment of life and death, he could think of a way to escape at lightning speed. In this situation, I need to rely on him, otherwise I won't even last a moment. Thinking of this, Fang and Lei used her method to transmit some information to Fang Yuan. She was busy now, she did not have time to talk to Fang Yuan, this was the only way. Fang Yuan received this information, he knew that Fang and Lei wanted to form an alliance with Fang Yuan to resist the enemies outside. Fang and Lei stated the pros and cons in this situation. Both sides had to work together to delay the danger until Fang clan's reinforcements arrived. Fang and Lei felt that Fang Yuan could not escape, but the truth was not only did Fang Yuan have it, as long as he used reverse flow protection seal, he could fight. But now, since Fang Yuan chose to stay, he wanted to interact with Fang clan and establish a relationship, it would be convenient for his future plans. I can escape, but Fang and Lei cannot. Thus, this alliance agreement is very good, in this case I need to thank this ambush. If not for them, I would not have formed an alliance with Fang clan so easily, and the conditions are so loose. Originally, Fang clan wanted to cooperate with Impermanent Stone, but now the alliance agreement still included this. Even though they found Divine Bean Palace and the cooperation with Impermanent Stone was just a cover, this was Fang and Lei's brilliance, she still kept this part. Other than the rank 6 Immortal Goo, Fang and Lei also promised Fang Yuan a lot of immortal materials as compensation. Rank 6 Immortal Goo are not suitable for me, but if I bring up rank 7 Immortal Goo now, it will seem like I am blackmailing them. And Immortal Goo are unique, Fang and Lei might not have the qualifications to represent Fang clan and agree to it. Forget it. This is a good opportunity, there is no need to be greedy, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Fang Yuan thought of his own strategy, he made up his mind, agreeing to Fang and Lei, I will form this alliance. He thought of the problem, thoughts surged rapidly, but in truth, it only took an instant. Fang and Lei was overjoyed, she was worried about Fang Yuan's arrogance and suspicion earlier, but seeing that Fang Yuan made up his mind in an instant, she praised inwardly. This Swan Bujin was indeed a wisdom path expert, he was decisive and decisive, he was wise and decisive. When Fang clan contacted Fang Yuan, they had prepared Immortal Goo and methods, both sides made an alliance agreement. But at this time Fallen Flower Hall was already surrounded. Boom. Divine Bean Palace crashed into it, Fallen Flower Hall was blocked by other enemies, it could not dodge in time, it crashed down like a meteor. Chapter 1528. Fallen Flower Hall was inferior to Divine Bean Palace. After being hit, a huge hole was created in the western wall. Qing Cho charged down with hatred, Divine Bean Palace attacked again. At the same time that flying spider also got out of Fallen Flower Hall's surface, Fang clan's situation was dire. At the crucial moment, Fang and Lei screamed as she used her strongest method. Immortal killer move, Empty Valley Orchid. The entire Immortal Goo house started to shrink in a few blinks of an eye. It shrunk to the size of a small toy. The hole that was created when it crashed into the desert was like a fish in a pond compared to Fallen Flower Hall. At the same time, on the surface of Fallen Flower Hall, countless thin petals appeared, forming into orchids. Fragrance spread out. Divine Bean Palace crashed. Even though Fallen Flower Hall was right in front of it, it had to travel a huge distance. This rank 8 Immortal Goo house was like this. Eagle Concubine and the winged black python Immemorial Soul Beast were also affected. Space was expanded and extended by countless times. Fang and Lei's eyes were shut, sweat was dripping down her face, she was pale as she tried to maintain her killer move. Amazing. I will deal with that flying spider. Fang Yuan praised as he got out of the hole. After going around, he arrived in front of the flying spider. Under the effect of Empty Valley Orchid, Fang Yuan was temporarily safe. Reverse flow protection seal was not exposed. Immortal Goo houses were different from ancient battle formations. Inside Immortal Goo houses, Fang Yuan could not use his methods, he could only watch. Only in the outside world could he use them. Let me see if rank 8 Soul Beast token or my 180 slaves is stronger. Immortal Killer Move, 180 slaves. Fang Yuan's move was an enslavement path killer move, the weaker subdues the stronger. Fang Yuan had a Soul Beast army, he could enslave immemorial Soul Beasts. But this flying spider was being controlled by rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Fang Yuan wanted to enslave the flying spider, he was using 180 slaves to fight against Soul Beast token. Once this move was used, the flying spider Immemorial Soul Beast's body shook. Its movement of entering the Immortal Goo house became extremely slow. Amazing! Fang Yun was overjoyed. Fang Lung also became alert. Immortal energy surged around Fang Yuan's body. He activated 180 slaves to its greatest power and injected it into the flying spider. The flying spider struggled unceasingly. It was being fought over by Fang Yuan and Old Ghost by June. It couldn't control itself. 180 slaves was only rank 7, it could not compare to rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. But the power of this move didn't just come from Goo worms, it also depended on the number of Soul Beasts. The number of Soul Beasts in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was huge. This caused 180 slaves' power to rise sharply. It reached rank 8 level, it was actually on par with Soul Beast token. Both sides were in a deadlock. Fallen Flower Hall was located in a deep pit in the desert. Divine Bean Palace, Immemorial Soul Beasts and Eagle Concubine were above their heads. Far away on the ground was a Soul Beast army, and Old Ghost by June was hidden behind 2 Immemorial Soul Beasts. Within Fallen Flower Hall, Fang and Lei's eyes were closed tightly while her brows were tightly knit together. Her entire body was trembling violently and on the verge of collapse. She activated Empty Valley Orchid to resist a rank 8 expert, she was already risking her life. Immortal Goo House Fallen Flower Hall let out creaking sounds, it was fighting many enemies by itself, it couldn't bear the burden. The situation is still very disadvantageous to us. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He did not use much of his battle strength, most of his methods were still on hand. If he used his full strength, the situation would change drastically. However, if he was careless and exposed reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's identity would be exposed. This was not in line with his plan. I need to disguise my identity while also easing the situation. What should I do? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. That flying spider stopped trembling, it started to be enslaved by 180 slaves. And the power of Soul Beast token that was resisting Fang Yuan was fading rapidly. What's going on? Fang Yuan immediately turned around, his gaze pierced through 10 li, he saw Old Ghost by June spitting out blood and fainting. It turned out that Old Ghost by June had already reached his limit, he had been trying his best to hold on, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With rank 7 cultivation level, he controlled 4 immemorial soul beasts. Even with the help of rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast, it was still an unimaginably outstanding performance. But now he could not hold on any longer. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token could have been evenly matched with 180 slaves, but Old Ghost by June could not, he was quickly defeated. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, after dozens of breaths of time, he completely subdued the flying spider and kept the immemorial soul beast. Senior, good job. Fang Lung and Fang Yun's morale rose greatly. Fang Yuan dealt with the flying spider and used it for himself, this result was beyond their expectations. But they did not suspect anything. Fang Yuan had manipulated the Soul Beast army earlier, he exposed his traces. It was understandable that he could enslave immemorial soul beasts now. Fang Yuan got the flying spider and immediately controlled it to charge forward, facing Divine Bean Palace and the others. This immemorial soul beast was not Divine Bean Palace's match, but its advantage was that it was small. In Fang Yuan's hands, it had a lot of potential. However, the flying spider also had a hard time flying. It turned out that Empty Valley Orchid treated everyone equally. It was also effective on their immemorial soul beasts. Can this killer move not be used freely? It needs to be treated differently, or is Fang and Lei at her limits like Old Ghost by June? Fang Yuan was filled with worry. Right at this time he turned around. He sensed two immortal goo houses flying towards him from the horizon. Eagle Concubine was shocked. She quickly shouted, "Master, let's retreat." At the crucial moment, Fang clan's reinforcements had arrived. Kill him. Qingqiu was furious. It lost all rationality. It only wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. It did not care about Eagle Concubine or the situation. Eagle Concubine saw that her master was not retreating. Her expression turned grim. She knew that she was going to die here today. Far away, Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Qin Yi, who had been hiding and observing the battle, also showed a worried expression. Oh no, oh no. Fang clan's reinforcements are top experts among rank 7 immortal goo houses. One is Chicken Dog Coop, the other is Inquiry Dock. If these two combine with Fallen Flower Hall, they can form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Even if I fall into Peach Blossom Maze, I will not be able to escape. I will die in regret. Furthermore, Qingqiu is trapped in Divine Bean Palace. It cannot use its full power. Thinking of this, Qin Yi sighed. He showed a helpless expression. To think that my first move is not to deal with Qingqiu, but to help it instead. As he spoke, wisps of green smoke rose from the top of his head again and quickly condensed into the shape of a divine tree. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The fruit on the Karma Divine Tree shook and Divine Bean Palace instantly shot out green light, illuminating half of the sky. In the palace, countless green lights expanded, turning from arrow-sized to spears. They pierced through Qingqiu from all directions. Qingqiu roared. Its voice was hoarse and filled with sorrow and anger. I am angry, I hate, I am unresigned, I want him to die. It fell into complete madness. Its body burst out with a powerful aura. The auras of all sorts of immortal goo rose and mixed together, forming an immortal killer move. Boom. This killer move's power was terrifying. It destroyed several pillars in Divine Bean Palace. Next, an intense force pushed the door of Divine Bean Palace open. Qingqiu roared. It was finally able to see the light of day after passing through this door. It used all its strength to stand up, raising its snake neck and opening its mouth. Its chin almost reached the back of its head. It was a terrifying sight. Swoosh. With a soft sound, its purple tongue stretched out like a sharp sword, stabbing towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fallen Flower Hall was surrounded by the killer move Empty Valley Orchid to begin with. But this strange purple tongue sword was not suppressed. It pierced through the layers of space, reaching Fang Yuan's forehead in the blink of an eye. A piercingly cold murderous aura rushed over. I'll dodge. A crafty light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He went through the hole and entered Fallen Flower Hall. The purple tongue sword chased after him, crashing into Fallen Flower Hall and piercing through it. It did not slow down. It continued to extend until it hit Fang and Lei's chest. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were stunned. Fang and Lei opened her eyes wide. Her body froze as she looked down at her chest. Chapter 1529. Fang and Lei was hit by the purple tongue sword. She turned stiff like a rock. She could not move. A strange purple color appeared on her face. That purple tongue sword penetrated her body, but it was extremely agile. It changed its direction and curved its body, attacking Fang Yuan again. But at this time, Fang Yun and Fang Lung reacted. They activated their immortal goo houses. Bright light appeared and suppressed the purple tongue sword, slowing it down. The vines stretched out and coiled around Fang and Lei's body. A dense fragrance assailed her nostrils as colorful flowers bloomed, their petals sticking to her skin. Streams of light flowed through the vines and into Fang and Lei's body, healing her. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. There was coldness in his eyes. Many thoughts were moving in his mind. Fang clan's reinforcements arrived. There were 3 immortal goo houses here: Fallen Flower Hall, Chicken Dog Coop, and Inquiry Dock. These 3 immortal goo houses could form the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. It was extremely powerful. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this move was extremely powerful. The information recorded in Shadow Sect's True Inheritance also emphasized this point. It made people wary. After fighting for a long time, Fang Yuan could tell that this Divine Bean Palace was strange. Earlier, when Qing Chou broke through the palace door and attacked with all its strength, he understood some truths. The one controlling this rank 8 immortal goo house seemed to be an immemorial soul beast. And it could only charge around, it could not unleash the power of a rank 8 immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses had both offense and defense. Charging was the most direct and time-saving method. But immortal goo houses had their own uses. For example, Fallen Flower Hall had Mirror Flower, Fleeting Bloom, Empty Valley Orchid and other killer moves. And that Hay Tribe's Dark Prison Immortal Goo House had a method to enslave ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Hay Tribe was weak, they could not compare to one of the top forces in Western Desert, Fang Clan. This showed that immortal goo houses had differences in strength. If a rank 8 immortal goo house could not use its methods and could only charge around, it could not match Fang Clan's 3 immortal goo houses. But if Fang Clan won and suppressed this rank 8 immortal goo house, or even subdued it, what benefits would Fang Yuan gain? According to their agreement, Fang Yuan only obtained a rank 6 immortal goo and many immortal materials. It was even more likely that after Fang Clan subdued the rank 8 immortal goo house, together with the other 4 immortal goo houses, they would force Fang Yuan to make some alliance agreements. Furthermore, the immortal goo house was right in front of him. How could Fang Yuan not think of taking advantage of the situation? If he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he had to balance out the strength of both sides. Fang Yuan had a plan. He would use the Purple Tongue Sword to weaken Fang Clan and deal with Fang and Lei first. According to the alliance agreement, how could Fang Yuan and the Fang Clan plot against each other? But in reality, the contents of the alliance treaty were rather general about this and were quite loose. So, nothing happened to Fang Yuan even though he framed Fang and Lei. Did Fang and Lei not know about this flaw? Of course not. Speaking of which, Fang Clan had ulterior motives. That was, Fang and Lei wanted to make use of Fang Yuan. For example, the collection of impermanent rocks was to make use of Fang Yuan and scheme against Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang and Lei had already schemed against him. If she forbade them from scheming against each other in the alliance agreement, she would be dealing with herself first. Thus, Fang and Lei purposely spoke in general terms. She did not restrict this. Because of the urgency of the situation, even if Fang Yuan found out and objected, she could use this as an excuse. Of course Fang Yuan found out. But as crafty as he was, he kept his thoughts to himself and pretended to be ignorant. As the intense battle progressed, Fang and Lei did not plot against Fang Yuan, instead she was schemed against by Fang Yuan. Such guts! Vile beast, you deserve to die. Fang Clan's goo immortals shouted furiously from the 2 immortal goo houses. They learned that Fang and Lei was injured. Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Doc were like meteors chasing after the moon, heading straight for the battlefield. But before they attacked, Divine Bean Palace shined brightly. Qing Chou used all its strength but could not kill Fang Yuan. It became extremely weak and was suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. The Divine Bean Palace operated on its own and a green light spread across the battlefield. It sucked in the unconscious old ghost by June, the pale-faced eagle concubine, and the other spirit beasts into the palace before flying into the sky. They actually retreated. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. This was not the enemy's usual behavior. Divine Bean Palace flew very quickly. Fang Clan's goo immortals hesitated. Chicken Dog Coop stopped, while Inquiry Doc tore through the sky and chased after Divine Bean Palace. This Chicken Dog Coop immortal goo house had a unique design. It was like 2 buildings built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door opened as a Fang Clan goo immortal flew out, entering Fallen Flower Hall with an anxious expression. He shouted, "Enlei!" But Fang and Lei's face was purple. She was unconscious. Fang Yun and Fang Lung had tired and worried expressions. The latter bowed and said with an ashamed expression, "It was our fault, we did not react in time." This Fang Clan goo immortal stared at them fiercely. "You are guilty." Next his expression changed. He saw that Fang and Lei was barely alive. She was about to die. He shouted, "Enlei, hold on." He used healing methods but they were useless. At this time, a yellow profound light shot out of Chicken Dog Coop, hitting Fang and Lei's forehead. The purple on Fang and Lei's face was alleviated. Her life was saved, but she was still unconscious, barely hanging on to life. This killer move is very strange. It is a soul path killer move but has poison path effects. She is poisoned, I am only stabilizing her injuries, I do not have the ability to cure her. At this time an elderly Gu immortal walked in, he had white hair and wore a yellow robe, he had a solemn expression. Greetings to Third Supreme Elder. Fang Yun and Fang Lung bowed. Fang Clan's Third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng. Fang Yuan quickly recalled the information regarding him. It's you? You hid in Fallen Flower Hall and attracted the attack. My Enlai was hit by the enemy's method, this is all your fault. The Fang Clan Gu immortal who was carrying Fang Enlai shouted at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, he had an arrogant attitude as he snorted, Who are you? I am Fang Chen. That Gu immortal spoke. But before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. I don't care who you are, if you are unhappy you can challenge me, be it a battle of wits or martial strength, I will accept it. If you want to use Fang Clan's forces to find trouble with me, I will accept it as well. Saying so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light, he looked around with an imposing gaze and a cold aura. Oh no. Fang Yun and Fang Lung's hearts sank, Fang Yuan did not back down, he was very domineering, they became worried, they were afraid that a conflict would occur. Fang Yuan hid in Fallen Flower Hall, this was not a problem to them. After all, with an immortal Gu house, it was normal to make use of it. Not to mention a wisdom path Gu immortal who had a sharp mind. Fang Yuan was their benefactor, Fang Yun felt that Fang Yuan was his benefactor. And most importantly, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier, if not for him subduing the immemorial soul beast Flying Spider, Fallen Flower Hall would have been destroyed already. As for why Fang Yuan attacked, it was because he did not expect Fang Enlai to be in such a situation. In fact, even Fang Lung and Fang Yun did not expect Fang Enlai to be unable to dodge. Precisely so they could not react in time. Fang Chen, don't say anything. Friend Xuan Bujin is Fang Clan's ally, we have an alliance agreement, he also put in a lot of effort in the battle earlier, how can you slander him like this? Fang Huasheng's expression changed as he shouted at Fang Chen. Next, he shifted his gaze, his expression turned gentle as he looked at Fang Yuan sincerely. This Fang Chen is Fang Enlai's husband, he is worried about his wife's life, he did not mean to offend you earlier, I hope you can forgive him. Fang Chen was Fang Enlai's husband, he had the surname Fang? Fang Yuan immediately understood that this Fang Chen was Fang Clan's son-in-law, a rogue immortal that was recruited from outside. After he married into Fang Clan, he even changed his name to Fang. After being scolded by Fang Huasheng, Fang Chen did not dare to attack Fang Yuan anymore, he lowered his head and checked on Fang Enlai's condition. Even though his healing methods were useless, he did not stop. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with light, he thought. Fang Lung and Fang Yun are worried, Fang Huasheng is cunning, Fang Chen is not simple either. As Fang Clan's son-in-law, he did not let his emotions get to his head, he just had to act like his wife is in a coma. Unfortunately, I have nothing to fear. Fang Yuan was fearless because of the alliance agreement. Fang Enlai represented Fang Clan to set up the alliance agreement, she had the deepest relationship with Fang Yuan. If Fang Clan went against the alliance agreement, Fang Enlai would suffer the backlash of information path. In her current condition, how could she suffer any harm? Even the slightest bit of backlash would result in death. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Of course, there were methods to go against the alliance agreement, but these methods had a price, it was not completely safe. Even if Fang Clan had such methods, Fang Enlai's current condition would make them hesitate. It could be said that the unconscious Fang Enlai was a protective talisman for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was fearless, he sneered, Friend Fang Huasheng, your Fang Clan needs to give me an explanation. Otherwise I, Xuan Bujin, will not take this lying down. Huh? Fang Lung and Fang Yun looked at each other, why was senior Xuan Bujin attacking Fang Clan? Even Fang Chen, who had his head lowered, could not help but raise his head to look at Fang Yuan. His gaze was filled with the meaning of, how can you be so ungrateful, I have not continued to make things difficult for you, but you are now trying to make things difficult for us? Fang Huasheng's face showed the right amount of confusion and coldness. What do you mean? Could it be that our Fang family owes you something? Chapter 1530. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he looked at Fang Huasheng without any guilt, his gaze was cold and his attitude was even more unyielding. Under everyone's gazes he spoke, I, Xuan Bujin, am a wisdom path Gu immortal, do you really think I can be deceived so easily? Why did your two Fang Clan Gu immortals fall into Old Ghost by Jun's hands? In this battle, Fang Clan's reinforcements came at the right time, they could easily mobilize 2 rank 7 immortal Gu houses and several Gu immortals. Since when did Fang clan have so many Gu immortals that they could mobilize at will? In Fallen Flower Hall there was silence. Fang Yuan had all sorts of wisdom path methods. He did not know about it earlier, but now that he knew, he could immediately sense many clues from these clues. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, his gaze became even darker. Fang Yun and Fang Lung looked at each other, they had awkward expressions. Fang Huaxing laughed loudly as expected of an experienced veteran. He laughed heartily. Swan Bujin is right, I will not beat around the bush, I will tell you directly. This is Fang clan's strategy, generations of planning have been going on, we must obtain this rank 8 immortal Gu house. If fellow immortal can help my clan, we will definitely reward you handsomely. Please take a look at this. Saying so, he took out an information path mortal Gu and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look, this was another alliance agreement. The agreement stated, as long as Fang Yuan helps Fang clan and obtains the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan will reward Fang Yuan with a rank 7 immortal Gu. They will open up their treasury and let Fang Yuan choose one. There will also be other rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Of course, confidentiality was the most important thing. The information path Gu Worm emphasized that even if Fang Yuan did not sign this agreement and chose to give up, Fang clan would not stop him. But they asked Fang Yuan to go somewhere and recuperate for some time, he had to sign another confidentiality agreement. Oh, Divine Bean Palace? Is it the legendary immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? There is very little information about this immortal Gu house. Even Shadow Sect's true inheritances did not mention much about it. Fang clan has been eyeing this house for a long time, it should be Divine Bean Palace. A rank 8 immortal Gu house, Divine Bean Palace created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang clan also mobilized so much manpower and resources, they naturally have to keep it a secret. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. The confidentiality agreement was not too much. If it were Fang Yuan he would have done the same. Fang clan was already very polite, of course, this was also because Fang Yuan had great strength and was a rare wisdom path Gu immortal. Fang clan wanted to rope him in. At the same time, because it involved Divine Bean Palace, the Fang clan had to be careful. During this period of time, they had to be careful with their decisions and did not want to easily offend Fang Yuan. What if this person had treacherous methods and spoiled Fang clan's plans? For Fang Yuan, the problem wasn't keeping it a secret, but what benefits he could gain from this opportunity. The greatest benefit was undoubtedly the immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, even if he stayed in Fallen Flower Hall, with so many Fang clan Gu immortals around him, it would be easy for Fang Yuan to get out. But if he offended Fang clan for Divine Bean Palace that he had yet to obtain, it was not worth it. Not to mention whether Fang Yuan could win against the well-prepared Fang clan, even if it was Divine Bean Palace itself, it would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to suppress it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain a large number of soul cores from Green Ghost Desert for his own cultivation. Fang Yuan thought about it, he decided to feign civility first, it was too early to fall out with Fang clan. Even if the alliance agreement was made, it could be dissolved. Even if he could not dissolve it now, Fang Yuan had methods to restrict it, delay it, and gain time to use Immortal Killer move self-cleansing. If this move did not work, Fang Yuan could go to Northern Plains and borrow Immortal Gu Don't Care and Don't Care to form the Immortal Killer move Don't Care. Thus, Fang Yuan spoke. If your clan obtains the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan will rise to the top and become the #1 clan in Western Desert. Your clan is so close, but your clan only wants to use this to buy people's hearts, isn't that too pitiful? Saying this, Fang Yuan paused, he crushed the information path Mortal Gu and continued with his hands behind his back. Actually, it is possible to bribe others, but to bribe me, this condition is too low. Fang Huaxing saw Fang Yuan's arrogant expression, he thought, the information is correct, this person is really conceited. He had a smile on his face as he said to Fang Yuan, "Oh? That means you want to join in this and work together with our Fang clan? That is even better." Divine Bean Palace originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it is a legendary item. How can I not participate in such a grand occasion? Furthermore, if I do not participate, will your Fang clan be at ease? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Fang Huaxing praised, "Haha, you are very understanding. Since you are interested, our Fang clan will not be stingy, we can discuss any conditions you have. But, the reward depends on the level of contribution, you should agree with this, right?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Of course. Let's settle the debt first. Firstly, even if I do not make a move and watch from the side, keeping this a secret is a contribution, it is helping Fang clan. You need to pay me for this. Secondly, I saved Fang Yun and Fang Leng, even though I was in a good mood and saved them, it also helped your Fang clan in getting Divine Bean Palace. Previously, I did not need any payment, but now the situation is different, I need to pay for this. Furthermore, I am being chased, I helped Fallen Flower Hall and fought against strong enemies, it was extremely dangerous, I need to pay. Furthermore, I tried my best to help you, but your Fang clan slandered my good intentions, I am in a bad mood, you need to pay for this. Fang Leng and Fang Yun looked at Fang Yuan's words, they were stunned. Why am I involved? Fang Chen was also stunned, furthermore, I need to pay for my bad mood. Fang Huasheng's eyelids twitched on his old face, he suddenly realized that interacting with this wisdom path Gu Immortal was going to be a difficult task. Fang Yuan raised the price while Fang Huasheng tried to bargain. But how could he be Fang Yuan's match? Fang Yuan purposely made the accounts extremely complicated, listing them one by one. Fang Huasheng bargained with him and changed the last item. Fang Yuan said, since this item has been changed, we will also need to change the previous ones. Using such methods, Fang Huasheng was soon confused by Fang Yuan's accounts, he was forced to retreat. Fang Yuan, however, did not let him go, he pursued relentlessly. The final price exceeded Fang Huasheng's bottom line. I can't accept this condition. Friend Swan Bujin, you can consider it again, I will be in that Immortal Gu House chicken dog coop, if you are ready, you can find me to set an alliance agreement. His expression was ashen after saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. After leaving Fallen Flower Hall, Fang Huasheng entered the chicken dog co-op. The negotiations failed. Fang Qin sneaked a glance at Fang Yuan, his gaze was filled with schadenfreude. Fang Leng and Fang Yun had complex emotions, on one hand Fang Yuan was their benefactor, on the other hand, it was the clan's benefits. Thus, the two did not say a word, they remained silent from start to finish. Fang Yuan, however, smiled lightly. Fang Huasheng said he could not accept it, but that did not mean Fang clan could not accept it. This was an important matter, Fang Huasheng left because he could not deal with Fang Yuan. He purposely said this as a form of negotiation strategy. Fang clan is after Divine Bean Palace, regardless of success or failure, I need to set an alliance agreement that is beneficial to me. Firstly, it is a show of sincerity. Secondly, if I fail to get Divine Bean Palace, this alliance agreement will be my compensation. Fang clan sent their third Supreme Elder here, it was to leave a path of retreat for them. In the current Fang clan, first Supreme Elder made the decisions, second Supreme Elder made the plans, these two were the true decision makers of Fang clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to make an alliance with Fang clan, he would naturally need to find one of them. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level, second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang is a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster but has rank 7 cultivation level. He should be coming next. As expected, after a while, an Immortal Gu House flew over, it was that inquiry dock. When the Immortal Gu House was still in the sky, Fang Huasheng came out of Chicken Dog Coop and flew over. Soon, Fang Huasheng entered inquiry dock. Second Supreme Elder, how did it go? Fang Dichang said, Divine Bean Palace is getting faster. Inquiry dock is slower than Divine Bean Palace, but it has already used a tracking killer move, Divine Bean Palace cannot escape. What we need to do now is to repair Fallen Flower Hall and combine the 3 houses to set up the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze to trap Divine Bean Palace and ensure nothing goes wrong. Fang Huasheng reported, that Swan Bujin is very difficult to deal with, he wants a mile after taking an inch, my negotiation with him broke down. Still not done? Fang Dichang smiled as bright light flashed in his eyes. Fang Huasheng smiled bitterly, his words are sharp and precise, he is full of traps, I am not his match. But he has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall and has not left. There is no way to communicate with the outside world inside, he is avoiding suspicion. Even though he is forcing me, he still wants to set an alliance agreement with our clan, he is showing his sincerity by participating in this. Fang Dichang pondered, this might not be sincerity, he might be fearless. Fang Enlei is injured, he is a suspect. But the clan's plan is right in front of us, there is no harm in tolerating him. As the saying goes, impatience in small matters spoils great plans. After the negotiation broke down, this person has been staying in Fallen Flower Hall, he probably wants to negotiate with me personally. Fine, I'll go and see him. Inquiry dock landed on the ground, Fang Dichang appeared and entered Fallen Flower Hall to meet with Fang Yuan. This was the first time they were meeting. Fang Dichang observed Fang Yuan and nodded to himself, commenting, "Arrogant and conceited, he definitely has his own strengths. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he escaped from Divine Bean Palace and the others showed his capability. Furthermore, he cultivates wisdom path, he cannot be underestimated." Chapter 1531. The Fang clan's history could be said to be very long. As a super force in Western Desert, Fang clan was famous for managing gu houses. It had always had its own wisdom path inheritance. Because regardless of whether gu houses were mortal or immortal, they were essentially immortal killer moves, they were formed from all kinds of gu worms, they were fixed and had both offense and defense. Fang clan managed gu houses and designed new gu houses to deduce new immortal killer moves. They could not do it without deep wisdom path attainment. It could even be said that Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance was very outstanding. After generations of accumulation, even Fang Yuan, who had obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, had great reference value. Of course, even though the wisdom path inheritance was outstanding, it depended on whether the inheritor was worthy. In this generation of Fang clan, not only was Fang Dichang worthy, he even brought Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance to greater heights, becoming a wisdom path great grandmaster. After all, he did not become a great grandmaster by using dream realms, he had painstakingly researched it step by step. Fang clan had wisdom path inheritors in every generation, but in the last 1,000 years Fang Dichang was the only wisdom path great grandmaster. In order to reach this realm, one must have extraordinary talent. It was not something that could be achieved by just relying on resources. Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang conversed for a while, their words were sharp, they were like two sword experts fighting in a small space. Fang Yuan gradually fell into a disadvantage, he felt the situation was troublesome. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, amazing. Fang Yuan's probing attacks that forced Fang Huasheng into a difficult situation were all resolved by Fang Dichang without batting an eyelid, no verbal traps had any effect. Fang Dichang's thoughts were extremely clear, his memories were clear and organized, he could not be confused by Fang Yuan's words. A conversation was like a game of chess, they could think ahead 2 or 3 steps, some words could not be said, some words had to be said clearly to prevent themselves from being used. But a conversation between wisdom path gu immortals was not just 2 or 3 steps, it was 200 to 300 steps, 500 to 600 steps or even 1,000 steps. Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang's negotiation not only involved their own benefits, the content of the negotiation also included real-time analysis. They talked about Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan's situation, and even Western Desert's situation. This was simply a debate. These were not things that could be understood by the human brain, they needed wisdom path methods. Thoughts continued to surge, debating and deducing at the same time. Hearing this, Fang Lung, Fang Yun and the others were all dumbfounded. They felt that these two people were monsters. Their thoughts were as fast as lightning, as if they did not need to think at all. Their sudden words were like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, as if a sword was unsheathed, causing people to be unable to block it. Compared to them he was simply stupid. I do not have many wisdom path Dao marks, even though I have immortal gu, I only obtained them recently. Especially since it wasn't complete, it was incomplete. Compared to the other party, we still don't have a deep foundation. If I want to fight against Fang clan in the future, I will definitely think of a way to kill this person first. In terms of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan was inferior to Fang Dichang. But in terms of battle strength, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, he naturally surpassed Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang evaluated in his mind, this person's wisdom path cultivation level is truly extraordinary, he is extremely talented. If they could win him over for the clan, it would be Fang clan's fortune. He, on the other hand, admired Fang Yuan's talent. If he knew Fang Yuan's true identity as well as the killing intent Fang Yuan was plotting, who knew how he would feel? Ha ha ha. While arguing, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Fang clan's gu immortals were baffled, why was he laughing out of nowhere? Fang Yuan bowed towards Fang Dichang respectfully, I have heard of Senior Fang's name long ago, seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation, Xuanbu Jin has learned much. Fang Yuan's sudden change in attitude made everyone feel strange. What was even stranger was that Fang Yuan lowered his conditions. Earlier, I was indignant because of the scheme, they were just deliberately making things difficult for me. Now that my skills are inferior, how can I not know what's good for me? Fang Yuan's expression was still cold, even when apologizing, he had an arrogant expression. Oh, I understand this person is conceited, I managed to convince him a little. Earlier he was just taking revenge. Now that he has seen my strength, he is sincerely convinced. Fang Dichang's gaze flashed, he became even more excited. This person has such a personality compared to him, those with ability are not blindly arrogant, there seems to be a good chance of recruiting him into Fang clan. But for now, Divine Bean Palace is still the priority, let's put him aside for now. Since Fang Yuan took a step back, the two sides had no more disputes, they quickly set up a new alliance agreement. This alliance agreement was very strict, there were no loopholes. Even Fang Yuan frowned inwardly, these clauses were all connected to each other, if he used self-cleansing rashly, he might go against the agreement. It was not easy to break free from the restriction, he needed to make preparations in advance and expend a lot of energy and resources. Of course, while Fang Yuan was restricted, Fang clan was the same. Since the alliance agreement was set, the relationship between the two sides became closer, Fang Lung, Fang Yun, and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with even more gentle gazes. Subduing Divine Bean Palace is a huge matter, it is our Fang clan's fortune to be able to obtain your help. Fellow immortal, please follow me to Wenjin Dock. Next we will need your help. Fang Dichang invited. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes internally. Even after setting up the alliance agreement, Fang Dichang was not at ease, he wanted to keep Fang Yuan under his watch and keep him by his side. Wisdom Path Great Grandmasters were truly difficult to deal with. But Fang Yuan had battle strength to rely on, he was not afraid of Fang clan trying to trick him. He even hoped that Fang clan would act against him, that way he could follow the alliance agreement. If any side had ill intentions and took action, the other side could ignore the alliance agreement and retaliate. After Fang Dichang dealt with Fang Yuan's matter, he sent people to repair the Immortal Gu House Fallen Flower Hall, while asking for reinforcements. Half a day later, Fang clan's Gu Immortals worked together to restore Fallen Flower Hall to its original state. If an Immortal Gu House was damaged, the difficulty of repairing it was very high. Fang clan's efficiency was truly worthy of being the super force that specialized in Immortal Gu houses in Western Desert, or even in the world. Not long after Fang clan's reinforcements arrived, there were 2 rank 7s and 1 rank 6. Fang Enlei's injuries were stabilized but she was unconscious. Fang Chen brought her back to Fang clan's headquarters to recuperate. One of the 2 rank 7 reinforcements replaced Fang Enlei and became the leader of Fallen Flower Hall. This way Fang clan had more than 10 Gu Immortals in Green Ghost Desert, half of them were rank 7 Gu Immortals. Among them were Fang clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Fang Dichang and 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng, they were famous Gu Immortal experts in Western Desert. There were also rank 6 elites like Fang Yun and Fang Lung. This was a huge lineup, Fang clan had mobilized almost half of their Gu Immortals, they were very determined to get Divine Bean Palace. After all, super forces had huge businesses, it was hard to mobilize Gu Immortals to defend their natural resources. Like Wu clan, as the #1 super force in southern border, when it came to mobilizing Gu Immortals, Wu Yong had been worried about it for a long time. Fang clan mobilized so many Gu Immortals at once, they must have prepared for a long time, they must have made many arrangements, they might have used deceptive tactics or formed secret alliances. This kind of thing was very risky for Fang clan. If they were not careful, other super forces might plot against them, Fang clan's resistance would be too weak, they would suffer a huge loss. In fact, the situation might even collapse. But for rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, this risk is worth it. Fang Yuan nodded to himself, agreeing with Fang clan's decision. After some rest, Fang clan's Gu Immortals moved out. 3 Immortal Gu houses flew together. Inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Yuan stood beside Fang Dichang. To his surprise, Fang Dichang also let him participate in controlling Inquiry Dock. Fang Dichang was the main controller of the Immortal Gu House, the other Fang clan Gu Immortals assisted him. But letting an outsider like Fang Yuan participate was simply exposing Inquiry Dock's secrets. If Fang Yuan understood the workings of Inquiry Dock from the inside, it would be much easier to target this Immortal Gu House in the future. Sensing Fang Yuan's expression, Fang Dichang laughed. Friend Swanbu Jin, are you wondering why I trust you so much? Actually, even if you see all of Inquiry Dock's mysteries, there is no harm. Firstly, we have an alliance agreement. Secondly, some things are easier said than done. Thirdly, our clan's Inquiry Dock is not unchanging. The truth is, all Immortal Gu houses will grow stronger along with our clan's development. Fang Yuan was moved. I have finally learned a thing or two about Fang clan's style. Fang Dichang laughed heartily. Speaking of which, I still don't know about your situation, have you been cultivating in Green Ghost Desert? Fang Yuan was not flustered when he was asked about his origin. He had already made detailed and substantial preparations for this. He answered them one by one. Even Fang Dichang did not find any flaws. The two continued to talk while the other Gu immortals of Inquiry Dock quietly controlled the immortal Gu houses. It seems that this Fang Dichang wants to recruit me. Fang Yuan sensed some clues from the other party's tone and expression. He found it a little funny. But he did not point it out. He tried to placate Fang Dichang. We are here, this is the place. After flying for a while, Fang Dichang's expression suddenly froze. He ordered the 3 immortal Gu houses to stop. This was still Green Ghost Desert, but below the 3 immortal Gu houses was an ordinary desert. There was nothing special about it. Fang Dichang squinted. This divine bean palace really concealed itself deeply. Let's set up the formation. Immortal battlefield killer move, Peach Blossom Maze. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 li had turned into a peach forest. The peach trees were extremely tall, and their branches were densely packed together. However, there were no leaves or flowers, let alone fruits. Everything was bare and smooth. Amazing. Fang Yuan's heart shook fiercely. This immortal battlefield killer move could even trap and confuse rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very impressive. After all, this was a supreme method that could only be unleashed by 3 rank 7 immortal Gu houses working together. Is here? Deep underground, Chen Yi's heart shook. At this moment he had already infiltrated Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1532. Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. During Genesis Lotus era, this sect was the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But now it had fallen to the middle of the pack. Everything in the world was impermanent. Regardless of whether it was an organization or an individual, there would always be ups and downs. There was no such thing as being strong and prosperous from the beginning to the end, and there was no such thing as being unchanging throughout the years. As the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, Chen Yi grasped the true inheritance of Heavenly Lotus. Thus, he had a strong influence on Divine Bean Palace. Fairy Myrtle knew how to use people. She did not send anyone to help Chen Yi. With just Chen Yi, he could easily subdue Divine Bean Palace and get rid of the legendary immemorial soul beast Qingqiu. However, there was a change midway. This Qingqiu is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and was formed in Divine Bean Palace. It has some of the abilities of Karma Divine Tree. Thus, it has a strong connection to anyone or anything close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I can subdue it, not only can I research it and increase my understanding of Karma Divine Tree, I can also use it to search for the whereabouts of Shadow Sect's remnants. Chen Yi was moved. It was not difficult to subdue Divine Bean Palace and get rid of Qingqiu. It would have been slightly troublesome, but now that Qingqiu was in a weakened state, it was completely suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. And Chen Yi was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had great battle strength. With Divine Bean Palace, getting rid of Qingqiu would not be a problem. However, Chen Yi had a deeper consideration. He was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He was above everyone. But once this was done, he would have to go to Celestial Court. He could not be the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect anymore. There would be a huge gap between the two of them. Celestial Court was the largest sect in the world. If Chen Yi joined, he would be a newcomer. His status would be the lowest. Someone like Chen Yi had been the first supreme elder for many years. He had tasted authority and was at the peak. Naturally, he would not feel comfortable with this kind of difference in status. Instead, he was thinking about how to change and improve his status. To raise one's status in Celestial Court, it was neither hard nor easy. He just had to make contributions. If I can control Qingqiu, I will be able to track down the remnants of Shadow Sect. I will be placed in an important position in Celestial Court. If I make contributions in the future, I will be able to get out of this awkward situation. My status and strength will rise. Ancestor Genesis Lotus, although you have the Karma Divine Tree, this move is the essence of Wood Path. Ancestor cannot predict the current situation. If he knows this, he will be able to understand me and acknowledge my choice. After he did so, Fang Clan's Gu Immortal Gu 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 Immortal Gu Gu Immortal Gu Hall Sect Continent Immortal God Lotus Sect Immortal Gu Domain Killer Dragon Spirit God, Peach Flower Forest. While he was executing it, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals arrived and set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Chen Yi immediately sensed it the moment it was set up. He's finally here. Chen Yi's face was calm and he did not panic. Fang Clan's arrival was also within his expectations. Go. Chen Yi stood in the palace and faced Qingqiu. He waved his sleeves and ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. In this short period of time, he had already temporarily subdued these two people. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine originally wanted to resist, but after learning about Qinyi's cultivation and origin, and after Qinyi interfered with Divine Bean Palace and suppressed their master, they immediately changed their ways and were ordered around by Qinyi. The gates of the Divine Bean Palace opened and a large number of soul beasts swarmed out. On the other side, the Fang family. Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path great-grandmaster and also the second Supreme Elder. He naturally took on the role of leader. With his order, several Gu immortals flew out of the 3 immortal Gu houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace at the center. This peach blossom maze is truly profound. In the real world, this Divine Bean Palace should be hidden deep underground in the desert, but after being covered by peach blossom maze, it appeared in the peach blossom forest. It is very eye-catching. Fang Yuan was still watching the battle in Inquiry Dock. His eyes shined brightly as he praised peach blossom maze. Immortal battlefield killer moves could create something from nothing and create a battle environment that was beneficial to Gu immortals. Peach blossom maze was extremely effective in this aspect. It actually changed the earth vein of the desert and revealed Divine Bean Palace that was hidden underground. Fang Yuan could not understand the profundity of this, he could only make some guesses. Fang clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were concealed, they were nowhere to be seen. They were the 3 cores. The Gu immortals inside expended immortal essence to maintain Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. This huge battlefield was extremely vast, there were peach blossom trees everywhere. And at the center of this peach blossom forest, there was a grand immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace's door opened as a large number of soul beasts charged out. Desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. These 3 immemorial soul beasts were naturally the winged black python, bull-body leopard tail, and one-eyed giant that fought against Fang Yuan and Fang Enlei earlier. Fang clan had 6 Gu immortals, 2 rank 6 and 4 rank 7, Fang Leng, Fang Yun, and Fang Chen were among them. Fang clan's 3rd supreme elder Fang Huaxing was personally leading them. After these soul beasts charged out of Divine Bean Palace, they did not attack the Fang clan Gu immortals, they surrounded Divine Bean Palace and stood quietly, forming a huge round formation that surrounded Divine Bean Palace. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought. Fang clan's Gu immortals were shocked at the next moment. The killer moves they unleashed exploded with all sorts of power within the group of soul beasts, but when the light dissipated, these soul beasts were actually only slightly injured, and their injuries were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. How can this be? These soul beasts seem to have a method, each position has its own profundity. Just as they were confused, Qinyi shouted from within Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shined with a bright green light. Next, a trace of green intent was drawn out from the depths of these soul beasts' bodies. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds could be heard as the green light condensed into wooden armor that draped over the soul beasts' bodies, protecting them from head to toe. Fang Yuan did not understand, but inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Dichang's expression changed as he muttered, "This is Divine Bean Palace's immortal killer move, Green Armor Vegetable Garden." Green Armor Vegetable Garden? Fang Yuan asked. Fang Dichang glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Fang clan only collected this much information. We only know this name and its general appearance, we do not know anything about its true power. Fang Yuan showed intense interest, he looked at the battlefield without blinking. This move is related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it is definitely not simple. We should probe it first. Fang Dichang nodded, that is the only way. Chapter 1533. Fang clan's immortal killer moves continued to land on the Soul Beast army. It was a dazzling scene, it was like countless fireworks were exploding. Colorful lights shone on the faces of Fang clan's Gu immortals, they had ugly expressions. Even though these soul beasts are damaged, it is not a big deal. Their green armors can actually connect to each other and share the damage, this is amazing. Fang clan's 6 Gu immortals could not take them down. At this time, from the immortal Gu house chicken dog coop behind them, a purple-clothed female immortal flew out. "Let me do it," she shouted as she activated the immortal killer move that she had already prepared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At once, a thick poison cloud appeared in the sky. The huge poison cloud cast a shadow on Divine Bean Palace and the Soul Beast army. Countless sparrows flew out of the poison cloud. These sparrows were like arrows, they were extremely fast and agile, they were formed from immortal killer moves. Countless sparrows flew into the Soul Beast army, causing chaos in the army. But after a while, Fang Clan's Gu Immortal's expressions turned grim. The killer move had a huge momentum, but the effect was not good. Even Fang Ji's Poison Cloud Arrow Sparrow is useless. Poison Path is also useless. It seems that this green armor vegetable garden has no flaws. Inside Inquiry Dock, Fang Dichang frowned deeply. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. What do you think, Xuanbu Jin? Fang Yuan shook his head. I am ashamed, I did not find a flaw in this killer move either. But in my opinion, this Divine Bean Palace is completely different from before. It seems to have a lot of intelligence now. Green Armor Vegetable Garden is just one aspect. When these soul beasts defend against the attacks, they advance and retreat with great teamwork. Divine Bean Palace is completely impenetrable. The difference between the two is too huge. Fang Dichang nodded. He knew about the scene of Fang Yuan and Fang Enlei fighting against Divine Bean Palace earlier. Divine Bean Palace could only charge around without using any killer moves. It was like a brute. But now, this Divine Bean Palace was unmoving like a mountain. It was like a strategist on the battlefield. It defended the camp impenetrably. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals could not attack it even after a long time. There was indeed a huge difference in their performance. Fang Dichang was even more worried about the reason. We've set up the Peach Blossom Maze, but Divine Bean Palace didn't even try to break out. Instead, they're defending to the death. Could it be that they can't teleport? Or are you trying to stall for time? Fang Dichang was more worried about the latter. If the other party wanted to stall for time, he must have an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Fang Dichang made up his mind and summoned the Fang Clan Gu Immortals who were fighting outside. Come back, we will use Peach Blossom Maze to attack. Peach Blossom Maze was an immortal battlefield killer move. It could trap a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was not simple. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals returned to their immortal Gu houses. Peach Blossom Maze started to grow rapidly. The originally bare branches began to emit a tender green color. Then the green spread, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lush forest. A gust of wind blew. The leaves of the Peach Blossom Maze rustled, creating waves of jade light. The wave crashed towards Divine Bean Palace. The Soul Beast army was forced to retreat. The desolate and ancient soul beasts at the periphery were all destroyed by the jade light wave. Peach Blossom Maze's transformation was grand. It actually forced the entire soul beast army to retreat. These soul beasts roared and roared, but the jade light wave was too powerful. They could not resist it individually. Within Divine Bean Palace, Chen Yi frowned. This Peach Blossom Maze is quite special. Right now he was still suppressing Qingqiu. He could not free himself to use Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace burst out with profound light that enveloped the remaining soul beasts. Next, the profound light engulfed most of the soul beasts and gathered on the 3 immemorial soul beasts. The 3 immemorial soul beasts seemed to have received a huge boost. Their bodies expanded and became even larger monsters. The 3 giant monsters were like 3 mountain peaks that completely blocked the emerald light waves. Peach Blossom Maze changed again. As the jade light wave faded, the green color became even more concentrated. A red dot could be seen among the greenery. Next, countless red dots bloomed like stars in the night sky. They were peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful. Another gust of wind blew. Countless petals fluttered in the wind. At once, the petals condensed into human figures in the air. This is the killer move, Flowery Wind Warrior. I will have to trouble friend Xuanbu Jin to control a portion of it. Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. After obtaining Fang Dichang's permission, he could control the human figures formed by the petals. As for the quantity, Fang Yuan tested it first. He used 12 Flowery Wind Warriors at once. Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Each Flowery Wind Warrior seems to be able to inject a killer move into them. After the accumulation is done, they will self-detonate to unleash the killer move. Friend, you have a keen sense. This is the use of Flowery Wind Warriors. Fang Dichang smiled as he replied. Fang Yuan tried using Immortal Killer Move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, one of the Flowery Wind Warriors he controlled flew to the top of Divine Bean Palace and self-detonated. What exploded was a bunch of Psyche Fire meteorites, which rumbled as they smashed downwards. Divine Bean Palace did not budge, but the 3 immemorial soul beasts' bodies shook as they were covered in thought fire. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He praised. This move's explosive speed is almost the same as the true body. Not only can it make up for the weakness of the immortal Gu house, it can also fully display our advantage in numbers. It is also not afraid of expenditure. Many tactics require careful choice of true bodies. but this move can be used repeatedly and riskily. Just as he said this, Fang Yuan controlled another flowery wind warrior to dive down and arrive behind an immemorial soul beast. Immortal killer move, 180 slaves. With this move, the immemorial soul beast's body immediately froze, it suffered a formless impact. At the same time, the other 3 flowery wind warriors descended and exploded, each using 3 stratagem immortal killer moves. Bam bam bam, the immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fang Yuan immediately recovered. But at the next moment, green light flashed in Divine Bean Palace. The immemorial soul beast that was injured by Fang Yuan was not heavily injured to begin with, it immediately recovered. Difficult. Even with the flowery wind warrior's ingenious move, the defense of Divine Bean Palace was too strong. The 3 immemorial soul beasts were like 3 great dams. No matter how much water flooded the outside world, they were still able to hold their ground, unmoving like a mountain. Fang Yuan did not use his true trump cards. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals also did not make much progress. The situation was in a deadlock again. Fang Dichang's brows were almost frowning. Peach Blossom Maze only had 3 transformations. Now that it was the second transformation, there was still no breakthrough in the situation. Divine Bean Palace's defense was so tight. Right when Fang Dichang wanted to change to the third form, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. The 3 flowery wind warriors exploded one after another. Fang Yuan had instilled the enslavement path killer move 180 slaves inside. At this moment, the 3 moves overlapped and landed on the winged black python immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast immediately froze like a statue. Not long after, Fang Yuan gave a shout, it broke free from the enemy's control and joined Fang Yuan. The second immemorial soul beast was obtained. At once, the leaders of both sides, Qin Yi and Fang Dichang, were stunned. Divine Bean Palace was supporting them from the back. These immemorial soul beasts were wearing green armor and had thick defense. Any injuries they suffered could be healed instantly. Fang Clan's offense was extremely difficult. However, Fang Yuan bypassed this and directly seized the immemorial soul beasts. Friend, so enslavement path is the weakness of this green armor vegetable garden. I hope you can continue attacking. Fang Dichang paused before saying in a serious tone, Fang Clan will reward you greatly. Qin Yi snorted coldly, the enemy actually found this loophole. It is a pity that these are not Divine Bean soldiers produced by Divine Bean Palace. We can only use these soul beasts to replace them. If they were Divine Bean soldiers, how could they take them away so easily? In Inquiry Dock, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, I was just lucky. I have already used it once and subdued an immemorial soul beast. This is the second one. I have already reached the limit of my abilities. I will have to pay a huge price to use this move next. I wonder, what is the reward that Second Supreme Elder is referring to? Fang Dichang's eyelids drooped, concealing the sharpness in his eyes, but he was secretly furious. This Swan Bujin actually dared to threaten me the moment he got the chance. He will have to pay a huge price? That is to say, he can continue using this move, but it will depend on whether my Fang clan can compensate him for the price he paid. He made an alliance agreement with me, he cannot deceive me in this aspect. Unfortunately, my Fang clan does not have an enslavement path expert. We were actually threatened by an outsider. Chapter 1534. Even though Fang Dichang was furious, Divine Bean Palace was right in front of them. Fang Clan's plan could not fail, and Fang Yuan's method of subduing immemorial soul beasts was the best way to break the stalemate. Fang Dichang smiled, what reward does Swan Bujin want? As long as you say it, Fang Clan will help you to the best of our abilities. Fang Yuan asked him what reward he wanted, but Fang Dichang countered with a question. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Lord Fang is a straightforward person, I am not greedy, a rank 7 immortal Gu is not a problem. Fang Yuan's tone turned sluggish as he said this, his gaze flickered as he showed some embarrassment. Rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Dichang's heart shook, he became even angrier, but he showed a smile and sincerity on his face. With the merit of suppressing all the immemorial soul beasts, it is only right for Fang Clan to reward you with a rank 7 immortal Gu. If we subdue Divine Bean Palace in the end, you will be able to obtain a second rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Dichang not only agreed to Fang Yuan's request, he even continued to entice him with great rewards. I am ashamed. Fang Yuan sighed, I need to obtain this first rank 7 immortal Gu first, otherwise I will not be able to make up my mind to pay such a huge price to suppress the remaining immemorial soul beasts. Why are you so impatient? You don't trust our Fang clan. The Fang clan Gu immortals could not stand it anymore, they shouted angrily. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Fang clan friends, if I continue to use it, the price will be too high, my foundation will be greatly damaged. I need to obtain a rank 7 immortal Gu before I can make up my mind. Alright, I have a method in Inquiry Dock to communicate with the outside world. It is not a problem for the headquarters to send a rank 7 immortal Gu. This is our clan's rank 7 treasury, feel free to choose. Fang Di Chang said as an information path Gu worm flew out of his sleeve. It was actually a rank 7 information path immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was rare, Fang Yuan thought. My information is hard to come by, information path immortal Gu can help me gather information and learn secrets. When he was reborn he relied on the memories of his past life. Providence must have tampered with it and laid a trap. It was not reliable. Recently, he had been relying on the information from the legacy of the Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, the information was getting outdated. This information path rank 7 immortal Gu is suitable for me. Fang Yuan received the information path immortal Gu and inspected it with his mind. He saw that there were only 6 rank 7 immortal Gu in it. Fang clan has such a deep foundation. There are definitely more than 6 rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Dichang must have hidden some of them and not let me choose. Just the 6 immortal Gu in front of him made Fang Yuan's vision blur. He was interested in every immortal Gu here. Because he had inherited the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, any immortal Gu could be put to good use in his hands. But soon, when Fang Yuan saw one of the immortal Gu, his heart shook slightly. He immediately made up his mind to choose this Gu. Rank 7 Great Thief Gu? Fang Dichang was very surprised after learning of Fang Yuan's choice. This was a Theft Path Immortal Gu while Xuan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan did not explain, he did not need to explain. Fang Dichang displayed these rank 7 Immortal Gu, it meant that Fang clan could give up on these Immortal Gu. And in the current situation, Fang clan was anxious while Fang Yuan was not. Thus, if Fang Dichang wanted to use this to embezzle the immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not make a move. Maybe, this person is afraid that I will use this against him, so he purposely threw out an answer? When I refuse, he will give it up. Fang Dichang guessed, Wisdom Path Gu immortals were too quick-witted. Friend, do you really want this immortal Gu? Fang Dichang asked for confirmation. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering, this Gu. Fang Dichang nodded, in that case I will agree to your request. Immediately he activated a killer move and took out this rank 7 immortal Gu from Fang clan's headquarters, transporting it to Inquiry Dock. The entire process was very fast. Fang Yuan soon obtained this Great Thief Gu and easily refined it with Fang Dichang's help. This Great Thief Immortal Gu was a beetle with a wide head and a horn, it was as tall as an adult. Its body was covered in a black carapace that emitted a metallic luster, giving off a strong feeling. Fang Yuan obtained this Immortal Gu and was secretly excited. My gains this time are truly a pleasant surprise. I am already a great grandmaster in Theft Path, I only lack Theft Path Immortal Gu. Now this Great Thief Immortal Gu came at the right time. Not only can I use my advantage in Theft Path, I can even use Ghostly Concealment. Fang Yuan had Theft Path attainment level, it was easy for him to create Theft Path Immortal Killer moves. And most importantly, Ghostly Concealment. This immortal killer move was personally used by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was a rank 9 killer move with extraordinary power. But all along it was of little value to Fang Yuan. Even though it could prevent Fang Yuan from being detected by ghosts and soul beasts, every time Fang Yuan used an immortal killer move, he would be exposed. If a firecracker was buried underground, no one would be able to see it, but if the firecracker shot out flames, it would be detected. Moreover, Ghostly Concealment had been interfering with Ghost Soldier Garment all along. In fact, Ghost Soldier Garment was suppressed by Ghostly Concealment, its effect was greatly reduced. Ghostly Concealment did not need to expend immortal essence, it could move on its own, this was the work of a Theft Path Supreme Grandmaster. Only Supreme Grandmasters could surpass the limits and restrictions of this world in certain aspects. Fang Yuan was a Theft Path Great Grandmaster, but he could not use Ghostly Concealment. Even though he had a deeper understanding of Ghostly Concealment, he still had many doubts. However, these doubts were not enough to stop him from using Ghostly Concealment. How to use Ghostly Concealment to truly use this killer move for himself? Rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu was the key to solving this problem. As long as I add some Mortal Gu and spend some time, I will be able to extract the power of Ghostly Concealment and use it freely. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. But for now, I need to get rid of these immemorial soul beasts. Fang clan's Gu immortals do not have much patience. Fang Yuan still wanted to establish a relationship with Fang clan for the sake of Green Ghost Desert. He did not want to offend Fang clan now. Thus, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, he immediately killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were originally hard to kill, but Fang Yuan controlled them. Not only would they not resist, they would even cooperate. They naturally stretched out their necks and died obediently. After it died, Fang Yuan obtained 2 spirit cores the size of horse carriages. Rank 8 immortal material, immemorial soul core. This was truly rare. If not for this situation, Fang Yuan would not have killed these 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no helping it. 180 slaves required a large number of soul beasts as the foundation. Fang Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including many desolate level and ancient soul beasts. But these soul beasts were already the limit for Fang Yuan to control these 2 immemorial soul beasts. Now, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to control even more immemorial soul beasts. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was also the huge price that Fang Yuan had mentioned to Fang Dichang earlier. This was not a lie, it was the truth. How could the death of 2 rank 8 battle strengths not be a huge price? However, after Fang Yuan did this, he immediately used his method to use attitude Gu, causing his body to shake intensely and his face to turn pale. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Swan Bujin was not lying. If we continue to use that method, we will have to pay a huge price. At once, the Fang clan Gu immortals who saw this felt a little better. Although I cannot bear to do this, the situation is urgent. Please take action. Fang Dichang urged. I will definitely do my best. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. He seemed to be energized as he instilled 180 slaves into the flowery wind warriors again. After 3 moves, Fang Yuan used the same method and seized that bull god leopard tail immemorial soul beast. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale as paper. He almost fell down. Friend Swan Bujin, be careful. Please take care of your body. We will need to rely on you for the remaining immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Fang clan's immortals asked. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan waved his hand. It was fine indeed, this was just his disguise. Fang clan's Gu immortals heard his reply and their anger subsided by more than half. Next, Fang Yuan took action again and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. Chapter 1535. Thanks to Fang Yuan's outstanding performance, the last 2 immemorial soul beasts in the periphery of Divine Bean Palace were taken away by Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, after losing 2 immemorial soul beasts, 2 new ones appeared in the blink of an eye. One had the body of a bull and the tail of a leopard, the other was a giant with 1 eye and 2 hands. This Swan Bujin is indeed a wisdom path Gu immortal. Our Fang clan has been scheming for generations, but now that we have yet to obtain Divine Bean Palace, this outsider has gained a huge advantage. Not only did he obtain a rank 7 immortal Gu of our clan, he even subdued 2 immemorial soul beasts. He has rank 8 battle strength. Fang clan's Gu immortals had different expressions. Fang Yuan's gains were too great. Even 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng was feeling uneasy. Others were also feeling jealous. However, this was also human nature. Fang clan contributed the most, but so far it was Fang Yuan the outsider who had gained the most. Fang clan was still contributing. It was no wonder that Fang clan's Gu immortals felt uneasy. This Swan Bujin is amazing, he actually has a method to subdue immemorial soul beasts. However, it is not strange that he could move unhindered in Green Ghost Desert and subdue many soul beasts, forming a soul beast army. But, why does he want Great Thief Immortal Gu? Could it be that he possesses the inheritance of the Tao of Theft? This Great Thief Immortal Gu is one of the core Immortal Gu of Theft path. It was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable himself. My Fang clan's ancestor obtained it in an accident from a loose immortal who sought refuge with us. Do you think it is so easy to obtain my Fang clan's things? How can we rest until we squeeze out this Swan Bujin's labor? Fang clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Fang Dichang pondered. He was about to speak when he saw that after subduing the 2 immemorial soul beasts, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was heavily injured and needed to recuperate. Friend Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang called out. Fang Yuan did not speak. How are your injuries? Fang Dichang's eyes shined with cold light. Fang Yuan was silent. It seems that Swan Bujin's injuries are very severe. How about I heal you? Fang Dichang continued. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a hoarse and exhausted voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I can suppress these two immemorial soul beasts." The most important thing now was to attack Divine Bean Palace. The changes in God Bean Palace were obvious and it was trying to stall for time. If fellow Immortal continues to drag this out, I'm afraid something might happen. Since you are already in our Peach Blossom Maze, there is nothing to be afraid of. A Fang Clan Gu Immortal said in disdain. Fang Dichang's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. The Swan Bujin is so thick-skinned. I originally wanted to order him to attack Divine Bean Palace to probe the danger, but I didn't expect him to behave like this. What a pity, there was no treaty in the alliance to force him to submit. At this moment he had to focus on the bigger picture. This Divine Bean Palace is the goal of my clan for generations. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Even though Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he could only swallow his anger. He continued to give orders as the three Immortal Gu houses expended a large amount of immortal essence again. Countless flower petals fluttered like a storm. In the rain of flowers, a large number of flowery wind warriors formed and were controlled by Fang Clan's Gu Immortals to attack Divine Bean Palace. Go, it is time for you to show your loyalty. Inside Divine Bean Palace, Qin Yi had a cold expression as he ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The latter two looked at each other with worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine had an ugly expression. With our abilities, we will be courting death if we go out and fight. Lord Qin Yi, please reconsider. Qin Yi chuckled with a cold gaze. If you disobey my orders, you will die immediately. If you go out and resist, I will still have reinforcements and a trace of hope. As long as you stall for time and let me subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast, I will reward you greatly. You know who I am and I don't want to lie to you. I will give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Qin Yi was very domineering. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine could only accept the orders bitterly. They left Divine Bean Palace and faced the flowery wind warriors. Boom boom boom. Both sides exchanged fire, surrounding the Divine Bean Palace and fighting intensely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortals. They were much more intelligent than immemorial soul beasts. Especially when they had been demonic cultivators for a long time, they had been chased by righteous path forces before, they were very skilled in life-saving techniques. Even though Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were at a disadvantage, they were very resilient, they were able to restrain these flowery wind warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine sustained more and more injuries, the situation became more dangerous. Qin Yi was multitasking. He strengthened Divine Bean Palace while suppressing Qingqiu while watching the battle. He praised inwardly, this move is very profound, it can instill an immortal killer move inside, allowing the Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu House to fully display their unique methods, allowing the Immortal Gu House to be as agile as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Divine Bean Palace shook and shot out 2 profound lights that landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved and quickly entered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine's bodies. The two were shocked. They quickly inspected their bodies but did not find anything wrong. At this time, Fang Clan attacked again. The two had no time to think, they faced the battle head-on. In the battle, the two soon found something different. When they were injured again, profound lights flashed on their bodies. The injuries were immediately transferred away, they did not affect their bodies. This is Divine Bean Palace's method. Immortal Killer Move Graftwood, go ahead and use it. Divine Bean Palace will bear the brunt of the damage. At this time, Qin Yi's voice resounded in their ears. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were shocked and joyful. They were happy that they still had value. Qin Yi did not use them as cannon fodder. Now that he was helping them, they could hold on for a longer period of time. They were shocked that Qin Yi had only been in Divine Bean Palace for a short period of time, but he could already control Divine Bean Palace and use a second method. It was clear that Divine Bean Palace was gradually falling into his control. Fang Dichang quickly sensed this change. No matter what killer move Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine received, profound lights flashed on their bodies, they were unscathed. What killer move is this? It is so profound. Not just offensive moves, even some time path and space path supplementary killer moves cannot affect them. Fang Dichang's suspicions intensified. He suddenly ordered Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, "Go and use killer moves to heal those two." Fang Clan's Gu Immortals were dazed. How could they help the enemy? But Fang Dichang had high prestige. No one objected. They immediately started to move. Healing methods were used on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, but they were useless. Oh, it seems that this Fang Clan Gu Immortal who is commanding the battle is a capable person. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately saw that Fang Dichang was purposely probing the power of Graftwood killer move. Even healing killer moves are useless. Fang Dichang immediately used his method. After deducing for a while, he ordered, "Ignore these two, attack Divine Bean Palace with all your strength." The Immortals obeyed. The Flowery Wind Warriors self-detonated one after another. A large number of offensive killer moves with extraordinary power and mystical effects landed on Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Even though the core was not shaken, a large number of mortal goo were lost. Chen Yi nodded inwardly. Fang Dichang's plan was very wise. He had already deduced the relationship between Old Ghost by June Eagle Concubine and Divine Bean Palace. When attacking these two Gu Immortals, any killer move could be dodged or blocked, but Divine Bean Palace did not move, it could only endure the attacks. Furthermore, Fang Clan's killer moves could be amplified by Peach Blossom Maze as long as they were used by the Flowery Wind Warriors. If not for this, Divine Bean Palace would not have been shaken so easily. Chen Yi frowned slightly. He could only influence Divine Bean Palace, he could not control it. In fact, in some aspects he was inferior to Qingqiu. Qingqiu could also influence Divine Bean Palace and move this immortal Gu house. But now that this authority was taken by Qingqiu, Chen Yi could not move Divine Bean Palace, it could only stay on the spot. Chen Yi could kill Qingqiu and obtain this authority. He would be able to make Divine Bean Palace fly. But this way, Qingqiu would not be able to live. It would greatly affect Chen Yi's future cultivation plans. Thus, Chen Yi was trying to force Qingqiu to surrender. If he succeeded, not only would Qingqiu work for him, it would also be able to control Divine Bean Palace and move around. It would no longer be in a passive position. Fang Clan changed their tactics and gained the upper hand. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine became people that no one paid attention to. These two had their own intentions. They were forced by Chen Yi. Now that Fang Clan's Gu Immortals did not pay attention to them, they were happy to see this. Thus, they conserved their strength and did not attack with full force. Divine Bean Palace endured Fang Clan's bombardment for half a cup of tea's time. Chen Yi's brows suddenly relaxed. During this period of time, he had a deeper understanding of Divine Bean Palace. He could use another method. It is a pity it is not a defensive method, but this move can change the situation. Chen Yi thought. Immortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. At the next moment, Divine Bean Palace shook fiercely. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed into jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble. Amidst a series of explosions, only a few of the Flowery Wind Warriors managed to escape. The rest were all killed. This killer move. Fang Dichang's gaze focused, his expression was unprecedentedly grim. This spring lightning not only destroyed the Flowery Wind Warriors, it also landed on the ground and in the air, destroying countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from the immortal battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Normally speaking, if they were destroyed, Peach Blossom Maze killer move could quickly restore them. But the areas that were destroyed by these spring lightning bolts turned into green grass. Moreover, the pine and cypress trees replaced the peach forest, their roots deeply embedded into the ground. Every time a spring thunder exploded, a pine and cypress tree would grow, and gradually, a sparse forest was formed. Even though this small forest could not compare to Peach Blossom Maze, it was like a reef by the sea, stubbornly resisting Peach Blossom Maze's restoration. Chapter 1536. Such a powerful killer move. There is life in death, there is death in life, it combines destruction and rebirth. Peach Blossom Maze is my Fang Clan's trump card. It was actually corroded by this move. If it continues, the entire battlefield killer move will be unraveled. Fang Dichang was internally shocked. Once this battlefield killer move was unraveled, the three immortal Gu houses would suffer backlash and be heavily injured. Fang Dichang was very confident in Peach Blossom Maze's power, but now he saw the possibility of it being unraveled. As expected of the rank 8 immortal Gu house Divine Bean Palace. Fang Dichang sighed. He became even more determined to obtain Divine Bean Palace. The stronger Divine Bean Palace was, the greater the fighting spirit of Fang Clan's Gu immortals. Then let's use the third transformation. Fang Dichang willed and ordered. Fang Clan's Gu immortals obeyed. They made the remaining flowery wind warriors self-detonate. In the entire peach blossom maze, flower petals fell and vanished, the green leaves turned brown and yellow, the branches became bare again. The only difference was that the tips of these branches were starting to form red peaches. Myriad life spring lightning landed on these peach blossom trees, most of the power was absorbed by them and turned into nutrients, turning into red peaches. Oh, this moves transformation. Qin Yi's eyes flashed, myriad life spring lightning's attacks slowed down. Soon he realized something. It turned out that this peach blossom maze's third transformation was to absorb and store most of the myriad life spring lightning, not letting it unleash its offensive power. Even though it could not be neutralized, it would not let the myriad life spring lightning take effect immediately. This was a delaying method, but it was very effective in the current situation. Because the peach blossom forest was huge, it was very difficult to store the fruits, especially when Qin Yi was distracted and could not use his full strength. After Fang Clan used this move, they purposely stalled, causing myriad life spring lightning's effect to be greatly reduced. Qin Yi could only use 3 methods to influence Divine Bean Palace: Green Armor Vegetable Garden, Graft Wood, and Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Now that these 3 methods were neutralized by Fang Clan, Qin Yi was at his wit's end. Oh no. Qingqiu is still resisting. I need to strengthen its influence and obtain the 4th method of Divine Bean Palace. It will take a long time. Fang Clan will definitely strengthen their offensive. They won't give me such a chance. Qin Yi's heart tightened. He was in a tight spot. He had to multitask now. On one hand he had to suppress Qingqiu, on the other hand he had to control Divine Bean Palace, and on the other hand he had to fight Fang Clan. He was inside Divine Bean Palace and could not attack freely. Many of his methods were interfering with this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Because of this, all of his abilities were actually implicated. Fang Clan seized the opportunity to attack. Peach Blossom Maze could no longer produce flowery romantic warriors at this time. For safety's sake, Fang Dichang did not send his Fang Clan Gu immortals to fight. He directly summoned the 3 immortal Gu houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace from 3 directions. Boom boom boom. 3 immortal Gu houses floated in the air, attacking Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Mortal Gu continued to be lost. Soon immortal Gu were injured. At this point, Fang Dichang finally revealed his true intentions. The 3 immortal Gu houses in Peach Blossom Maze moved out and attacked fiercely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were so scared that their faces turned pale, not daring to resist. Qin Yi knew their thoughts. He sent them back into Divine Bean Palace. These 2 could not block the attacks of 3 immortal Gu houses with their weak bodies. There was no value in sacrificing them now. It was better to keep them in the palace. When Divine Bean Palace's entrance is broken and those Fang Clan Gu immortals come in, they could block them for a while. What Qin Yi needed the most now was time. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely control Divine Bean Palace and force Qingqiu to surrender, turning the situation around. If it was an ordinary opponent, they might have fallen into Qin Yi's trap. But Qin Yi was facing Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichang. He had already seen through Qin Yi's plan and attacked with all his strength. Qin Yi sighed bitterly in his heart. Even though he had held on for so long, Fang Clan's leader had sharp eyes. His plan had become much more difficult. But even at this stage, this first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect was not dejected. He still persisted in his plan. Because he still had one move to use. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Qin Yi's eyes opened wide, his body burst out with a towering aura. Dense green smoke rose from his head and shoulders. As the green smoke rose, a huge Karma Divine Tree condensed above Qin Yi's head. Around this tree, the whole of Divine Bean Palace started to shake. It seemed to be welcoming Qin Yi's arrival. At the same time, Qin Yi's speed in affecting Divine Bean Palace rose rapidly. The pressure on Qingqiu became even greater. Qingqiu felt a strong sense of danger. It looked up and saw that Karma Divine Tree was emitting a terrifying aura, especially when it saw a huge evil fruit growing on its branches and leaves. This evil fruit was covered in black smoke. It slowly turned into Qingqiu's form. Qingqiu's original form had a trace of the wonders of the Karma Divine Tree. Thus, when it looked at it, it had an intuition. Once the black smoke on the evil karma stopped circulating and turned into its complete form, then it would be the moment it would be completely subdued by Qin Yi. How could this work? How could this work? Roar. Qingqiu roared angrily. Its head, which was originally on the verge of death and was pressed tightly against the ground, was raised high at this moment. Its four legs supported its heavy body, the snake scales on its neck stood up, its human hair danced wildly, its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Qin Yi angrily. It opened its mouth, its tongue was broken, it roared like a tsunami. Amazing. This Qing Chou is indeed a legendary soul beast. It had been feigning weakness earlier and gathering its strength. Now that I used Karma Divine Tree, it had no choice but to erupt with strength. Qin Yi was shocked. This Qing Chou still had strength left, it was still plotting to turn the situation around. Qin Yi quickly strengthened his suppression. Qing Chou's body shook, its limbs bent, its mountain-like tortoise shell had just risen up when it sank back down. But soon Qing Chou's body also emitted the aura of countless goo worms. It used an immortal killer move. It was formed from a human's remnant soul. It naturally knew how to cultivate and use immortal killer moves. Earlier, against Fang Yuan, it had lost most of its rationality, it was in a frenzy and violent state, its tactics were not suitable. But now, against Qin Yi, its rationality took over, it could make the most appropriate response. Qing Chou resisted stubbornly. Qin Yi breathed in deeply, his face turned green and green, he gritted his teeth, his upper body was trembling as he activated Karma Divine Tree. The Karma Divine Tree in the sky above his head grew even larger. Qing Chou felt immense pressure, it growled as it used its second immortal killer move, continuing to resist stubbornly. Like this, the two continued to exert strength, but they were still in a deadlock, their remaining strength was gradually being used up. You want to enslave me, dream on. Qing Chou breathed in deeply, it used all of its strength to use its final method. With the rank 8 soul beast token as the core, a mystical ripple spread out. This killer move's name was unknown, but the ripple went out of Divine Bean Palace, before passing through Peach Blossom Maze and spreading towards the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The ripple was extremely fast, in a few blinks of an eye, it covered the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The Green Ghost Desert fell silent, and then the entire desert began to tremble. Following this, the Tao runes of the Soul Path were summoned. The runes lit up the entire Blue Demon Desert. Roar, roar, roar. Next, countless soul beasts were summoned, they came to reinforce Qing Chou. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Oh no, what killer move is this? The whole of Green Ghost Desert has been affected. Green Ghost Desert has countless soul beasts, it is impossible to count. But they were all affected by this move, they came here. Peach Blossom Maze is a battlefield killer move, it should have isolated the inner net, but it could not block this move. At once, Fang Clan's morale fell, they were panicking. I know. Fang Di Chang expended his lifespan to make deductions, he soon opened his eyes. That immemorial soul beast in Divine Bean Palace is formed from the fusion of Qing Clan's remnant souls. It is not simple, it has human intelligence, it is a legendary immemorial soul beast. And this Green Ghost Desert's origin is that when Qing Clan's Gu Immortals were slaughtered by spectral soul demon Venerable, the soul path Tao marks were carved here, forming this strange and dangerous land. If Green Ghost Desert is half a battlefield killer move, then this legendary immemorial soul beast is the owner of this move. Right now, it was using all of the soul path Tao marks in the entire Green Ghost Desert to form this unprecedented and terrifying move. By then, not only will countless soul beasts attack us, Peach Blossom Maze will also be corroded by these soul path Tao marks, it will eventually collapse. Fang Di Chang was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. He deduced and found out the truth. He immediately gave the order to attack with full force. Fang Clan was fighting for time. Fang Clan was fighting for time to destroy Divine Bean Palace and kill Qing Chou. They would be able to get rid of this move and obtain victory. Qin Yi had to resist Fang Clan while suppressing Qing Chou. He also had to affect Divine Bean Palace, he was fighting for time. Meanwhile, Qing Chou did not dare to surrender, it resisted with all its might. Its most threatening attack was using Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu as the core, but it did not have a quick effect. At once, the three sides fell into a stalemate. Any side could win or lose. This battle for Divine Bean Palace had finally reached its most crucial moment. Who would be the biggest winner? Boom. With a loud explosion, the entrance of Divine Bean Palace was destroyed by Fang Clan. Charge in. The opportunity to fight was fleeting, Fang Di Chang shouted uncontrollably. Several Fang Clan rank 7 experts entered one after another. Once they entered the hall, they were slightly stunned. Qin Yi Old Ghost by June Eagle Concubine, and Qing Chou were all exposed, their relationship was quite complicated. Especially that Chen Yi, he was brimming with rank 8 aura, it was very shocking. Chen Yi laughed heartily, he looked at the Fang clan vanguards with disdain. You are here to die. Fang Dichang was at the back, he saw through Chen Yi's bluff, he sneered and ordered, kill. This person is distracted, his battle strength is being dragged down. Fang clan's Gu immortals charged forward. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them. Fang clan had more Gu immortals, a portion of them still charged at Chen Yi. They had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Die obediently. With Fang Hua Sheng at the lead, several Fang clan Gu immortals used their strongest moves. Chapter 1537. Boom boom boom. Fang clan's rank 7 Gu immortal experts used their abilities to attack Chen Yi's body. At once, thunder rumbled endlessly, the intense light illuminated the whole of Divine Bean Palace's main hall. As the air currents rumbled, Chen Yi stood proudly on the spot, unmoving. His whole body was covered in layers of light spots, it was thick and ancient like the bark of an old tree. The combined attacks of Fang clan's Gu immortals were blocked by this layer of tree bark, they could not break through. What defensive method is this? Not only did the rank 7 Gu immortals of Fang clan suck in a breath of cold air, even Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk. This person is not just a rank 8 Gu immortal, he is also an expert among rank 8s. Let's do it again. Fang clan's Gu immortals were not discouraged, Fang Huaxing shouted as he led the attack. Boom boom boom. Fang clan's Gu immortals attacked again, Chen Yi could not move or dodge, he was hit by all of their attacks. As the blinding light faded, the layer of tree bark around his body was still there, it seemed to have gotten thicker. Fang Dichang's gaze flickered intensely, he finally recognized Chen Yi. So it is Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, Chen Yi. It is not surprising that he has such a defensive method. Chen Yi, the first Supreme Elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Fang clan's Gu immortals were active in Western Desert, but they had some information about the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. Hearing that Fang Dichang recognized Chen Yi's identity, Fang clan's Gu immortals' hearts sank. Pressure. A person's shadow was like a tree's bark. Just the title of Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder was enough to make Fang clan's Gu immortals feel discouraged. Divine Bean Palace belongs to Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Your Fang clan wants to forcefully seize it. You are truly looking down on Central Continent. Chen Yi said nonchalantly. Fang clan's rank 7 Gu immortals looked at each other, they were stunned by his demeanor. Humph, since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert, it means that this house belongs to Western Desert. You're just a junior. What right do you have to change your Grandmaster's decision? Fang Dichang sneered, in terms of eloquence, as a wisdom path great Grandmaster, he would not lose easily in this aspect. Chen Yi laughed. It's useless. My defensive killer move is called Thickwood Body Armor. The more I attack it, the stronger its defense. The first time I use it, its power will be the weakest. Unless you can break through this move, every attack will only increase its power. Chen Yi continued to speak, it seemed like he was exposing his trump card, but he was actually using sharp words to shake the Fang clan Gu immortals' will to fight. Right at this moment a sudden change occurred. An old and hoarse voice suddenly rang out, then let my husband give it a try. Just as he said that, a rank 7 Gu immortal took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Chen Yi. His appearance suddenly changed, from a young rank 7 Gu immortal, he turned into a majestic old man with a white beard that resembled a lion's mane. The old man's muscles bulged like rocks. He clenched his fist, which was the size of an earthenware bowl, and punched Chen Yi's face. A fist filled Chen Yi's vision. Before the attack even landed, Chen Yi's heart was pounding, he felt an unparalleled strength path Dao Mark charge towards him along with this fist. Chen Yi's expression changed. He could not dodge this punch, he could only endure it. The fist landed on Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi immediately felt a terrifying force, it was like a mountain had crashed into his face. In an instant he was sent flying like a cannonball by the old man. With a loud sound he flew out like lightning, crashing into the wall of Divine Bean Palace, but he did not fall, he was embedded into the wall. Chen Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding, his entire head was almost smashed by this punch, his skull was definitely cracked. But Chen Yi quickly used Jade Light to heal himself. As for his defensive killer move, crushing Thickwood Foundation, it was directly shattered by this old man's punch. Fang Gong, as Fang clan's first Supreme Elder with rank 8 cultivation level, You actually sneak attacked in disguise. To think that you would do such a thing. Qin Yi bellowed, the anger in his eyes shooting out like flames. He exposed the mysterious old man's identity. He was actually Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong. This Fang Gong cultivates strength path after all. He is an extremely rare rank 8 strength path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. This person concealed himself so deeply, he had been with the group all along. Fang clan is too determined this time. They even mobilized a rank 8 existence to participate in this expedition. The 2 rounds of attacks from the rank 7 Gu immortals earlier were all feints. The goal was to pave the way for Fang Gong. This is probably Fang Dichang's plan. Fang Yuan had been watching the battle. He was very shocked. Fang Gong was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, first supreme elder. He hid his identity and sneak attacked. This was like a government official stealing chickens and dogs. He was completely shameless. If news of this spread, the righteous path's reputation would be ruined. However, it was also because of this that Fang Gong suddenly launched a sneak attack, instantly defeating Qin Yi and changing the course of the battle. The results were excellent. The deadlock between the 3 sides immediately broke down. Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong, forced back Qin Yi. Fang clan gained the upper hand and started to control the situation. Qin Yi was schemed against and was forced back. His accumulation of Divine Bean Palace was mostly used up. He was in a terrible state. Because of his scheme, he suffered an unprecedented loss. But he still had a chance and hope. His injuries were not severe. Even though Qin Yi's defensive method was broken, he had used Graftwood earlier to protect Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. He naturally left this method for himself. Thus, all of Qin Yi's injuries were taken by Divine Bean Palace. Crack crack. Divine Bean Palace took the brunt of Fang Gong's attack in place of Qin Yi. Cracks started to appear on the walls of the hall. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the pillars. Crack crack. Several pillars were covered in cracks as they broke into a pile of goo worm corpses. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He thought, Fang Gong must have used his full strength to attack. Even though that punch looked ordinary and powerless, the power was actually restrained to the limit. That was why Qin Yi's defensive method was broken. The remaining power was still able to cause such huge damage to Divine Bean Palace. Next, Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course this is also because the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace did not activate any defensive method. It was attacked passively. It is also an internal conflict. That is why it is in such a terrible state. Roar. Following the collapse of Divine Bean Palace's pillars, Qing Chao's roars echoed. Divine Bean Palace was heavily damaged. The force that was suppressing it weakened. Qing Chou was one of the beneficiaries. It raised its head and raised its limbs, dissipating the countless spear lights that pierced its body. It showed its might again. Noisy. Fang Gong frowned as he pounced at Qing Chou. Qing Chou roared as it charged at Fang Gong. Boom. Both sides clashed head-on, and Qing Chou howled in pain. Its mountain-like body was actually sent flying by Fang Gong, who was as small as an ant. Fang Gong landed on the ground as he snorted coldly, rubbing his fist before pouncing again. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial soul beast, but it lost to Fang Gong in close combat. It was at a complete disadvantage. Who is the immemorial desolate beast here? Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Qin Yi furrowed his brows and thought to himself, Fang Gong is fearsome and powerful. I can't let him turn the upper hand and advantage into control of the situation. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Take one of my moves as well. Qin Yi joined the battle to reinforce Qing Chou. Fang Gong was suppressing Qing Chou, but because of Qin Yi's interference, his advantage was gone. If Qin Yi and Qing Chou worked together, Fang Gong would not be their match, but the two had hatred between them. They had to work together. Fang Gong cultivates strength path. He restrains his strength. He has a huge advantage here. But here, I can use 60% of my methods. Qin Yi felt a bitter feeling. He could not describe it. Divine Bean Palace was something that all 3 sides needed. Thus, in this chaotic battle of rank 8s, the participants restrained their attacks. They did not use their killer moves that had a large area of effect. The 3 rank 8s were fighting inside Divine Bean Palace. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals had already retreated. Staying here was courting death. There was a huge difference between rank 7 and rank 8. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals could not even break Qin Yi's defensive methods. This showed how powerful they were. But even though these Fang Clan Gu Immortals retreated, they did not return to Fang Clan's 3 Immortal Gu houses. They fought inside Peach Blossom Maze. On one hand, they were fighting Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. On the other hand, A large number of soul beasts had already entered Peach Blossom Maze battlefield. They had to be eliminated quickly. This is bad. Fang Dichang's expression was terrible. Green ghost desert's Dao marks are seeping in. Peach Blossom Maze battlefield has already been corroded. It cannot last for long. Countless soul beasts are coming here. They cannot be killed, all of them. First Supreme Elder is obstructed. He cannot end the battle. What should we do? Even though Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. He could not solve this problem. Sure enough, as time passed, Fang Dichang's prediction was proven right. Peach Blossom Maze was getting weaker. Some areas even had holes. The desert outside could be seen. This was a terrifying scene. Outside Peach Blossom Maze, there were countless soul beasts. They were all summoned by Soul Beast Token. Countless of them had already gathered, forming an ocean-like scale. At every moment, large numbers of soul beasts infiltrated Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals could not kill them all. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine felt much less pressure because of this. They worked together and did not dare to leave rashly. They could only protect themselves and hide. The crucial thing now is Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and stood up. He could see the situation clearly. Inside Divine Bean Palace, the 3 rank 8 existences were still fighting. But Qing Cho was roaring, Fang Gong was solemn, and Qin Yi was bitter. Their expressions were unsightly. Because even if they restrained themselves, their attacks would affect the whole of Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house would be mostly destroyed. If Divine Bean Palace was destroyed, what was the point of fighting? It was all for Divine Bean Palace. The ironic thing was, in this battle for Divine Bean Palace, they were the culprits that destroyed it. I can help your Fang clan obtain this house. Right at this time, Fang Yuan spoke to Fang Dichang. Chapter 1538. Fang Dichang was stunned. Fang Yuan was disguised as Swan Bujin, but he was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. How could he solve this problem? But soon, Fang Dichang reacted and laughed heartily. Just tell me, what request do I have for you to help me with? He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster after all. Whether or not Fang Yuan had a way, he had to try. And Fang Yuan purposely said this to negotiate. Fang Yuan also smiled. The situation is urgent now. We cannot talk in detail. However, Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If I can help Fang clan obtain it, what kind of reward can match my contribution? Fang Dichang did not hesitate. He solemnly bowed to Fang Yuan and said sincerely, I can guarantee with my reputation that Fang clan will definitely give you a reward worthy of your contribution. Good. Then let's set an alliance agreement. According to my contribution, I will be rewarded in the future. Fang Yuan clapped. Both sides immediately set an alliance agreement. Please open inquiry doc and let me take action personally. Fang Yuan said again. Fang Dichang was surprised. He thought that Fang Yuan had found some flaw. After all, Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. To think that he wanted to take action personally. Forget about it, he had to leave the Immortal Gu house inquiry doc. Once he left, it would not be safe outside. Especially inside Divine Bean Palace, the 3 rank 8 existences were fighting intensely. The rank 7 Gu Immortals were very different. They might die from the shockwaves of the battle. Fang Dichang hesitated. It is not safe for you to take action personally. Why don't I use Peach Blossom Maze Killer move to summon Flowery Wind Warrior? You can use this move to display your talent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have to take action personally for this move. Don't worry, I will not do anything that is detrimental to Fang clan. Fang Dichang was not worried about this. After all, be it the previous alliance agreement or the newly set alliance agreement, there were relevant rules. Once Fang Yuan did something that went against the interests of the Fang clan, it would be considered a breach of contract and he would be severely punished. But since Fang Yuan said so, Fang Dichang could not stop him. He immediately opened inquiry doc. Fang Yuan soared into the sky and arrived at the Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Dichang watched Fang Yuan's movements without blinking. He wanted to see what methods Fang Yuan had to help Fang clan obtain Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace. At the next moment, Fang Dichang's eyes widened. It turned out that Fang Yuan had barged into the Divine Bean Palace. Is he courting death? At once, Fang clan's Gu Immortals only had this thought in their minds. But this time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Yama. He activated the Immortal Killer Move that he had created in Inquiry Doc not long ago. Once he used this move, the layer of silk undergarments on the surface of his soul shone with a profound light. Along with this layer of light, the outer layer of the soul was affected, which was the ghost official outfit. The ghost official garment expanded rapidly and spread to Fang Yuan's body, instantly turning into a yellowish-brown imperial robe with some traces of green. Wide sleeves, a jade belt around the waist, the robe seemed to be embroidered with all sorts of ghosts and monsters using golden threads. There was also a crown on his head with beaded curtains hanging down from the front and back. Once he used this move, Fang Yuan's aura changed completely, he became eerie and unfathomable. What is this person doing? Chen Yi squinted with cold light flickering in his eyes. That rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal? Fang Gong recognized him but did not understand. The two were vigilant and did not attack casually. Fang Gong had received Fang Dichang's notice. While Chen Yi did not make a move, he wanted to observe the situation. After all, if he attacked casually, Fang Gong would seize the opportunity. Fang Yuan entered Divine Being Palace. The 3 rank 8 existences had been fighting, their battle strength and mental energy were greatly expended. Chen Yi did not attack. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He increased his speed and charged towards Qingqiu. Seeing that Fang Yuan had such a clear goal, Chen Yi and Fang Gong's attacks slowed down. What is he trying to do? Fang Clan's Gu Immortals were all looking at Fang Yuan. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal is approaching a legendary immemorial soul beast. This. Seeing that Fang Yuan was acting so rashly, many Fang Clan Gu Immortals did not know what to say. Qingqiu roared. It charged at Fang Gong. Qingqiu roared again. It charged at Chen Yi. Fang Yuan directly came to its side, but it didn't pay any attention to him, it didn't even sense him. This was the effect of Yama. This move was very special because its core was the immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. All along, Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment had not been effective because it did not coordinate with Fang Yuan's other methods. Qingqiu could discover Fang Yuan earlier because Fang Yuan used a killer move to fight. This was Fang Yuan exposing himself. But it was different now. Fang Yuan had Theft Path Great Grandmaster Attainment level. Even though he could not comprehend the profundities of ghostly concealment, he had enough ability to make good use of this rank 9 killer move. Yama was one of the results of Fang Yuan's deductions. It combined ghostly concealment and ghost official garment. They were indistinguishable and did not conflict with each other. After Fang Yuan used Yama, no matter what he did, Qingqiu could not discover him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on Qingqiu's tortoise shell, be it Fang Clan or the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, they were stunned. What is going on? He came to Qingqiu's side so easily. This Qingqiu is a great legendary immemorial beast. It has an immortal aperture and can cultivate. Many Fang Clan Gu Immortals were stunned. But what Fang Yuan was about to do next almost made these Fang Clan Gu Immortals' eyeballs explode. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan stood on Qingqiu's back, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed at it. He was only rank 7, he dared to provoke a rank 8 existence like this. Many Fang Clan Gu Immortals had these two thoughts. One was this person courting death? The other was, even though he was rash, they had to admire his courage. Qingqiu roared. It pounced at Fang Gong. Fang Gong, again? Qingqiu roared. It charged at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, you idiot, there's someone on your back. Chen Yi felt that something was amiss. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, he had been acting strangely. Thus he reminded Qingqiu. Qingqiu was still rational. It was about to turn around when Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was activated. A huge black eerie hand entered Qingqiu's body. Qingqiu turned around and looked at its back. Fang Yuan was there, but it could not see him. Next, it roared angrily. It pounced at Chen Yi with anger of being deceived. Chen Yi was also furious. He shouted, "You idiot, stop!" Fang Gong was also moved. He thought, this Swan Bujin's method is incredible. He is right in front of me, but Qingqiu cannot sense him at all. What method is this? Also, he is on Qingqiu's back. It is not simple. What is he trying to do? At the next moment, Fang Gong's question was answered. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He pulled out the ghost hand that entered Qingqiu's body. When that ghost hand flew out, it opened its fingers like a fan. This time, it came back even faster. Its fingers were clenched as if it was grabbing something. Success. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept the ghost hand inside. Qingqiu's mountain-like body suddenly shook and cracks appeared all over its body. The edges of its turtle shell even shattered into countless pieces and collapsed on the spot. It was a soul beast. It could not spit out blood, but this scene showed that it was heavily injured. Fury. Cho roared at the sky with all its might. The angry sound waves shook the entire Divine Bean Palace. For a moment the entire Divine Bean Palace shook. What is going on? What did Swan Bujin do? This guy seems to have taken something away. Fang Gong and Chen Yi were bewildered. Chen Yi squinted, he wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but Fang Gong shielded him and blocked him. Boom. At the next moment, Qing Chao's entire body crashed over. Fang Gong and Chen Yi quickly dodged. Qing Chao roared, "Who is it? You two, which one of you stole my soul beast command?" What? Hearing Qing Chao's roar, the Gu immortals present were all shaken. He actually has such a method to steal the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. No wonder he asked for Great Thief Immortal Gu earlier, such a method. Fang Dichang's eyes were wide open, he was filled with shock. This person is not simple, he concealed himself so deeply. Qing Chou has an immortal aperture, he can actually steal Immortal Gu and rank 8 at that. At once, Shen Yi thought of a famous person in history, that was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Did this person obtain a Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Chen Yi thought as he shouted, "Qing Chou, you idiot, I already reminded you that there is someone on your back. We did not steal it, it is that guy, he is at the palace entrance." Qing Chou turned around and saw that Fang Yuan had flown to the palace entrance, but Qing Chou could not see him. Qing Chou used an investigative immortal killer move, but it could not find him either. The investigative killer move found Fang Yuan, but in Qing Chou's perception there was nothing. Qing Chou became even more furious this time, it targeted Chen Yi as it roared, "You idiot, it must be you. You idiot." Chen Yi was furious and aggrieved, he retaliated. Both sides exchanged blows, the battle escalated. Fang Gong saw something amiss, the three sides had restrained themselves earlier, but now that Qing Chou lost a rank 8 Immortal Gu, it was going crazy, it was filled with anger, how could it control itself? Fang Gong tried to persuade it, but how could he? Not only was he unable to persuade it, Chen Yi was not willing to face Qing Chou's anger alone, he flew to its side. Thus, Fang Gong was implicated as well, the three rank 8 existences fought again. But this time was different, the three sides did not hold back, they used their killer moves. Chapter 1539. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A black ghost hand the size of a cattail leaf fan was dancing randomly in the air. Its 5 fingers were clenched, but the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token was struggling, trying to fly out. The dark eerie ghost hand was being attacked by this Soul Beast token, the ghost hand was protruding, its 5 fingers were trembling, it was about to lose its grip. However, even if Soul Beast token escaped the ghost hand's restriction, it could not escape from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It could only be said to have escaped from a small cage to a large cage. Fang Yuan thought to himself, this immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core, with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu as supplementary. Thus, even rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token can be forcefully stolen. But, this move cannot last long, it does not have a ceiling effect on Immortal Gu. I'll have to work hard to make this Soul Beast token my own. As he thought, Great Thief Ghost Hand was getting more and more desperate, Soul Beast token Immortal Gu was about to break free and escape. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already arrived at his destination with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was originally used by Fang Yuan to seal his immortal zombie body, it was targeted at Providence. But now, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was occupied by his split soul, he had become a rank 6 time path clone, he could not use Heaven Sealing Mountain anymore. Go. Under Fang Yuan's control, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven Sealing Mountain, entering the Gu formation. Fang Yuan activated the Gu formation, Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped shaking, Soul Beast token Immortal Gu was temporarily suppressed, even though it was still struggling, it was much weaker than before. Suppressing Soul Beast token like this is not a long-term solution. The urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu as soon as possible. Fang Yuan thought of this, he did not slow down after leaving Divine Bean Palace, he left through the loophole of Peach Blossom Maze, leaving this battlefield. He left just like that? Fang Yuan's actions made many Gu immortals very surprised. Chen Yi gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Not only was he being targeted by Qing Chou, he was also being harassed by Fang Gong. Such decisiveness. Fang Dichang praised leisurely as he looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure, deeply moved. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he immediately encountered countless soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was huge and they covered the sky and earth. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. However, he quickly changed his mind and restrained himself. He didn't slaughter them and hunt for soul cores on a large scale. What he needed to do now was to quickly refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. As for that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, let the three of them fight for it. Fang Yuan had a very clear understanding of himself. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fang Yuan could only fight rank 8s and had rank 8 battle strength. If he joined the three rank 8s now and fought for Divine Bean Palace with them, there was little hope. There were too many variables. Once he exposed his Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his identity would also be exposed, and it might even lead to Fang Clan's counterattack. This was not worth it for Fang Yuan. Because he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang Clan and use Green Ghost Desert to help his soul path cultivation. His alliance agreement with Fang Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to resolve this alliance agreement, he needed time to prepare. Even though Soul Beast token was taken by Fang Yuan, Green Ghost Desert's Soul Path Dao marks were still corroding Fang Clan's Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. Surrounding the battlefield, there were still a vast number of soul beasts gathered here. Fang Yuan easily left this place. Because he had the killer move Yama, he could make full use of ghostly concealment. Even Qing Chou could not find him, not to mention other soul beasts. He flew rapidly without hesitation. After flying out of Green Ghost Desert, he confirmed that it was safe and there was no one around. He stopped and landed in an ordinary desert. Fang Yuan went deep underground and set up a temporary Gu formation, carefully erasing his aura and traces. After doing all this, he started to focus on dealing with the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token was refined by Qing Chou. It was filled with Qing Chou's will. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine it. This was the most basic part of Gu refinement, solo refinement. It was to refine an existing Gu worm. The essence of this solo refinement was to use one's own will to replace the Gu worm's original will. Gu masters used primeval essence to refine mortal Gu because it was unique to them, they had their own will. Gu immortals used immortal essence to refine immortal Gu, it was the same logic. Wild Gu worms contained wild wills, they were untamable and hard to refine. But man was the spirit of all living beings. If he snatched someone else's immortal Gu, the difficulty of the Gu refinement would be even higher. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time an inquiry dock, he was not unprepared now. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Affection and Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love. Fang Yuan first took out these two Immortal Gu. He first activated Self-Love Immortal Gu on Soul Beast token. Qing Chou's will in Soul Beast token was immediately affected, it started to love itself. No matter what Fang Yuan did, this will would not take the risk and detonate Soul Beast token. Next, Fang Yuan activated Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into it. The two different wills came into contact with each other and instantly began to fight. Love was not a will that was good at attacking. It was quickly destroyed by Qing Chou's will, unable to form an army. But there were still a few bits of love scattered in the Gu Insect Soul Beast token, and they hadn't been completely wiped out. This was the specialty of affection, it was also the effect of self-love Immortal Gu. But with the passage of time, these remnants of love would gradually be annihilated. Fang Yuan continued to activate Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into Soul Beast token. No matter how much affection entered, it was destroyed by Qing Chou's will, it suffered little damage. Qing Chou's will was inside Soul Beast token Immortal Gu, it was very strong and stubborn. Immortal essence expenditure was intense, but Fang Yuan could endure it. He had ample immortal essence reserves, his immortal aperture development had given him great confidence. After a few minutes, Fang Yuan finally stopped sending affection into Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. There was a lot of affection left inside, even though most of it was destroyed by Qing Chou's will once it entered, the remaining affection was still at its limit, it was impossible to grow any further. Only then did Fang Yuan inject self-will into Soul Beast token. Once self-will entered, Qing Chou's will was enraged, it charged forward like an enraged beast. Compared to this, Qing Chou's will was like a gentle breeze against love will. Fang Yuan's self-will and Qing Chou's will fought. The situation was completely one-sided, Fang Yuan's self-will was utterly defeated, it could not gain a foothold. For example, Soul Beast token was like a camp, it was already the territory of Qing Chou's will. Fang Yuan's self-will was like rushing ashore, it could only inject a small amount each time, it could not spread out, Qing Chou's will destroyed any amount that came. But Fang Yuan ignored it, he continued to inject self-will. His advantage was that he had sufficient immortal essence and an endless supply of self-will. Meanwhile, Qing Chao's will was separated from Qing Chou, it had no origin. 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Fang Yuan's situation was getting better, he gained a foothold and eventually split the world with Qing Chao's will, each occupying half of Soul Beast Token's territory. Qing Chao's will surged intensely, it knew it was not Fang Yuan's match, it wanted to detonate this Soul Beast Token immortal goo. Thankfully, at this time, Fang Yuan's remaining affection will activated, weakening Qing Chao's will's determination. At the same time, Fang Yuan injected fake will to disrupt Qing Chao's will's judgment. Finally, Fang Yuan injected a large amount of self-will in one go, his army surged like a tide, drowning and destroying the remaining Qing Chao's will. I finally refined Soul Beast Token immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, his forehead was covered in sweat. This battle was even more tiring than commanding an army of tens of thousands of men and horses in an unparalleled battle. Looking at the time, 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I have wisdom path methods and a suitable immortal goo, otherwise I would not have been able to refine this goo. Sai, even though I have great thief ghost hand and can use ghostly concealment to recreate a trace of thieving heaven demon venerable's divine might. But in the end it was just a coincidence that he became a monk halfway through. According to rumors, thieving heaven demon venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It targets the will inside the stolen immortal goo and can instantly refine the immortal goo. It is amazing. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, he put away Soul Beast Token and quickly got up, flying towards Green Ghost Desert again. I have Soul Beast Token now, with the killer move 180 slaves I can enslave that Qing Chou. With Qing Chou, I have high hopes of obtaining Divine Bean Palace. After all, it has the greatest influence on Divine Bean Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fang Clan's alliance agreement, I can ensure that I do not die. If I can obtain Divine Bean Palace, it will be a huge gain. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. He was greedy, after obtaining Soul Beast Token, he wanted to seize that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was stopped by a Goo Immortal. Friend, please wait. The one who stopped him was an ordinary-looking female immortal. She had a sweet smile and was brimming with rank 7 aura. What do you want? Fang Yuan willed and slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am He Gu, seeing that you are flying so quickly, you must have a goal in mind. Right now there is a huge change in Green Ghost Desert. I heard it was caused by a huge treasure true inheritance. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to exchange for it with a huge sum of money. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss. It turned out that Fang Clan had caused a huge commotion by snatching Divine Bean Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred up. This could not be concealed. Countless Western Desert Goo immortals sensed it and came over. Fang Yuan spent 3 days and 3 nights refining Soul Beast Token. Many Western Desert Goo immortals had already come. I'm afraid the battle has already ended. If the 3 sides are still fighting intensely, none of them will be able to conceal the battle between rank 8s. How can these Goo immortals not find out? I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Who will obtain Divine Bean Palace? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Note: this book has stopped updating for 100 years. Today's update was an accident. Chapter 1540. So that's it. Fang Yuan immediately contacted Fang Clan's Goo immortals and obtained the information. This battle over Divine Bean Palace had indeed ended. Fang Clan was the one who obtained Divine Bean Palace. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Qin Yi left in defeat. He told Fang Clan to take good care of Divine Bean Palace, he would come back to take it in the future. As for Qing Chou, it also escaped. It had a deep foundation. It did not only have a rank 8 Soul Beast Token, it also had other rank 8 Immortal Goo. Even though Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, among the 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fang Gong was also heavily injured. And Divine Bean Palace, which they obtained, was almost half destroyed. However, after Fang Yuan contacted them, Fang Clan still promised to give Fang Yuan compensation. According to the alliance agreement, the compensation was very high. But Fang Clan's Goo immortals wanted Fang Yuan to wait for a while. Because the commotion this time was too huge, they could not hide it for long. News of Fang Clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace would be deduced soon. At that time, Western Desert's Goo immortal world would be in turmoil. Many super forces would not let Fang Clan obtain this immortal Goo house and become the leader of Western Desert super forces. By then, Fang clan would face pressure from all directions. Thus, Fang clan needed to use this period of peace to raise their strength and recuperate. Especially the Immortal Gu house, they needed to repair it as much as possible. Thus, Fang clan was tight on funds. They asked Fang Yuan to extend the time limit for a few days. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement did not have a strict time limit on the payment. Secondly, Fang Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang clan. The situation was different now. Fang clan offended Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus sect. It was the same as offending the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's Swan Bujin disguise played a huge role in this. He could not escape responsibility. In Fang clan's view, Fang Yuan and they had a common enemy. They were natural allies. On the other hand, the Fang family was under pressure and was wary of the strength that Fang Yuan had displayed. Swan Bujin's identity was a wisdom path Gu immortal who had the method to enslave a soul beast army. Fang Yuan also exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. It was simply shocking. Therefore, Fang clan was very cautious towards Fang Yuan. They were not willing to easily provoke such an existence. Especially at this crucial moment when the entire Fang clan was facing a test, Fang clan was even more unwilling to offend Fang Yuan. They even planned to rely on Fang Yuan at certain times and use him as external help. Fang Yuan thought for a while and understood Fang clan's plan. First it was Tang family. Looks like this Fang family can also become a chess piece to resist the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had already set his sights on the future. Western Desert situation is going to become chaotic. The crucial thing is how much strength does Fang clan have left, how much power can they display after obtaining Divine Bean Palace? If Fang clan could resist the pressure from all sides in the following period of time, Fang Yuan would not mind lending a helping hand to solidify their relationship. If Fang clan could not resist it and was in danger of being exterminated, Fang Yuan would not help them. He would hit them while they were down. There was still hope for them to obtain Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines with a relaxed attitude. In this battle of Divine Bean Palace, he had huge gains. On one hand, there was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu. With it and Fang Yuan's Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he could use the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. This was a qualitative change. On the other hand, there was rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. Rank 8 Immortal Gu could not be obtained even with immense resources. Thirdly, his relationship with Fang clan had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Fang clan still owed Fang Yuan a lot of compensation. Even if Fang Yuan obtained Divine Bean Palace, he would need to invest a huge amount of resources to repair it. At the same time, the burden of feeding Immortal Gu would increase. This result was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. But currently, a large number of Western Desert Gu immortals have appeared in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot make any arrangements here. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted Wuxia and the rest to stay in Green Ghost Desert and hunt for soul cores to help Fang Yuan's soul cultivation. But it seemed that it was not possible now. There were too many people in Green Ghost Desert. It was not good for movement. And there was a huge threat that was Qingqiu who had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan had not fought it head-on before, but he knew how powerful it was. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal and other methods, he could only fight it to a draw. Right now, Qingqiu's whereabouts were unknown. It was likely to be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fang Yuan sent Wuxia and the rest or he stayed behind, it would be dangerous. Once they fought, just his identity alone would ruin many of Fang Yuan's plans. Let's go. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In a short while, he made the wisest decision. He wanted to leave Green Ghost Desert and even Western Desert. Friend? At this moment, Higu was still standing in front of Fang Yuan. Seeing that he was not replying, she asked. Fang Yuan chuckled as his gaze turned to her, thinking to himself that this woman was quite astute. She could see so many clues from his movements. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I do have some information. It is very precious. If you want to buy it, you need to be able to pay the price. Higu smiled. Friend, don't worry. Even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some capital. As long as you guarantee that this information is true, my reward will definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan made a simple alliance agreement with Higu. He then selectively told her about Qingqiu's existence. It was indeed the truth. Higu's eyes shined brightly. Oh? A single soul beast was actually related to the Qing family? It seems to have Qing clan's secret treasure? I'm not sure about the details. Fang Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. He Gu was already very satisfied. She paid Fang Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials on the spot. Even with Fang Yuan's knowledge, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, there was a type of ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was only rank 6, it was rare even in jewel yellow skies. Sometimes, it could be sold for the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fang Yuan made a fortune and also exposed Qingqiu. This was to create a cover for Fang clan. Western Desert's Gu immortals would focus their attention on Qingqiu. Secondly, it was also beneficial to Fang Yuan. Qingqiu was not dead, its whereabouts were unknown. It was a huge threat to Fang Yuan's Green Ghost Desert plan. Fang Yuan could use these Western Desert Gu immortals to scout for Qingqiu's location. As for them encountering Qingqiu and finding out that it was a legendary immemorial soul beast, they could only pray for themselves. My information is real. There will definitely be Wisdom Path Gu immortals who will deduce it and verify it. By then, even rank 8 existences will be interested in Qing clan's inheritance. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu immortals come out, Qingqiu will be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan used this small chance to scheme against Qingqiu. That He Gu was not satisfied, she requested to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fang Yuan. It was normal for lone immortals to form groups. However, Fang Yuan rejected her. Fang Yuan said goodbye to He Gu and left. That He Gu wanted to chase after him, she flew behind Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan easily circled around her, using familiar face to disguise himself. He quickly lost her. Fang Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert. He flew along the border of Green Ghost Desert. After flying for several days and nights, Fang Yuan arrived at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing through 2 regional walls, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border again. The scorching and glaring sunlight was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. In the southern border, the dry wind of the Western Desert was permeated with moisture. Looking around, there were mountains that were covered in greenery. They were all dark colors. Southern border. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered before clearing up. Among the 5 regions, he had the deepest impression of southern border. Immortal killer move, Qi Luck sensation. Immediately after, he activated his killer move, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had established a luck connection with the upper extreme heavenly eagle earlier. Now that he used Qi Luck sensation, he immediately sensed its vague location. Fang Yuan's main goal in returning to southern border was to subdue the upper extreme heavenly eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to Fang Yuan. With it, Fang Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands and city well, his immortal aperture's foundation would rise greatly, and his Dao marks would increase. Chapter 1541. Southern Border, Southeast. North of Yellow Dragon River, south of 100 Beast Mountain. This was originally a mountain range. It was long and undulating, but now it had split apart. A huge ravine spanned from east to west, forming a brand new earth trench. The Great Era was approaching. The 5 regions were going to merge. First, Earth Qi would move and Earth veins would connect. Southern Border had an extremely high concentration of Earth Path Dao marks. It was the leader of the 5 regions. After the first quake, there were many earthquakes that engulfed Southern Border. Each earthquake was a disaster for Southern Border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, it meant new opportunities. All sorts of immortal materials, even wild immortal Gu, would emerge from deep underground. Earth veins were the essence of the earth itself. These last years, Southern Border's Gu immortal world had been in chaos. First was the Battle of Etion Mountain, then the Battle of the Dream Realm. Not just lone cultivators and demonic path, even the righteous path suffered many losses. Especially Wu clan, they lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern Border's Gu immortals were on high alert. They sensed danger and tried to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein moved and formed an earth trench. Southern Border's Gu immortals went all out. They wanted to replenish themselves and plunder the most resources to raise their strength. Right now, in the depths of this newly formed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up a camp. The leading Gu master was a woman with rank 5 cultivation. Her eyebrows were thin like willow smoke, her eyes were clear like the moon. Her skin was snow white, she had cherry lips and white teeth, her black hair was draped over her shoulders, it was delicate and beautiful. Right now she was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid, gentle like water, and had a noble aura. It was none other than the current Shang clan leader, Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci's beautiful eyes stared at the field in front of her. This field was deep in earth trench. It was not ordinary. The soil was black and hard like iron. Colorful smoke was rising from the soil, forming into clouds in the air. Being in the field, the Gu masters felt a warm feeling that seeped into their bones. It was extremely comfortable. The power of nature, the work of the gods, it is truly amazing. Shang Xnci sighed. She was deeply moved. Beside her stood a white-robed young man. He had a handsome figure and sharp eyebrows. On his shoulder was a small eagle. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan said, "This field is not simple. If I'm not wrong, this is the smoky warm jade field, able to produce the immortal material smoky warm jade. This piece of land is actually 1,000 mu in circumference. It's extremely valuable." Yi Fan was still in love with Shang Xinci. Previously he had stepped forward to help Shang Xinci, who had just ascended to the throne, deal with political problems. However, when he was chasing away the 18 drunkards, he encountered Bai Ning Bing and was almost killed by the latter. Yi Fan was lucky enough to keep his life. After this great change he became even more mature and steady. Due to an accident he met Gu immortal Lu Weiyin and they became master and disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Weiyin. Not only did he cultivate in Black Heaven for a period of time, he was also taught a lot of knowledge by Lu Weiyin. His horizons were much broader than Shang Xianxi's. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for dispelling my doubts. I finally understand why the clan's immortal ancestor wants me to lead the group to defend this place. Shang Xinci expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and weak cultivation, but this time in order to fight for this smoky warm jade field, Shang clan sent a Gu immortal to activate a unique method and raise Shang Xinci's cultivation to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. Shang Xinci's enemies this time were Ho clan and Tai clan. These two clans also sent their rank 5 clan leaders to hold the line, showing their determination to obtain the smoky warm jade field. Yi Fan's current horizons had already surpassed mortals. He could see everything clearly. This smoky warm jade field is a natural resource point. Whoever controls this place will have a huge amount of smoky warm jade production every year. Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan, these 3 are super forces. Even the 3 clan leaders are just pawns. The Gu immortals of their clans are behind them. The position of Shang clan leader seems to have a high status and authority, but it is just a political chip in the hands of Gu immortals. They have no choice. They are filled with danger. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals might covet them. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei, who was also Shang Xianxi's father, died in battle. There are also Wu clan's leader, Empress Wu Ji, and other formidable characters. As long as they are not Gu immortals, no matter how valiant they are still mortals. Yi Fan sighed internally. Thinking of this, he became even more determined to advance to immortal. Report. Ho clan and Tai clan have sent large numbers of people. They are coming towards us at an unprecedented scale. At this time, an investigative Gu master suddenly came to report. A beautiful female Gu master beside Shang Xnci said, "As clan leader expected, our Gu formation and the expansion of the camp have crossed the bottom line of both clans." This beautiful woman was Wei de Xn, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought by Fang Yuan as a slave and given to Shang Xnci. Right now, Wei de Xn was Shang Xnci's personal guard. She was loyal and wanted to repay her debt of gratitude. Shang Xnci nodded, smiling. Actually, the Gu formation has already been set up. They are purposely making it look like they are setting up a Gu formation to lure these 2 clans to attack so that we can take them down in one go. Shang clan, Tai clan, and Ho clan had been fighting for a long time. They had both won and lost. It was a draw. Shang Xnci thought of a plan. She set up a Gu formation to amplify her clan's battle strength and settle this matter in one go. The other 2 clan leaders had deep qualifications. They had been around for a long time. Even if they went out, they did not have to worry about chaos in their clans. But Shang Xnci was different. She was inexperienced and young. If she went out for too long, there would be chaos in Shang clan's headquarters. This was also the reason why Shang Xnci had to take the risk. Of course, taking the risk was not blind. Shang Xnci knew her enemy and herself well before coming up with this plan. She was confident that she could settle this matter in one go. If I can defeat the 2 old clan leaders of Ho clan and Tai clan, my reputation will spread far and wide. When I return to the clan, the situation will be completely different. Saying so, Shang Xnci's lips curled up as she raised her voice. I hope everyone can work together and win this battle. The crowd of heroes loudly agreed to the emperor's promise. Beside Shang Xnci were Wei de Xian and the other female guards, as well as Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hua experts, as well as Xiao Yin, who came from Shang clan's battle stage and was an outsider Gu master. He had already been recruited by Shang Xnci, becoming one of her subordinates. As for the chief steward Zhou Quan, he was replacing Shang Xnci, staying at Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation. Yi Fan was an external elder. He did not have a subordinate relationship with Shang Xnci. Although taking the position of clan leader is tiring and tough, Xnci has been through training. She has lost a lot of her weakness and is much more heroic. At that moment Yi Fan was slightly dazed by Shang Xnci's beauty. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? After a while, Tai clan leader arrived first. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with a large group, questioning Shang Xnci. Little girl, you are building a camp, are you trying to monopolize it? Shang Xnci smiled faintly. Patriarchs, the three of us have been wasting time here for a long time. There's no harm in having a showdown today and deciding the victor. Why needlessly delay for time? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, giving Shang Xnci a thumbs up. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. To speak the truth, I am getting frustrated from staying here. Let's have a three-way battle today, we will decide the outcome. As a result, the three parties sent out their troops and started fighting. Shang Xnci, Yi Fan, and the rest of the higher-ups stood on the spot, waiting for a chance to fight. Activate the Gu formation. Shang Xnci instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was stunned, hesitating. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation? We might give our enemies time to react. Shang Xnci shook her head. Just activate the formation. The Gu formation activated, a light veil enveloped the entire battlefield. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters became restless and flustered. Shang Xnci said loudly, this formation can protect the lives of those who are heavily injured. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Ho clan and Tai clan's leaders' expressions changed. Tai clan's leader laughed loudly. I heard that Shang clan leader is kind and benevolent. It is indeed true. Alright, let us fight to our heart's content. Ho clan's leader snorted coldly, thinking, this lass is truly surpassing us in time. She directly told us about this formation's effect. It is to confuse our minds. Should we dismantle this formation or not? I underestimated her earlier. Looking at all the super forces leaders and Gu master experts, Xnci is the kindest person I have ever seen. She could have set up a killer formation, but she chose this formation. Her advantage is greatly reduced. I'll lend her a hand later. Yi Fan thought to himself. He did not tell Shang Xnci and the rest about his immortal fortuitous encounter. But after Black Heaven's cultivation, Yi Fan was confident that even rank 5 Gu masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated, under the cover of the light. Once a Gu master was injured, they would be enveloped by the light and sent out. Others would not be able to harm them. At the same time, the Gu formation was helpful to Shang clan's Gu masters in battle. Tai clan and Ho clan's Gu masters were also thinking about how to unravel this Gu formation. But before that, Shang clan's Gu masters had the upper hand. Kill. Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hua joined the battle. The three worked together and were extremely close. Ordinary elders were not their match. Soon, Ho clan's 3 elders were heavily injured. They were enveloped by the light and sent out of the battlefield. Damn it. Ho clan's leader clenched his fists. I had already convinced Shang clan's important people to cause trouble in Shang Xnci's backyard. To think that she actually challenged us. This Tai clan's leader is too impatient. He actually agreed to her request and fell into her trap. Right at this time, a female Gu master charged out of Tai clan's formation. She was very brave. Her moves were large and powerful. Rampaging through the battlefield, she was unstoppable. Xiong clan's 3 brothers wanted to stop her, but she easily defeated them, sending them out of the battlefield with heavy injuries. Ho clan's leader stared with wide eyes. He realized at this moment, so Tai clan had such a person. Powerful, too powerful. Even if I were to personally take action, I wouldn't be a match for her. At the crucial moment, Yi Fan walked into the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu master. I have not asked for your name? That woman's gaze was like lightning, emitting a sharp light as she sized up Yi Fan. She had a solemn expression as she said coldly, Tai Ruan Nan. Chapter 1542. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Mortal killer moves were unleashed without stop. Two figures appeared and dispersed as they fought intensely. One was Yi Fan. He had dense luck, he cultivated Transformation Path and Light Path, he received guidance from Shang Clan's Gu Immortals, and also acknowledged the mysterious Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin as his master. And most importantly, he did not rely on his own fortuitous encounters, he walked on his own Gu cultivation path. As for Tai Ruanan, even though she came from a super clan, Tai clan, she had a rough childhood. She lost her mother and father when she was young. She became independent and became one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She worked hard and was skilled in both literature and martial arts. Her reputation grew, she attracted many followers. Especially when she was nurtured by Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mian Shin, she became the inheritor of Tai Mian's true inheritance. The battle between these two could be said to be a match between two geniuses. They were evenly matched, the commotion was shocking, the aftershocks created a large empty space. Ordinary fighting Gu masters, as long as they entered this empty space and encountered the shockwaves of the two's battle, they would be injured if brushed by the shockwaves and die if touched, thus they would all retreat. The Gu masters of the 3 clans were dumbfounded by the battle between these two. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong? Why did we not know about this before? The servant beside Shang Xinci Xiao Dai spoke. Shang Xinci's eyes flickered as she said, young Master Yi Fan must have had some fortuitous encounter, his strength rose rapidly. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple, young Master Yi should be careful. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and giggled, young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He is talented, handsome, and confident. Moreover, his feelings for Miss can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. If young Master Yi can hear that you care about him so much, he will definitely be very happy. Shang Xinci shook her head, she wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing the situation, she was Shang Xinci's trusted aide, a direct descendant of the direct line, she was a servant from Zhang clan, she had followed the caravan and came to Shang clan city with Shang Xinci. Thus, others called Shang Xinci clan leader or city lord, but only Xiao Dai called Shang Xinci young miss. Shang Xinci did not ask her to change it, this was a sign of their deep relationship. At this moment Xiao Dai was worried, thinking, it seems that Miss still cannot forget that demonic Gu master Fang Yuan. Sigh, I don't know what he did, but that Fang Yuan only accompanied my young miss to Shang clan city, and from then on, he became young Miss's sweetheart. I wonder where he is now. He was probably already dead. Sigh, if he's really dead, seeing his corpse would be good too. It would allow Miss to completely give up and walk out. Xiao Dai's great aptitude was after all a mortal Gu master and had not come into contact with the level of Gu immortals. Thus, she did not know Fang Yuan's current situation and thought that Fang Yuan was still a demonic Gu master. Even though Shang Xinci learned about Fang Yuan's current situation from Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqin, there was no need to tell Xiao Dai about this. It's true that talented people are born in every generation. I'm really getting old. Ho clan leader looked at the battle between Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. He was shocked and felt bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked, thinking, I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to clear all the obstacles and obtain victory. But now it seems that the result is hard to predict. To think that Shang clan has such an expert. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield, in a place where mortal Gu masters could not sense, 3 southern border Gu immortals were looking at the battle between Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan. They came from Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. Right now, the 3 were sitting on a cloud, next to each other, there was a round table in the middle, the fragrance of tea permeated the air. The Gu immortals were drinking tea, but they were using the mortals of their clans as stakes in a gamble to decide the final owner of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource, even super forces valued it greatly. If they could obtain it, it would be a foundation that would benefit the clan. But using mortals as stakes without Gu immortals, would it be child's play? Or maybe if they lost, some Gu immortals would refuse to accept it? The conflict between immortals, using mortals as stakes, was not as simple as it seemed. Gu immortals were lone cultivators and demonic path cultivators, so be it. But righteous path forces had to be long-lasting. Thus, they placed more emphasis on nurturing their descendants. For example, Shang clan had a young master selection policy to let the young masters earn money. They also had a battle stage to take in external Gu masters. Tai clan also had 8 young masters, while the other super forces had their own policies. they were all to select Gu immortal seeds from the mortal descendants. Letting the clansmen fight each other had great significance, it represented the clan's future achievements. Especially when it came to Gu immortal seeds, the Gu immortals would feel great heartache if they lost one. But Gu immortals needed to do this because the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Firstly, as long as the clan's Gu immortals did not die, their foundation would not be shaken, they would not suffer a huge loss. If the Gu immortals did not make a move, everything could be discussed. Secondly, letting these mortals fight was also a form of tempering and testing. It allowed geniuses to stand out in life and death situations. As for dead geniuses, they were no longer geniuses. Righteous Path clans nurtured generation after generation. Even if they were Gu immortal seeds, they could afford to lose them. Thirdly, in a battle there would be grudges and grudges. This would make the clan more cohesive. When the Gu immortal seeds grow up, the other super forces might have enemies of the same generation. At this time they would not be able to leave the clan easily, they would need to rely on the clan more. Any policy had its considerations. It was not a game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not simple. Right now, the three immortals' gazes were on Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. The three knew that the outcome of this battle was crucial, it would decide the final owner of Smoky Warm Jade Field. Shang Qing, who was sitting on the left, smiled. Congratulations to Lord Tai Mian-shin, you found an excellent inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Tai clan had Iron Mask's true inheritance, everyone in southern border knew about it. They also knew that this true inheritance had strict requirements, it was hard to find a suitable inheritor. True teachings were a set of mature and relatively outstanding cultivation content. Therefore, sometimes, not everyone could inherit a true inheritance. There would be requirements and conditions. Sitting at the center was Tai clan's Gu immortal, Tai Mian-shin. He wore a martial attire, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, his face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, it was the cultivation characteristic of Iron Mask's true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people, they were also the most skilled in investigating the truth in southern border's Gu immortal world. Earlier, he chose Divine Investigator, who was Tai Ruanan's father, to be the inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. But Divine Investigator died on Qing Mao Mountain. He found out about Tai Ruanan's outstanding talent and chose her as the inheritor. This time, the Tai clan had sent him here to fight for the Smoky Warm Jade Fields for the Tai clan. Thus, Tai Mian-shin had brought Tai Ruanan here to train her. Among the three Gu immortals present, Ho clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals only had rank 6 cultivation level. Only Tai Mian-shin had rank 7 cultivation level, he was sitting at the center. As they conversed, Shang Qing and the Ho clan Gu immortal were very respectful towards Tai Mian-shin. Tai Mian-shin nodded, Shang clan's fairy is right, this is my true inheritor. But he is still young, he needs more training. Ho clan's Gu immortal Ho Yao was silent. He looked at the battlefield below with concern, even though Ho clan was the weakest now, it was not like he had lost his chance completely. As long as Shang clan and Tai clan fought to a stalemate, the final result would be unknown. Dust flew, Yi Fan retreated as he breathed in deeply, his chest inflated like a balloon. Tai Ruanan pounced down like an eagle, her hands turned into claws as she attacked. Yi Fan turned around and spat out a scarlet-red light arrow towards Tai Ruanan's face. Tai Ruanan was not flustered, her eyes shined with bright light as she raised her head and flew like a swallow, dodging the red arrow. Chapter 1543. Tai Ruanan shouted as she raised her fist, welcoming the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, the fist and palm collided, causing a bright white light to burst out. Light shot out, causing the ground to crack. Both sides fought fiercely, moving like smoke as they retreated. After retreating for more than 10 steps, they stabilized themselves, looking at each other from afar as they breathed heavily. Right now, both of them had grim expressions, they treated each other as strong opponents, not daring to underestimate each other. So amazing, their battle strength far surpasses ordinary rank 5s, they are both Gu immortal seeds. Shang Xnci sighed inwardly, her knowledge was not the same as before because of Shang Qing's favor, she was familiar with some matters of the Gu immortal world. Yi Fan looked around, suddenly saying, Tai Ruanan, if you can take this move I will admit defeat. Tai Ruanan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing, okay. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence, the two did not fight for long, but it was extremely intense, They had used countless mortal killer moves, the primeval essence expenditure was huge. Thus, both of them had little primeval essence left in their apertures. Thus, Yi Fan suggested one move to decide the victor. Tai Ruanan agreed. Yi Fan breathed in deeply, preparing his killer move. Mortal killer move, Aurora Bird. Chirp chirp chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. Yi Fan's body was covered in rays of light that flowed like water. They were multicolored, moving around and gathering on his forearm and right hand. The aurora light was very intelligent. It let out chirping sounds as the light changed. A sparrow could be vaguely seen. The aurora bird was ready to attack. It had a shocking aura. Tai Ruanan's expression was extremely grim. Her body was emitting waves of black qi. The black gas condensed on her face and gradually formed a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move, Iron Mask equipment. This move came from the Iron Mask true inheritance. If an immortal goo was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yi Fan shouted. The rainbow light on his right forearm seemed to have a life of its own at this moment. It jumped out of his body and flew into the air, turning into a rainbow bird. With a flap of its wings, the rainbow cloud bird shot forward at an astonishing speed. Good move. Tai Ruanan grunted. She didn't stop at her original spot and charged forward. In the next moment she collided with the rainbow sunglow bird. Tai Clan's Goo Masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruanan, to think that she would use her body to resist Yi Fan's strongest move. High up in the clouds, Tai Mianshin remained unmoving. It was obvious that he knew about the Iron Mask equipment and was confident in its defensive capabilities. Crick, crick. The rainbow cloud bird crashed into Tai Ruanan's body, and turned back into a large ball of rainbow light, covering Tai Ruanan's entire body. On the other hand, Tai Ruanan's body emitted waves of black gas, defending against the corrosion of the rainbow light. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Your Shang Clan's Goo Immortal Seed is not bad either. Tai Mianshin praised. Shang Qingqing smiled. I'm ashamed, I'm just a seed with a different surname. Tai Mianshin nodded. I can see that his killer move has his own ideas. It is likely that he created it himself. To be able to create his own path at such a young age, ordinary geniuses cannot compare to him. Ho Yao was envious as he watched from the side. He sighed. Such seeds are the future pillars of their clans. Shang Qingqing was humble, but she found it strange. She had interacted with Yi Fan before. She gave him pointers, but he did not display such talent back then. Our Shang clan has a battle stage system. Thus, Tai Mianshin and Ho Yao thought that this is a Goo Immortal Seed from outside Shang clan, but that is not the case. Yi Fan is so outstanding now, he must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move. His talent cannot be underestimated. Such a person is worthy of our clan's attention. We can recruit him. If we find out that he has a clean background, we can recruit him. Right, he seems to be in love with Shang Xinci. We can make use of this. If he can become a Goo Immortal, so what if we give up Shang Xinci? If this gets out, it will be a great story. Shang Qingqing thought about it internally as she formulated a plan. At the same time, in a lake far away in the mountains, two Goo Immortals were conspiring. These two Goo Immortals had been concealing themselves. They had been planning for a long time. One of the Goo Immortals was a weak young man. His name was Yu. He had a worried expression. Will we really not alert those three clans Goo Immortals this time? We won't. His companion Enan Men replied with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found out that there is an ancient water monster hidden in smoky warm jade field. Our E clan is the most outstanding in water path. It is unlikely that those three clans will find out. And this time we will not attack directly. We will make use of the situation to alert this sleeping ancient water monster and make it go berserk. Saying so, Enan Men's tone changed. Of course, Goo Immortals have countless methods. It is hard to guarantee that they will not find out. But if they find out, we will have an excuse. After all, our E clan is a super force. They will at most be suspicious, but they will not fight us to the death. If they do not find out, when the water monster goes berserk, they will definitely take action to suppress it. At that time, you will be the one to kill one of them and cause the three clans to be suspicious and fight. Enan Men had rank 7 cultivation level, while EU only had rank 6 aura. But in their plan, EU was the one to carry out the assassination who knew what methods EU had. The weak young man EU had an even more worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet. What if I fail? What if they find out when I use it? Enan Men's expression turned grim. That is the worst-case scenario. If it really happens, I will sacrifice my life to stall these 3 Gu immortals and let you escape. Even if I die, I will not admit that I am a Yi Clan Gu immortal. You should do the same. This time Yu no longer had a worried expression on his face. Instead, he had a solemn and determined expression. Nan Men breathed in deeply. I am going to attack. He activated an immortal killer move. His aura was concealed to the extreme. There was no sound at all. Yu, who was at the side, relaxed slightly. At the next moment, deep underground water rippled. The water monster that had been sleeping for countless years was suddenly awakened. On the ground, Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan were just about to determine the victor, when the ground shook. Puff puff puff. A series of fountains burst out of the black metal soil, piercing through the battlefield and destroying the Gu formation that Shang clan had painstakingly set up. Dozens of huge water pillars, each several meters tall, were scattered in smoky warm jade field. Chapter 1544. Those unlucky Gu masters were hit by the water pillars. They turned into piles of flesh and bones. Such a change made the Gu masters extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and left the battlefield. What's going on? The 3 Gu immortals in the clouds were about to react when they saw the water pillars suddenly fuse into one in the air, forming into an ancient water monster with a fish body, frog legs and tiger head. The water monster roared as it pounced at the mortals below. It did not have much intelligence. It felt that these mortal Gu masters had disturbed its slumber. The giant frog legs stomped on the ground as boundless water surged out of the ground, surging towards the mortals. But the 3 immortals attacked at the same time. 3 barriers of light protected the 3 clansmen. So there is an underground frost heart lake beneath this smoky warm jade field. There is an ancient water monster inside the lake. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qingqing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshin. Lord Tai Mianshin, please take the lead. We will assist you and take down this ancient water monster. We will prevent it from destroying this smoky warm jade field. She and Ho Yao were only rank 6 Gu immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Tai Mianshin was the only rank 7 Gu immortal here. He was the leader. Tai Mianshin nodded. He was about to charge down the clouds when a sharp eagle cry resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. At the next moment, everyone saw to their shock that the small eagle beside Yi Fan suddenly expanded, turning into a giant eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. The giant eagle screeched as it pounced at the ancient water monster. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was saved by the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Weiyin, but it was also restrained by his methods. It had been staying beside Yi Fan. When Yi Fan was in a life-and-death situation, Lu Weiyin's restraining methods would be greatly weakened, allowing the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle to use a portion of its strength. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle did not have the intelligence of humans. It did not sense the hidden Gu immortals. It only felt the threat of the ancient water monster. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. It wanted to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Feeling the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's ferocious aura, the ancient water monster immediately cowered. Its roars stopped abruptly, and it directly turned into a stream of water, quickly slipping away through the hole it had just emerged from. Once the ancient water monster was gone, Yi Fan's life was no longer in danger. The seal on the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle took effect again, causing it to return to its original state. A force forced it to fly back to Yi Fan's shoulder. Around Yi Fan, there was complete silence. Countless Gu immortals stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Young Master Yi, what exactly is this eagle of yours? Xiao Dai stammered, completely shocked. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Primordial desolate beast. Be it the 3 Gu immortals above the clouds or the 2 Yi clan immortals hiding in the lake, they were all shocked speechless. How did this happen? Especially those 2 Yi clan Gu immortals. They only wanted to release the ancient water monster, but they did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. That's a good thing. We don't have to do it ourselves. With this immemorial desolate beast, we can get rid of these 3 immortals. Yi was overjoyed. Nan Men's gaze was dark. This is not so simple. Did you not see it clearly? This immemorial desolate beast is being raised by someone. It is the possession of that young man who fought earlier. Shang clan's fairy, what is going on with this immemorial desolate beast? Tai Mianshin's gaze was like lightning. He turned around and looked at Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing smiled bitterly. Earlier she was agitated and her expression showed flaws. Even if she did not, she would not be able to lie to Tai Mianshen. Shang Qingqing only had rank 6 cultivation level. She could only say, "I don't know either. It is likely this young man's fortuitous encounter." What kind of fortuitous encounter can allow a mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast as his possession? Ho Yao was shocked as he said in an unfathomable tone. Tai Mianshen smiled coldly. "This is an important matter, we cannot ignore it. Compared to this, smoky warm jade field is no longer important. This young man probably inherited an immortal true inheritance. But our southern border righteous path has never had such records of a mortal raising an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate and prevent the demonic path from rising again." Shang Qingqing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. "I believe that Lord Tai Mianshen will investigate this matter and uphold justice." Eagle, so you are so powerful." Yi Fan sighed. He could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had tried to struggle many times, but it was helpless against the seal on its body. After a while, it became resigned to its fate. Now that it returned to Yi Fan's shoulder, it was furious, but when it heard Yi Fan's praise, pride appeared on its face again. Seeing Yi Fan stretch out his hand, it immediately spread its wings and slapped Yi Fan's hand away. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai stared with wide eyes. This eagle is really arrogant, but it has incredible abilities. It is worthy of its arrogance. "Young Master Yi, how did you—" Before she finished, Shang Xnci interrupted her. "Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yi Fan's secret, you can't pry." It is fine. This divine eagle was caught by my master." Yi Fan saw that the matter was exposed. He did not want to hide it from Shang Xnci. "Your master can actually subdue such a divine eagle?" Xiao Dai raised her voice. Shang Xnci also had a shocked expression. She naturally thought that Yi Fan's master was likely a powerful Gu immortal. While they were talking, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly showed fear on its face. It became restless on Yi Fan's shoulder, like a mouse that saw a cat, or a sheep that saw a wolf. "What is going on?" Xiao Dai and the rest stared with wide eyes. This arrogant divine eagle suddenly acted like this. It was truly shocking. "I don't know," Yi Fan exclaimed. "This is the first time I've seen so panic-stricken." The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not stand on Yi Fan's shoulder. It screeched towards a certain direction in the sky. However, this shrill cry was no longer as intimidating as before. Instead, it revealed a strong sense of panic and even pleading. One could see the fear in it at a glance. Of course, if one were to look closely, there was also a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be they mortal Gu masters or Gu immortals, they could not help but look towards the direction of the upper extreme heavenly eagle's scream. Next, everyone saw a figure in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth like a flying sword. At this moment, the white clouds in the sky were split into two by this figure. "That seems to be a person? Immortal?" the Gu masters exclaimed. "Who is it?" "This aura, he is definitely not an ordinary immortal." The Gu immortals were also shocked. They became vigilant. The figure stopped, floating in the air as everyone saw this Gu immortal's true appearance. He had a jade-like face, a high-nosed bridge and a cold, indifferent look in his deep, black eyes. His long hair was black like a waterfall. It hung down to his waist. He wore a white robe, his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was handsome to the point of being beautiful. His aura was extremely intimidating. A group of mortal Gu masters looked up at him. There was complete silence. Then the man spoke again. "So this is where my bird is." Chapter 1545. One year there was a famine. The people had no food to eat. They could only dig up grass and eat guanyin clay. Many people starved to death. The news was quickly reported to the palace. The emperor was sitting high up and was puzzled when he heard the report. The kind emperor thought hard and came up with a solution. The people are hungry but have no rice to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? In our lives, there will always be some people who look kind and understanding on the surface, but they are not. Recently, I brought my wife to Nanjing every day to accompany her to see a doctor. Although it is a small problem, the treatment process is more complicated. We take the train in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Sometimes there are no seats on the train. We might have to stand for more than an hour. Or we might take a bus to get home. It takes even longer. It's really tiring. Imagine yourself on a long journey. Imagine yourself taking a bus or a train. Then imagine yourself doing this every day for a month. My writing condition is not good because of this. I have already told them about this matter, but many people still do not understand. Or rather, they think they understand. A few days ago, I made a mistake and did not update for a day. I have already explained the situation and apologized. It was indeed my mistake. I had already saved the manuscript and put it in Chidian's backend. It was just that I did not set the timing for the updates. Coincidentally, I had an urgent matter that night. I came home late and found people scolding their parents. At that time, in a fit of anger, he decided not to update it. At the same time, I was also very puzzled. What caused this phenomenon? How should I deal with this matter? The next day, I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years. All the updates were accidents. Then I started to update once a day, twice a day, and 3 times a day. I realized that those people who scolded their parents disappeared and did not make a fuss anymore. There was even some noise and excitement in the book review section. On the surface, this is a problem with the updates. But what about the actual situation? I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years, but I updated for so many days. Is this an accident? Sometimes there are more updates. Is this accident bigger than the broken sky? Why are these people not making a fuss because of these accidents? What about scolding their parents? Some people will immediately answer, this is because you, the author, updated. Yes, I updated. But what about the actual situation? It is also an accident. Why can't these people be the same? That's because what I'm doing is in line with their interests. So, this group of people seemed very kind, understanding, and supportive, but in fact they were just supporting their own interests. This support was not because they truly understood the author's pain, but because they were as kind as the emperor. Over the past few days there were also some readers who complained, saying, Venerable Gu, you've gone too far. For the sake of a small number of people, you've affected everyone's reading. I can't stand the sight of you. I answer here, how did I bring disaster to everyone's reading? I said I would stop updating for 100 years. When did I stop updating? These people were complaining for their own benefit, not really trying to understand me. Of course. I know this is human nature, very normal. I write books and you read them. Why should I force you to understand me? You're just an author who writes a book. Who are you to me? Friends? Family? This is a normal situation, of course I accept. In fact, I never force others to understand me. But what I couldn't accept was that when I scolded my parents, it would become dirty. I write and sell books, why should my parents be scolded? If you sell things in the mall, do you want your parents to be scolded? When I write books, I put in a lot of effort and time. I put in hard work and the results I get are upright. When I sell books, I earn a few cents for 1,000 words and a few cents for a chapter. It might not even be as much as the price of a cigarette. When you open a tobacco shop and sell cigarettes and someone buys cigarettes, you tell them that they are out of stock today, and they can come back tomorrow or buy from another shop. At this time, when the customer scolds and insults you and your family, how do you feel? You're definitely not happy, and I'm not happy either. Let me tell you, no one will be happy, everyone will be unhappy. I'm unhappy and I want to express it. What do I write books for? It's to fulfill my dream and earn money to support my family at the same time. It's life. It's not survival. In this world, some people survive and some people live. I'm the latter. What I pursue is a high quality of life, a comfortable life. I'm not here for you to scold me. I'm not someone who sells laughs, I'm just someone who writes and sells books. I'm not an idol. If you scold me, I have to bear it. I'm worried that I'll lose fans. To me, if I lose fans, so be it. Subscriptions, favorites, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? A few years ago when I wrote Gu Jinren, I didn't think about making money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't have updated like this and I wouldn't have written such a topic at all. This is because I'm different from others. My main purpose in writing books is to write the book itself. Making money is incidental and secondary. Before Gu Jinren, I wrote many books and I've proudly announced many times. Every book is complete and I've never left it unfinished. This is an indisputable fact. Perhaps many people still don't understand the true meaning behind this fact. That is, no matter what book I write, no matter how well the book does, whether it sells or not, I've written the concept in my heart completely. If I were to write a book for the sake of making money, would I do this? Gu Jinren has been updated for several years, and only recently has some results shown, giving me the hope and possibility of doing this full-time. I'm also very interested because this is very likely to be a high-quality lifestyle. But even if I do it full-time, will I change my original intention and write for money? I pursue a quality life and money is secondary. My concept of money is that poverty can kill people and wealth can also kill people. I can eat abalone and sea cucumber and I can also eat porridge and plain porridge. When I was a child, I lived a hard life, and I'm not afraid of suffering in the future. Even if I have a son now, I don't have the thought of most parents, thinking of ways to let him live a rich life. If he has talent, poverty can nourish his ambition, and he can earn money himself. Why would he need my money? If he has no talent, no matter how much money I give him, it will all be wasted. His shortcomings will be magnified by too much money. Wealth is a good thing, but poverty also has its advantages. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really can't write books in the future and really can't support myself and my family, I can just go out and find a job, right? I have hands and feet and I'm in the prime of my life. Can't I support myself, my wife, and my child? So, I won't suffer this kind of vexation. I write and sell books not to be bullied. For those who curse, let me tell you, I, Venerable Gu, will not sell my books to you. I'll give you one word, scram. 2 words, scram. 2 words, scram quickly. 4 words, scram quickly. 5 words, scram dejectedly. After writing this paragraph, I counted seriously and found that my math is still very good. Perhaps some people will ask, Venerable Gu, aren't you too pretentious? That's not good. Look at those great gods, they aren't as pretentious as you. What ability do you have to be pretentious? Then let me tell you, I usually don't pretend and I'm not good at pretending, but I must pretend today. First, because others pretend to be pretentious to me, I, Venerable Gu, always return the favor. I'm selling books, not laughter. My smiles are for my friends. When friends come, I give them smiles and enthusiasm. When enemies come, I raise my knife, spear and sword. Second, I'm different from many authors because my pursuit, my temperament is not the same. If I'm not in a good mood, how can I write a book happily? I won't be able to write a good book. Third, I don't have any virtue or ability to pretend to be pretentious today. I'm just poor and unreasonable. Also, I want to ask you, those readers who scold their parents, what virtue or ability do they have to do this? Just because they support me, they can insult me and my family? Everyone, when have you seen such a group of people saying, I support you, but at the same time scolding your parents? This group of people also has a common problem, which is that they feel, I'm supporting you like this, I've contributed a lot, I've suffered a lot, so what's wrong with me scolding you a few times? I'm also doing it for your own good. Therefore, in my eyes, this kind of support is not support at all. I don't want this kind of support. Let me repeat. I, Venerable Gu, write books, the past books, the present books, and the future books will not sell to people like you. If you have the guts, don't read it. Actually, the books I write are just like that, why do you have to do it? There are many other outstanding books, go and read others. This single chapter of mine can also be considered a confession. I believe that it has an important meaning for my entire writing career. Perhaps some of you will be very unhappy when you see today's single chapter. I'm sorry, this is not my main goal, making you unhappy is just a side effect. Let's make a final point. I, Venerable Gu, sell books, not smiles. Chapter 1546. Who is this? Yi Fan looked at Fang Yuan, who was floating in the sky, feeling puzzled. At this moment, he could not help but think of his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said that this eagle can resolve one of my karmic ties. I have always been puzzled, is this Gu immortal really the eagle's master and my karma is him? Yi Fan did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan was using the sovereign immortal body's original appearance. Yi Fan had never seen him before. Yi Fan only knew the appearance of Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. He had obtained this from Shang XNC's subordinates. This was easy, back then Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons, they roamed the world and were wanted criminals. The servant Xiao Dai's gums were chattering, she shivered. She naturally did not recognize Fang Yuan's identity, but Fang Yuan had such power, and was the owner of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was already so strong, then how strong was its master? Xiao Dai could not imagine it, she only felt fear, she was afraid that Fang Yuan would find trouble with them. Meanwhile, Shang Xnci pursed her lips, her gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. Her eyes were not only filled with shock, there was also some doubt, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. The mortals were shocked and confused, but the Gu immortals were different, they felt chills all over their bodies. This person is? Rank 6 Gu immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes, tongue-tied. He recognized Fang Yuan's identity. The answer was right at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say it. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance had always been Lu Guanyi's identity as he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border he entered the immortal formation and explored super dream realms. He disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai's appearances were naturally very different. But don't forget. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Celestial Court framed Fang Yuan and exposed the truth that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi in order to destroy Longevity Heaven's political scheme and divide Northern Plains Gu immortal forces. Thus, the fact that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had once disguised as Wu Yihai was known to all the Gu immortals in the world. The appearance of his sovereign immortal physique, which was also Lu Guanyi's appearance, was no longer a secret and was known to everyone in the world. This time, when Fang Yuan came to Southern Border, he did not activate familiar face or any other disguise. There are several reasons. Firstly, the purpose of his trip was very clear, and that was to pursue the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Thus, when he made his move, even if he disguised himself, his identity would still be exposed. There was no need to do so. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, and after this period of digesting his knowledge, he had a solid foundation and deep strength. Now that he was roaming Southern Border, he was very confident. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had purposely shown his true appearance to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court and other righteous path forces. But his journey had been very smooth. All in all, when Fang Yuan appeared, all the Gu immortals recognized his identity. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Wu Yihai, so that's it, this eagle is the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Shang Qingqing's thoughts continued to move as she connected all the clues and understood the situation. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. This is a fact known to the world. Rank 8 Gu immortals are completely different from immemorial desolate beasts. Let's escape. Yu, who was hiding in the lake, spoke. This weak-looking young rank 6 Gu immortal was clearly frightened. His face was pale and his soul beast was shivering. What are you afraid of? He might not be able to find us. Even if we retreat now, it is too late. Are you confident that we can escape? At the side, rank 7 Gu immortal Yinan Men had an ugly expression. He had completely thrown the Yi clan's plan to the back of his head. He tried his best to hide and retract his aura. Just as the immortals were at a loss, Tai Mianshen floated out and showed himself, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border and Northern Plains Righteous Path forces. You still dare to show yourself? The immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshen. As expected of Tai Mianshen. Tai clan's Gu immortals are truly admirable. At this moment, it's useless for us to be cowards. This is a desperate situation of life and death. We need to cooperate sincerely and unite together. Only then will we have a chance at survival. That's right. Fang Yuan was able to escape and roam the world. He has powerful movement methods. If we split up, he will definitely catch up to us and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite as one and urgently request for reinforcements to arrive. To be able to become a Gu immortal, he definitely had his own strengths. The Gu immortals calmed down after hearing Tai Mianshen's words. They understood the situation. Facing the demonic path Gu immortal Fang Yuan, they had to work together to have a chance of survival. If Fang Yuan appears, he can only fight to the death to resist this demon. Yinan Men and Yu continued to communicate. In the moment of danger, Tai Mianshen stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was indeed an outstanding talent of Tai clan, an expert among rank 7 experts. The mortals of the 3 races started to clamor again. Look, another immortal has appeared. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the sky, their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals were rarely seen in the 5 regions, but now 2 Gu immortals appeared. They were shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu immortal call him? Fang Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xinci is thinking about? But his appearance is not right. Yi Fan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci raised her snow-white neck. She stared at Fang Yuan's figure without blinking. When Tai Mianshen called out Fang Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why her heart was pounding earlier. The person that she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, appearing in such an unexpected manner. Shang Xinci looked at him fixedly. The emotions that she had been accumulating for days and nights surged in her heart. Was it because at the most helpless time of her life she met Fang Yuan and obtained his help? Sometimes she would faintly suspect, was her feelings towards Fang Yuan a kind of love? or gratitude. But now, when she saw Fang Yuan again, even though her appearance had changed, the emotions in her heart gushed out like a waterfall. At that instant, tears appeared in her eyes. She was sure that this was love. Love was an inexplicable thing. There was no reason to talk about it. Looking at the reason for love was foolish and foolish. However, Shang Xanci also understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love. She knew the difference between her and Fang Yuan. But love was born. What could she use to stop it? Thus, Shang Xanci was helpless. She could only look up, look at Fang Yuan's lofty figure. She tried her best to open her eyes to see Fang Yuan's current appearance, but she could not. The investigative killer move that had great effects in the past was useless against Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to take a look? Shang Xanci had complex emotions. There was joy, melancholy, sadness, and most of all, she was worried about Fang Yuan's safety. But she knew her identity and strength. She was the leader of Shang clan. She was a righteous path member. She was just a mortal. Her words carried little weight. She knew about Fang Yuan's identity and past achievements from Shang Qing. But she could not do or say what she wanted. She could only watch and endure. Yi Fan looked at Shang Xanci's expression. This was the first time he had seen Shang Xanci like this. His heart clenched. He had never felt such an intense, bone-piercing pain. This pain contained his love for Shang Xanci, as well as his anger towards Fang Yuan. At once, he was certain that this Gu immortal was Fang Yuan. Don't tell me Master's karma is between me and Fang Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess in his mind. He was shocked about Fang Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, but he quickly accepted it. Because he had encountered Bai Ningbing before, he had almost lost his life to Bai Ningbing. After that, he met Lu Weiyin. His horizons were broadened. He thought about it and felt that Bai Ningbing was very likely a Gu immortal. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu immortal, while Fang Yuan refined an immortal Gu on Three Kings Mountain. The whole of southern border knew about it. He definitely obtained an immortal opportunity. What was so strange about him becoming a Gu immortal now? Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Gu house and Lady White Rabbit's tone, it was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the righteous path's defensive Gu formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream path. At this time it was still a blank slate. Even though many super forces started to research this, there were few results. Fang Yuan's unravel dream killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, Wuxia's lead soul into dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Lead soul into dreams shone brilliantly in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. It made Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffer losses many times. And Fang Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him. He gained a lot. The Righteous Path Gu immortals, even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 Gu immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd supreme elder. This information could not be hidden. It was widely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan could easily find out about it. The righteous path has suffered. They know about the power of the dream realm. They cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier. They can attack the forces outside the righteous path. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the righteous path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's Mortal Gu house are southern borders righteous path Gu immortals. There is definitely more than one. There are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fang Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the Righteous Path defensive Gu formation and personally interact with the Dream Realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fang Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the Super Dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times, what could Fang Yuan gain by interacting with the Dream Realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high. But the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Countless Gu immortals were attracted to it. The Righteous Path Gu immortals had already tasted the bitterness. When the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fang Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other Righteous Path Gu immortals, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped inside the Gu formation like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a Righteous Path Gu immortal, then use familiar face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fang Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, in Righteous Path forces, Gu immortals either had Life Tablet Gu, Soul Lantern Gu, or Blood Rope Gu. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Gu immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these Life Tablet Gu, Soul Lantern Gu, and Blood Rope Gu, they could easily deduce the Gu immortal's location. Once Fang Yuan killed these Gu immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Fang Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these Gu worms. Fang Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Wuxia had used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out about Fang Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Fang Yuan used Familiar Face at all times, because of the details of his life or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Fang Yuan thought about it but could not think of a good method. Even if Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Gu formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Gu formation, there were many rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him. Fang Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Fang Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it and returned to the mortal Gu house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called out to Fang Yuan, "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man, I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth, I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in southern borders Gu immortal world." Fang Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Fang Yuan did not ask for much. These last days she had been managing this business, she had interacted with all sorts of Gu immortals, she knew a lot about the current Gu immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. "Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Gu formation. We meet again, Fairy Miaoyin. Do you remember me?" Qiao Clan's Gu immortal led the female Gu immortal into the Gu formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Gu immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Miaoyin was a demonic path Gu immortal, she was beautiful, she inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern borders Gu immortal world. The scene of the 2 entering the Gu formation was seen by the 2 Righteous Path Gu immortals at the center of the Gu formation. These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously they only came once every 7 days, but now they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Gu immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Gu immortals are slightly better, they brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Qiao Clan's Gu immortal has no qualms, he has a huge appetite. This Miaoyin is a demonic path Gu immortal. Back then she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Gu immortals. Gu immortal Ba Quanfeng said angrily. Beside him there was another Ba clan Gu immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance, his beard and hair were connected together, his dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade-green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body, his shoulders were broad, his exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, there was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old, his cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World, Old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly, "Don't be impatient, little Feng heir. Qiao clan is weak at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu clan. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years." When Ba Quanfeng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, "The Qiao family is a righteous faction. For the past thousands of years, they have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time they actually allied with 7 clans, using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This Super Gu formation was created with the help of our 13 clans and Immortal Gu." He. Bada laughed. "Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together?" Ba Quanfeng's thoughts were exposed, he blushed. Little Feng heir's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord. Bada shook his head. "Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method we can gain benefits, it is also good. However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this." Why is that?" Ba Quanfeng asked anxiously. "There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear, in the future our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng heir, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure." Bada sighed deeply. "But Wu clan is so domineering, they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1, by then if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them." Ba Quanfeng said hatefully. "Wu clan cannot stop them, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 Gu immortal left, can Wu clan still be the number 1 righteous path force?" Bada smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quanfeng stared with wide eyes. "So the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false? Impossible, Wu clan is so powerful, how can they not have lifespan Gu?" Chapter 1548. Feng Yuan, where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal? A huge fortuitous encounter, what a huge fortuitous encounter. Sai, why did I not encounter him? The Gu masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Feng Yuan's true fame was only spread among Gu immortals, there was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruanan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She and Feng Yuan had a simple relationship, it was deep hatred. The conflict between Feng Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed, instead, it was like a wine becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruanan found herself helpless. Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruanan did not know the difference between mortal and immortal, so be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mianshin, she had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only a mortal, there was no hope of taking revenge on a Gu immortal. Right now, Tai Ruanan's only hope was on Tai Mianshin. She wanted to personally see Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshin kill Feng Yuan, to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruanan's subordinates and family. Feng Yuan looked at the 3 immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. "I am here to take back what I lost, the few of you want to stop me?" Shang Qing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Feng Yuan had only said 1 sentence, he did not use any methods. But these two felt that Fang Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Fang Yuan was famous in the world, his demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him. And the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time, but they still hadn't caught Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals were only rank 6, it was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Fang Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanan was infuriated. Demon after ascending, even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it. Damn the demon. Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruanan looked at Tai Mianshen with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai Klangu immortal expert could support heaven and earth, he could pluck the stars and moon from the sky, he would definitely be able to get rid of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mianshen's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruanan stared with wide-opened eyes. Tai Mianshen sighed, "Oh Fang Yuan, you roam the 5 regions, your name is unparalleled in the world, I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight, this is my resolve as a Tai Klangu immortal. But there is one thing, we are both immortals, we do not need to bother with mortals." There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. "Let us fight, even if I die, I will have no regrets." What do you mean? Lord Tai Mianshen is admitting that he is not Fang Yuan's match? How is this possible? Tai Ruanan was tongue-tied, her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mianshen himself, her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go? Why would I let them go? Fang Yuan snickered, killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruanan's anger was not worth his time, the anger of an ant was not anger. Yi Fan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny, even though he was the master and subordinate of luck. Since Fang Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. After all, every time Fang Yuan used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Yi Fan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside Yi Fan? Fang Yuan was curious, he wanted to find out. As for Shang Xinci? Fang Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Shang Xinci earlier, he wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shang Clan City. But now, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Shang Xinci's luck was very shocking. Fang Yuan had luck inspection methods, Shang Xinci was only a mortal Gu master. Her luck was naturally seen by Fang Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck, it was pure white, the luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers, the surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon even Yi Fan, Hong Yi and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Shang Xinci is not an ordinary person, she will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange, why is it that in my 500 years of memories Shang Xinci is only immortal? Don't tell me Spring Autumn Cicada hid Providence after my rebirth, my memories were tampered with? Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things. Shang Xinci was also affected? But why did it have to be Shang Xinci? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Fang Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry, it almost pierced his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal weakened to its limit, its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods, it did not leak out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is indeed being controlled, not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind, facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack, he did not panic. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast, it flickered and arrived in front of Fang Yuan, its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body, they slashed at his body. Shang Xinci cried out in shock, the immortals' hearts were pounding, they looked forward to the results of the battle. Fang Yuan was sent flying by this huge force. He was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its claws were completely reflected. It felt immense pain, even though its bones were not broken. It was not far from it. "We will attack, if not now, when?" Tai Mianshin called out as he charged at Fang Yuan. He was extremely courageous. Using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms. Endless black chi surged like a tide. It roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Fang Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Fang Yuan. It is trying to devour its master. We can use its battle strength to attack Fang Yuan together. That way we can persevere. Fang Yuan does not even want to let mortals go. He is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path. He has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die. We might not be able to escape either. We might as well fight to the death. We might have a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qingqing had the same thought. They attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He did not dodge. He allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from. They flew towards Tai Mianshin, Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were in a sorry state. They quickly dodged. But that Tai Mianshin's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Good timing." With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him and he regained control of it. "Fang Yuan, take this." Tai Mianshin shouted as his goo worm aura burst out. Black chi surged again. This was Immortal Killer Move Floating Iron Sand. It had both offense and defense. When used with Iron Mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshin could control it again. Moreover, floating iron sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Tai Mianshin was a rank 7 expert. Even though any killer move that attacked Fang Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Fang Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Tai Mianshin again. Its power doubled. His eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 region super forces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, they were the signature inheritances of super forces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the super forces kept a tight watch on them. Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance. They only obtained some information. The core immortal goo inside was called justice. Thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Fang Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, Tai Mianshin, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Fang Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Fang Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, forming the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi surged. Their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mianshin was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mianshin breathed in deeply, using all his strength to activate his method. Black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mianshin spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mianshin. Tai Ruanan saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison. The scale was so huge that it filled the entire world. The might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear. Their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, a tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mianshin. He was extremely weak and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power. Tai Mianshin's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move Floating Gaza Steel to counter Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method, that was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of ancient sword dragon transformation and Myriad Self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fang Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mianshin might be able to resist this move, but now he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mianshin was inferior to Fang Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mianshin completely. Tai Mianshin could only retreat. He continued to retreat. He was extremely fast. The killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mianshin. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously. My rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense. It will be difficult to kill Tai Mianshin now. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshin was a metal path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tai Mianshin was one of the important people in southern border who resisted Celestial Court. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not move. He looked around. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon. There was no way out. Their lives were at stake. They were in extreme danger. Rank 6 Gu immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long. They were already amazing. After all, they were elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bam bam. 2 sounds could be heard. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao resisted for a few more breaths of time before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but Fang Yuan had spectral souls' true inheritance. How could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fang Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fang Yuan, kill us if you have guts. Scoundrel, you angered us. Ho clan, Shang clan and Tai clan, you are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later you will regret it. The 2 Gu immortal souls roared. Suppress. Fang Yuan willed. These 2 souls could not make a sound. They could not move. They were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could easily kill rank 6 Gu immortals, but just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle actually resisted the Myriad Dragon killer move and charged towards Fang Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. The Myriad Dragon charged and coiled around its body, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle did not care. It was extremely valiant. Fang Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity. It had completely lost its ability to think. He immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method. Otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fang Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fang Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle was at an absolute disadvantage. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds. He only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom. The eagle's wings slammed onto Fang Yuan's back, but Fang Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yi Fan and the rest. On the other hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme heavenly eagle perched on Yi Fan's shoulder. Fang Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yi Fan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yi Fan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fang Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yi Fan, Tai Ruanan and the rest watched as Fang Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened. They could not move. Oh no! Yi Fan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fang Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth, she was filled with anger and hatred. Brother He too. Shang Xnci was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus even if I die in your hands I am willing. But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fang Yuan and the Mortal Gu Masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. A rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fang Yuan, protecting the Mortal Gu Masters behind him. Master. Seeing this person, Yi Fan immediately shouted in excitement. Who are you? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits, cold light was emitted from his eyes. Chapter 1550. Master. Yi Fan muttered softly, looking at Lu Wei-yin who was right in front of him. He had a look of admiration. After so many days, Yi Fan saw his master again. He was still dressed like before, wearing a gray-white linen robe. It was very simple. His physique was as strong as a bear's, and even the loose hemp clothes couldn't hide it. He wore a conical hat. It was large and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off a feeling of steadiness and steadiness. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal? The two Yi clan Gu Immortals were forced to show themselves. They were hiding in the lake, but when this immortal battlefield appeared, they were dragged in. Who is he? He has southern border aura. He is not a member of our righteous path. Tai Mianshin had a grim expression. Survival is not easy. You want me to stop? Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin and smiled coldly. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. This person is a hypocrite. He clearly set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer Move in advance. He could have saved Shang clan and Ho clan Gu Immortals in time, but he purposely delayed it. He said survival is not easy. He wants me to stop. He is a hypocrite. However, he is a rank 8 Gu Immortal after all. Even though I activated 3 breaths future vision, he could not warn me. This move's level is too low. After all, the core time path Immortal Gu is only rank 7. And this Immortal Battlefield Killer Move that he set up is very special. My investigative methods did not discover it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His methods were rich and varied. He could use them in many ways. Against most rank 7 and 6 Gu Immortals in the world, he could suppress them, but against rank 8s, he paled in comparison. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was trapped in the enemy's Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Fang Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not flustered. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was his trump card. Especially recently, it had been modified many times. Even if Celestial Court deduced a way to counter it, they could only target the initial version. Against Fang Yuan, it was not effective. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his strongest attack again. Roar. Countless silver scale sword dragons flew out, filling the entire Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. The flood dragons roared ferociously as they attacked Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin smiled faintly without changing his composure. Friend, please don't be angry, a massacre cannot solve the problem. Saying so, his aura burst out, forming an Immortal Killer Move. This killer move immediately took effect. It suddenly started to rain. However, this rain was not water but sand. Countless grains of sand fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The Immortal Battlefield rumbled, making the silt even heavier. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a silt waterfall. Immortal Killer Move, Descending Sand and Mud. Under the cover of the silt, the sword dragon's thunderous roars turned into muffled drum sounds. Their long and sharp dragon bodies shrunk continuously, their terrifying claws and teeth turned soft. In just a few breaths of time, this ferocious sword dragon army had completely weakened, turning into white arm-sized earthworms. This killer move. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he thought of something. It seems that he has already guessed my identity. Lu Wei-yin had been observing them. He sighed internally. This person is indeed worthy of being an otherworldly demon, the source of the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. not only does he have incredible battle strength, he is also very mature. What is even more worrying is that he is crafty and fickle, he attacks without saying a word, he is decisive and ruthless. This is truly a misfortune for all living beings. Thinking of this, Lu Weiyin called out loudly, "Friends, Gu Masters, as the saying goes, when people help themselves, heaven helps them. Right now, your lives are in danger, you can only help each other and resist this demon together, only then will you have a chance of survival. In this battlefield killer move of mine, if you do not have the determination to resist this demon, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you. As for my next move, I'll need all of you to work together." "Master, what do you want us to do? Just tell us." Yi Fan replied loudly. He was very enthusiastic. Lu Weiyin turned around and smiled at him. "As long as you are determined and have the will to fight this demon, it will be enough." "I understand." Yi Fan nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan angrily. Battle intent rose from his heart, rising up like smoke from a chimney. That upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed, its eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan hatched it, anyone who took away its freedom, even if they were its parents, was hateful. "In that case, let's cooperate." Tai Mianshin made up his mind. Even though Lu Weiyin appeared very mysteriously, currently he should be Fang Yuan's enemy. "After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Tai Mianshin also responded to Lu Weiyin's call. At the other side, Clan's two Gu immortals discussed quickly. They were also filled with battle intent towards Fang Yuan. As for those mortal Gu masters, even though it was challenging their courage to fight against a Gu immortal, because Lu Weiyin was blocking the way, and because Fang Yuan was too ferocious and wanted to kill them earlier, his malicious intent was clear. They were all filled with fighting spirit. Only Shang Xnci shook her head. She had a sad expression. Fang Yuan was her benefactor. How could she attack Fang Yuan? Clan leader, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. That Fang Yuan clearly has wild ambitions. He is a demon. If you keep being kind and merciful, he will not understand. Even Wei De Xin, who was beside Shang Xnci, persuaded. "Please don't say any more. I will not become enemies with Brother He too, even if he kills me." Shang Xnci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were dissatisfied with Shang Xinci's attitude, but because of Shang Xinci's status and the current situation, they could not say anything. Lu Weiyin saw that everyone's intentions were clear. He smiled even brighter. "Good," he said plainly, looking at Fang Yuan. "Please evaluate my Earth Support Wall. What do you think of it? Immortal killer move, Earth Support Wall." Waves of battle intent and determination surged out from everyone's bodies and rapidly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The immortal battlefield rumbled again. Fang Yuan had a vigilant expression. He did not attack recklessly, he chose to observe the situation quietly. At the next moment he saw walls appearing out of thin air, standing beside him. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He attacked continuously, using all sorts of methods to destroy these walls. But the speed at which the walls formed was much faster. Fang Yuan's methods were affected by descending earth support at all times. Their effects were quite weak. These yellow walls did not have any offensive power. They were pieced together. Some were in front and behind Fang Yuan, some were on the left and right of Fang Yuan, and some were above or below Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, 6-directional maze. Lu Weiyin grunted as he used his third killer move. Fang Yuan was moved. At this moment, Lu Weiyin's true intentions were revealed. 3 killer moves descending mud, earth support wall, and 6-directional maze were activated at the same time. They quickly fused together and formed a huge maze, trapping Fang Yuan inside. This maze was connected to the east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right. It was like a floating mountain. There were all sorts of paths and walls. It was complex. Anyone who looked at it would feel dizzy and dazzled. Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move was the combination of Myriad Self and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But Lu Weiyin's Fetus Earth Maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves. It was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan felt that he had lost his sense of direction here. He did not know where he was. He tried to move forward along the paths between the walls, completely forgetting the path he was walking on. He attacked again, blasting indiscriminately at the Yellow City Wall, but any killer move that landed on the Yellow City Wall was greatly weakened. This was because the earthen Yellow City walls had fused with the power of the previous descent of mud and sand. It seems that brute force alone is not enough to break out of here. I need to see through this move and the weakness of this immortal battlefield before making a move. A trace of comprehension appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Chapter 1551. Fang Yuan was temporarily trapped in Fetus Earth Maze. The situation stabilized. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshin's eyes. He flew down and greeted Lu Weiyin, asking, "Senior, how do we get rid of this demon Fang Yuan?" Lu Weiyin smiled as he said in a gentle tone, "Heaven is benevolent. Even if this Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being. How can we take his life?" Tai Mianshin was stunned. Clan's two Gu immortals flew over as well. Yin and Men said anxiously, "Senior, how can we tolerate this evil? This demon has committed heinous crimes. He has disrupted the order of the world. Now is the best time to get rid of him. How can we be merciful?" Yu also urged, "Senior, if we do not get rid of this demon today, he will harm the world in the future and slaughter countless living beings. Wouldn't that be worse? Getting rid of him is a good thing for the world." But Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Everyone's words make sense, but they are biased. There are no born evildoers in the world. There are no natural criminals who kill people. If not, why would we learn all sorts of methods to kill and fight? There is good and evil in humans. There is no pure evil or pure good. Even though this Fang Yuan is a demonic path Gu immortal, his hands are stained with blood and he has committed many evil deeds. He is not born evil. Hateful people are pitiful in some ways. There are causes and effects in the world as well. The current Fang Yuan was caused by yesterday's cause and effect. Since Fang Yuan can turn into this evil person, why can't he turn into a good person in the future? He has great strength and countless methods. If he uses them in the righteous path to benefit the world, wouldn't he be saving countless mortals? Wouldn't that be beneficial to the world?" Lu Weiyin's words stunned Tai Mianshin, Yin and Men, and Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to reform Fang Yuan. "It seems that Senior has a plan. Then I will wait for Senior's good news." Tai Mianshin sighed. The two clan Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just the three of them were not Fang Yuan's match. They could only rely on this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal Lu Weiyin to get rid of Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin had incredible methods. Even though he appeared suddenly and set up an immortal battlefield killer move in advance, all the signs showed that he could really get rid of Fang Yuan. To think that after this conversation, Lu Weiyin actually had such an unimaginable plan. He wanted to reform Fang Yuan, to turn this shocking demon into a kind immortal that would benefit the world. "I'm afraid this rank 8 Gu immortal has some method to change Fang Yuan's mind?" "You guessed." Nanmen directly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Senior, please open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." Clan's Gu immortals had come here to deal with Tai clan, Shang clan and Ho clan, but the situation developed too quickly and suddenly. Fang Yuan's appearance caused the situation to go out of these two Gu immortals' control. These two clan Gu immortals were unlucky. They met Fang Yuan and then Lu Weiyin. Their plan failed before it could even be executed. In this situation they did not want to stay here. It was normal for them to want to leave. Tai Mianshin looked at the two clan Gu immortals. His gaze flickered but he did not speak. Lu Weiyin shook his head. "Everyone, don't be anxious. I will not harm you, but now is not the time to open the battlefield. If you leave this battlefield, you will immediately report to your clans and ask for reinforcements to deal with Fang Yuan. This is contrary to my plan, so I ask everyone to wait a moment." This. The three Gu immortals looked at each other. They could only agree. In this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. They were weaker than Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin. Even though they were unwilling, they could only listen to the latter's arrangements. "Master, can that Fang Yuan really turn back to the righteous path?" Yi Fan asked in confusion from behind. Lu Weiyin turned around and patted Yi Fan's head. "Everything is possible in this world, isn't it? I am willing to give him a chance to repent. If he can, I believe it will be a great blessing to the world. It will be a legend in history." "Really, can he?" Shang Xnci asked. She was hesitant but there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master. She had been like this since young. She did not want her beloved Fang Yuan to walk on the demonic path. And at this moment, from Shang Xinci's perspective, Fang Yuan was already trapped. This Lu Weiyin had powerful methods. Fang Yuan's life was in danger. At this time, if Fang Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it benefit the people, Fang Yuan would also be able to keep his life. Of course it can. People change. Since they can change from good to bad, they can also change from bad to good. Shang Xnci, do you think Fang Yuan is a bad person at heart? Lu Weiyin asked with a smile. Shang Xnci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. "I won't hide it from Senior. I feel that Fang Yuan is not a natural bad person. I feel his coldness, and under that coldness there is endless sorrow." Lu Weiyi nodded. You understand him better. This is rare, very rare. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that right now he needs your help even more? Shang Xnci was dazed. She asked, Senior, how can I help him? Lu Weiyin smiled. Very simple, I have already said it. You only need to persuade him and hope that he will turn over a new leaf. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can let people experience 3 lifetimes, let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, understand the vicissitudes of human path. They will gradually forget the evil in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Each of us has an innate nature, but the experiences we have after birth are also very important. Shang Xnci, project a portion of your thoughts into Fetus Earth Maze. Fang Yuan will definitely be able to sense it. Let him know the beauty of the world and reignite the kindness and light in his heart. I understand, thank you Senior for your guidance. Shang Xnci's expression changed, her gaze became firm. A will rose from her body like the others, it was projected into Fetus Earth Maze. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He thought, with Shang Xnci's luck-changing sides, our luck path side will not be completely suppressed by Fang Yuan. Next, let's see what happens on the other side. In immemorial white heaven, Qin Yi moved like lightning, flying in the clouds. He still had injuries on his body. They came from Fang clan's first supreme elder and the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou. His injuries were filled with strength path and soul path Dao marks. They were extremely thick. Even though Qin Yi had outstanding healing methods, these injuries could not be healed in a short time. Compared to his injuries, the depression in his heart was even heavier. This time I actually failed. Not only did I not take back Divine Bean Palace, I even lost miserably. I did not even get rid of Qing Chou. I was too greedy, others took advantage of me. It is my fault, it is all my fault. Qin Yi blamed himself. Part of it was because he would not be able to answer to Fairy Myrtle when he returned, but more of it was because as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, he did not take back the Immortal Ancestors item. He felt extremely ashamed. After returning, I will resign from my position as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. After that, I will go to Western Desert to take back Divine Bean Palace. Qin Yi made up his mind. He needed to take revenge, otherwise he would not be able to feel at ease. He had been flying for many days. Central Continent was already in sight. But at this time, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. Lord Qin Yi, please wait, we have been waiting for you for a long time. These 3 rank 7 Gu immortals came together. Qin Yi took a look. They were familiar people. They were the supreme elders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. You are? Qin Yi was puzzled. One of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals gave Qin Yi an information path. Mortal Gu. Qin Yi used his consciousness to take a look. This was a letter that Fairy Myrtle left for him. In the letter, Fairy Myrtle asked Qin Yi to make up for his mistake by heading to immemorial white heaven above northern plains to receive him. Lord Fairy Myrtle is indeed a wisdom path great expert. Qin Yi's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at the letter. He nodded as he sighed. Lord Qin Yi, please tell us. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. They had only received the mission to hand this information path Mortal Gu to Qin Yi. They did not know anything about his future plans. Chapter 1552. Northern Plains, Lanya Blessed Land. On an ordinary wetland, a boundless radiance suddenly rose. The radiance was like jade, illuminating the surroundings in a dark green color. Within the jade light, countless butterflies fluttered. The brilliance lasted for 3 breaths before it suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only a few flickering jade stars. What was different from before was that 7 figures had appeared on the previously empty ground. They had the aura of Central Continent Gu immortals. The leader wore a red and white robe. It was Feng Jioge, a person who was famous in the world and rarely seen in thousands of years. These people were directly transported from Central Continent. Even Feng Jioge was slightly dazed. At this moment, after regaining their senses, they started to assess their surroundings. Beside Feng Jioge, a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal quickly calculated with his fingers, saying excitedly, "This is Lanya Blessed Land." Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals became spirited. Feng Jioge nodded in satisfaction. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was already very incomplete. It seemed to have gone through many years of vicissitudes and was about to die. Feng Jioge solemnly cupped his fists towards this will. We were able to travel between two regions and arrive here because of Senior's immortal killer move. This will barely took the form of a human. It was the image of a poor teacher. He looked around and said, "All of you are the pillars of the heavenly court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope that everyone will work together and complete the mission. We will not let down the celestial court. We will do our best." The other 6 rank 7 Gu immortals replied in unison. This will heard such a reply and laughed loudly. "Great, my great celestial court will definitely last for eternity with all of you." As he laughed, this will dissipated like dust in the wind, until it completely vanished. Behind Feng Jioge was a Gu immortal, Fang Yunhua. He wore a white jade crown and had the appearance of a young man. He knew some inside information. Seeing this, he sighed. Senior Liang Liang's remaining will in this world has been completely destroyed. Liang Liang was also famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court, a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and raised it to rank 7. Afterwards, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Huakong rebelled and he died in battle. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was also destroyed. After that, fixed immortal travel appeared many times in history, refined by different people in different regions, but they all stopped at rank 6 and never advanced to rank 7. Even after Fang Yuan cultivated the fixed immortal travel in the Three Kings Paradise, he still found it hard to break free from this shackle. But after that, Celestial Court's Granny Sha refined the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Myrtle led Celestial Court to raise this immortal Gu's rank. Celestial Court had the richest immortal material inventory in the world. The history of its collection could be traced back to primordial origin Immortal Venerables era, that was 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to refine. The main reason was that it lacked a crucial immortal material. But this problem was not so difficult for Celestial Court. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle activated the method that Gu Immortal Liang Liang left behind before he went to battle, awakening his remaining will. Under the guidance of this will, Celestial Court not only refined the rank 7 fixed immortal travel, they also successfully gathered many Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 Directions Immortal Door. It was this immortal killer move that transported Feng Jioge, Fang Yunhua, and the rest of the Central Continent 10 great sects Gu immortals from Central Continent to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. However, the moment they arrived, Liang Liang's remnant will, which was helping Feng Jioge activate this move, reached its limit and dissipated. The final trace of a legendary Gu immortal in this world vanished. But it allowed the Heavenly Court's plan to come true. Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge muttered as he flew into the air, using an immortal killer move to inspect his surroundings. He saw that the surrounding tens of thousands of li was empty and flat. There were swamps and wetlands everywhere, and some scattered vegetation could be seen clearly. But Feng Jioge saw even more. He observed down to the smallest detail and found many traces of hairy men living in this area. Feng Jioge could not help but praise Fairy Myrtle in his mind. Amazing! Ever since Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Thus, even Danghun Mountain Fang Yuan intentionally changed the appearance of the mountain, to prevent people from using fixed immortal travel to teleport here. But Fairy Myrtle used some crucial clues to deduce the terrain of other parts of Langya Blessed Land. Because of this, there was the immortal killer move 7 Directions Immortal Door, and Feng Jioge's group was able to attack this place. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already matured, he could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. After that, Fang Yuan hardened his heart and focused on developing. He rested and reorganized. This made Celestial Court, who had been chasing after him, unable to do anything. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was an existence that could destroy Fate Gu. He was a huge threat to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had always placed Fang Yuan in her heart, thinking of ways to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan could not find him, so Fairy Myrtle placed her attention on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land, the #1 blessed land in the world, had helped Fang Yuan too much. Initially, when Land Spirit of Langya was still the white-haired Land Spirit, it helped Fang Yuan refine Second Aperture Immortal Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu played an extremely crucial role in Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court, Fang Yuan turned into an immortal zombie. He was in dire straits and had many things to do. The initial stage was the most difficult. But Fang Yuan relied on Langya Blessed Land to help Land Spirit of Langya deduce immortal Gu recipes and so on. He quickly and smoothly got out of the awkward situation of starting his career. Later, in order to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist Crane Gate's invasion, Fang Yuan Land Spirit of Langya lent Fang Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu and 8 Desolate Beasts. Unfamiliar Face Immortal Killer Move helped Fang Yuan too much. It was also paid by Land Spirit of Langya to Fang Yuan. Later, Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land and took away many of the core Immortal Gu of the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. During this battle, the white-haired Land Spirit turned into the black-haired Land Spirit. Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired Land Spirit created Langya Sect and changed the white-haired Land Spirit's management strategy. He helped Fang Yuan even more. Firstly, after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan had just obtained the Sovereign Immortal Body. He was in an awkward and dangerous situation. Langya Sect used Jewel Yellow Skies to send many crucial Gu worms to Fang Yuan, helping Fang Yuan to get through the difficult situation. When Fang Yuan returned to northern plains from southern border, Langya Sect sacrificed the 2 hairy man Gu immortals that they sent to receive Fang Yuan. Before Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, Land Spirit of Langya even helped Fang Yuan move Danghun Mountain, Wisdom Gu and so on, preserving Fang Yuan's foundation to the greatest extent. Especially Wisdom Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had been responsible for feeding it. It expended a lot of lifespan Gu. Later, Land Spirit of Langya recruited Fang Yuan as an external Supreme Elder. He transacted with Fang Yuan and sold Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu, as well as Self-Luck True Inheritance and so on. After Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, Land Spirit of Langya exchanged most of the True Inheritance contents with Fang Yuan. During the 2 Land Spirit of Langya's reigns, Langya Blessed Land refined a large number of Gu worms for Fang Yuan. There were countless mortal Gu and many immortal Gu. Many of these help were timely assistance. They were a huge help to Fang Yuan. One could say that Langya Blessed Land's role in Fang Yuan's cultivation was not only crucial, it was also extremely huge. And now, even Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to offend Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. After Fang Yuan married the Snowman tribe, his attitude towards variant humans made Land Spirit of Langya even more assured. One could say that Langya Blessed Land had already become Fang Yuan's base. However, precisely because of this, Celestial Court also noticed Langya Blessed Land. It was just that for a long time, Celestial Court did not know what force was supporting Fang Yuan. Until recently, Fairy Myrtle's deductions finally bore fruit. Thus, Langya Blessed Land immediately became Celestial Court's target. Such guts, you dare to invade my territory. In the sky above the wetland, Land Spirit of Langya's furious roar could be heard as a silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had a grand aura and intense battle intent. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Langya Blessed Land was controlled by Land Spirit of Langya. He knew every blade of grass and every tree. He could sense even the slightest movement. Feng Jioga and the rest suddenly entered Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya knew almost instantly. But because these people were very strong, Land Spirit of Langya gathered hairy man Gu immortals to form Heavenly Giant Solar before rushing here. Chapter 1553. Invaders of Langya die. Land Spirit of Langya shouted, together with the hairy man Gu immortals around him. They used Heavenly Giant Solar to attack. Retreat. Seeing that the silver giant was charging at them, Central Continent's Gu immortals moved like lightning, retreating in all directions. Even Feng Jioga was retreating. However, he was the slowest to retreat. It was not because he was slower than the other Gu immortals, but because he was staying behind. Undeniably, Feng Jioga had the highest battle strength among Central Continent's Gu immortals. He was also the leader of this expedition. The success or failure of this trip was mostly due to him. He needed to maintain the overall situation. This is Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jioga. Land Spirit of Langya's leader, Heavenly Giant Solar, saw Feng Jioga. His pupils shrunk. He had a solemn expression. This person was not friendly. Land Spirit of Langya felt immense pressure. Because Feng Jioga's appearance meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and also that Celestial Court was Langya Blessed Land's enemy. Celestial Court, in the long history of humanity, it was the number 1 force in history. It was also the number 1 grotto heaven in the world. Against such an opponent, how could Land Spirit of Langya not feel nervous and pressured? Little 5. Land Spirit of Langya called out. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair quickly nodded, "Watch me." Saying so, he activated an Immortal Killer move. The killer move immediately took effect. Heavenly Giant Solar Silver Giant opened its mouth, shooting out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light was very powerful. It arrived in front of Feng Jioge in the blink of an eye. Such speed. Feng Jioge was slightly stunned, the white light shone on his face, but soon his lips curled up. Swoosh. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The grand pillar of light pierced through his location and shot far away, creating ripples in the air along the way. Feng Jioge appeared again, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and arrived in front of the silver giant's forehead. He is above us. Among the silver giants, the hairy Mangu immortal in charge of scouting shouted. The hairy Mangu immortals panicked. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. His sleeves fluttered as a majestic aura burst out from his body. Immortal killer move, 3 extreme sound. Feng Kim Hong punched from afar, and the sound of war drums rang out. Another palm strike rang out, producing the melodious sound of a copper bell. Then he pointed with his finger, producing a sharp whistle. These were the unique skills of the 3 notes, namely drum fist, bell palm and whistle finger. Previously, Feng Jioge only chose to practice the first 2 to make up for his shortcomings. But since Fang Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jioge returned to Jianghu state, reflected on his shortcomings and worked hard to practice the last one, sentry. This way, when the 3 methods were used together, they could form the consecutive move 3 extreme sound. Fist, palm, finger, fist, palm, finger. According to this sequence, Feng Jioge continued to attack. The immortal essence expenditure of each attack was greatly reduced, and the power of the attacks was even increasing. Even though the increase in power was not large, Feng Jioge's attacks were extremely fast. His fists, palms and fingers were like a wheel. He had already attacked 100 times in a short period of time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, the power of 3 extreme sound could not be underestimated. Sound waves landed on the silver giant's body, causing the silver giant to stagger. The hairy Mangu immortals were feeling dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms, creating winds and clouds. It wanted to knock down Feng Jioge, who was in the air. But Feng Jioge's flying methods were extremely powerful. He moved around in the air with extraordinary agility. Even though the giant's arms were shockingly thick, and its movements were ferocious, it could not do anything to Feng Jioge. It seems that I need to use immortal methods to restrain this person. Land Spirit of Langya's gaze became more solemn. It suddenly shouted, 3rd hair, 4th hair. The 2 hairy Mangu immortals responded in unison, activating their immortal killer moves. 3rd hair's killer move caused a layer of dark green wooden armor to appear on the silver giant's body. Feng Jioge's 3 extreme sound landed on it, but the sound waves were actually absorbed by the wooden armor. 4th hair's killer move caused countless golden spiraling chi currents to shoot out from the top of the silver giant's head. These chi currents were densely packed. They surrounded and attacked Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's situation immediately turned for the worse. His attacks were no longer effective. No matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents around him kept increasing. He could not get rid of them. Not far away, Central Continent Gu immortal Fang Yunhua saw this and had a thought. According to the information, if we take down this silver giant, the battle will be decided. Feng Jioge is in trouble. I can help him. Thinking of this, Fang Yunhua was about to use his killer move when he heard his companion's warning, "Brother Fang, dodge." What? At the next moment, Fang Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth again, shooting out a grand pillar of light. This beam of light was aimed directly at Fang Yunhua. Fang Yunhua hurriedly activated her defensive means. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Fang Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jioge or Fang Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But 3 breaths of time was enough. Fang Yunhua used this chance to turn into a white cloud of light, scattering and gathering in the sky, returning to his original body. Blood leaked out of Fang Yunhua's mouth. His expression was pale. There was shock in his eyes. Earlier, I was distracted and wanted to prepare a killer move. I exposed a flaw. The enemy could sense it immediately. What investigative method is this? Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous land spirit of Langya had no interest in anything other than Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Back then, Fang Yuan exchanged true inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. On one hand, it was for the transaction. On the other hand, it was to help Langya Sect increase their battle strength. Langya Sect had immortal Gu, but they lacked good killer moves in battle. Now Fang Yuan's actions were finally effective. Feng Jiuge's heart sank. This investigative killer move could instantly sense the enemy's flaws. It was extremely convenient for the Gu Immortal to attack them accurately. With such a killer move, it was a huge hindrance to the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the Silver Giant. Because these Central Continent Gu Immortals came from all sorts of sects, they rarely fought together. Once they attacked the Silver Giant, they would make mistakes in their coordination. Once such a mistake appeared, the Silver Giant would immediately make use of it. The more people there are, the more troublesome it is. Let me stall Heavenly Giant Solar for the time being. Feng Jiuji's thoughts raced as he fought. He quickly changed his tactic, instructing the other Gu Immortals, scatter and set up an Immortal Gu formation. We will wait for the reinforcements. Such guts. The land spirit of Langya heard this and scolded in anger. Feng Jiuge smiled. He purposely said this was a blatant scheme. He was not afraid that the land spirit of Langya would not give in. Even though the Silver Giant had rank 8 battle strength, there was only one of it, while Central Continent had 7 Gu Immortals. The Silver Giant could not split itself, but if it sent out hairy man Gu Immortals to fight, it would fall into Feng Jiuge's trap. Even though these hairy man Gu Immortals were much more skilled in battle, they were not the match of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was in a dilemma. They could not split up or not split up. The battle in Langya Blessed Land was intense. Far away in southern borders Fetus Earth Maze, it was tranquil. Where am I? Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He found that he was lying on a bed. He wanted to get up but found that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with confusion. He muttered to himself, "Who am I? I seem to have forgotten something important." "Oh son, you are finally awake." At this time, an old woman heard the commotion and came in. Seeing that Fang Yuan had woken up, she cried tears of joy. "You are?" Fang Yuan was confused. The old woman's expression shook as she cried, "Oh son, did you get hit in the head? Did you become stupid? I am your mother, you are Shin-san. A few days ago that young Master Shu could not bear to see you and Xionyang together. He got his clan's Gu masters to beat you up. Oh son, listen to me. Even though you and Xionyang are innocent, our clan is small. Even though there were Gu masters in our ancestors, we are in ruins now. You can't compete with young Master Shu for Xionyang. No matter, just let her go." "Xionyang?" Fang Yuan muttered, "Is this all real? I actually forgot all of this?" After a few days he gradually understood his background. Originally he and Xionyang were betrothed to each other, but when he was young his father died in battle. The only Gu master in the clan was gone. The clan fell. Originally they were a match for each other, but now they could not compare. Xionyang's parents favored young Master Shu more. Shu clan was a huge clan. They were a wealthy clan in the city. They had dozens of Gu masters including their retainers. They had over 100 Gu masters. A few days later Xionyang came to see Fang Yuan. "Darling San, how are your injuries? I have been thinking about you day and night, but my parents grounded me. I lied and said that I was going to a Gu master to learn cultivation. That's why I came here. My darling San, my pitiful darling San." Xionyang saw Fang Yuan lying on the bed. She started sobbing softly. Her gaze was filled with sincere love. Fang Yuan looked at Xionyang. He felt like this was the first time he was seeing this person. He looked at her like a stranger. Xionyang was in her teenage years. She had snow-white skin and white teeth. Her hair was like a waterfall. She wore a moon-white dress. She had a slim figure. She was simple and pure. Right now, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu fell in love with Xionyang. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He did not speak. Xionyang was puzzled. At this moment, the old lady sighed and said the reason. Xionyang cried out in pain. She was nervous. She held onto Fang Yuan's hand as she talked about the past, trying to make him remember her. Those past events might be ordinary, but they contained the love between the two of them. The love in Fang Yuan's heart seemed to be awakened. He looked at Xionyang's eyes as he stretched out his hand, caressing her soft face as he called out softly, "Xionyang, sigh." Xionyang quickly agreed. She grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and placed it on her face. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan's eyes with deep love, calling out again, "My darling San, my darling San." Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the immortal battlefield, Lu Weiyin smiled as he muttered to himself, "I was right after all. Humans are not plants. How can they be emotionless? This Fang Yuan is not a heartless person. He still has love and affection in his heart." Lu Weiyin looked around. At some point in time, be it Tai Mian Shen and the other Gu Immortals, or Shang Xinci and the other Gu masters, they were floating in the air with their eyes closed. Among them, Shang Xinci's eyes were shut, her eyeballs were rolling and her face was slightly red. She seemed to be in a beautiful dream. Chapter 1554. Langya Blessed Land. An intense battle was ongoing. Central Continent's Gu immortals received orders and scattered, setting up immortal formations. As long as the immortal formation was completed, Central Continent's Gu immortals would be able to enter Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Feng Jioge and the rest. This was bad news for the land spirit of Langya. Thus they had to be stopped. This Feng Jioge is truly scheming. My hairy man Gu immortals can only gather and form Heavenly Giant Solar Ancient Battle Formation to fight rank 8s. He wants me to split up, how can I let him do that? Land spirit of Langya snickered in his mind. If it were the previous white-haired land spirit he might have been panicking already. But this black-haired land spirit was skilled in fighting. He immediately saw through Feng Jioge's scheme. We cannot split up. In that case I will kill some of your Central Continent Gu immortals first. We will compete in speed. Will your immortal formations come faster or will I kill you faster? Land spirit of Langya's eyes shined with an unyielding light. The silver giant suddenly roared, and the sound waves surged in all directions repelling Feng Jioge. Next, the silver giant raised its right leg and moved forward. It moved very slowly as if there was a formless mountain hanging on its right leg. Oh no! Feng Jioge's expression changed, because he sensed an intense space path aura from the silver giant. This was a space path killer move. Feng Jioge wanted to stop it. He used triple extreme sound attacks again, but the silver giant was unreasonable. It forcefully endured the attacks and wanted to complete the space path killer move. The silver giant finally moved its right leg. The moment its right leg stepped on the ground below it shrunk by countless times. It moved 100 li in one step. A Central Continent Gu immortal was flying on a cloud when suddenly, the air around him rippled. His entire body and the area in front of him were shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned around and his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that the silver giant was already behind him. Its hands were grabbing at him from both sides. The Central Continent Gu immortal felt a strong sense of danger. He gritted his teeth and activated all his methods trying to escape. However, a mysterious radiance suddenly shot out from each of the silver giant's palms. The two profound lights landed on the Central Continent Gu immortal. His killer move that was about to form crumbled. Save me. The Central Continent Gu immortal was locked in place by the two mystical lights. He could not move. He screamed in panic and asked for help from his companions. At the next moment he was trapped by the silver giant's two hands. The silver giant's 10 fingers clasped together, the two hands fused together, forming a spherical silver cage. Unparalleled pressure came from all directions. Central Continent's Gu immortal's bones were crackling. The Central Continent Gu immortal's expression changed. He could feel that his defensive methods were collapsing. He could not resist the internal pressure of the silver prison. Save me. He no longer had a trace of calmness as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Jeez. At the next moment, his body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was crushed by the pressure of the silver cage. This rank 7 expert of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects died tragically at the hands of the silver giant. Good. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects are only SOSO. Inside the silver giant, land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Let's do this. That Feng Jioge has rank 8 battle strength. He is the hardest nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. Let's crush these weaklings first. Let's see who in this world dares to invade our hairy man habitat. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation. It had been tested for a long time. It was the peak of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength to begin with, but the hairy man Gu immortal's battle attainment was too low. Even the white-haired land spirit was the same. That was why they performed poorly against Shadow Sect's attacks. The rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect. They could leave easily. But it was different now, with the black-haired land spirit's reforms and the establishment of Langya sect. After a period of Fang Yuan's personal guidance, the hairy man Gu immortal's battle attainment was much higher than before. It was much higher now. This way, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar that was formed could truly display rank 8 battle strength. The black-haired land spirit often stopped the hairy man Gu immortals from practicing this ancient battle formation. it caused Central Continent's rank 7 Gu immortals to lose their lives here. Southern border, fetus Earth maze. Scenes of the mortal world continued to play out. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan sighed. He wore a simple robe as he walked in a courtyard surrounded by mud walls. There was a well in the courtyard, most of the bricks in the well were gone. There was also a fruit tree that had no leaves at all, it was withered and thin. This is my home. Fang Yuan looked around as he sighed. He looked at the old woman's sleeping room, it was even more dilapidated than his own room, there were many holes in the paper windows. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt ashamed in his heart. Thinking of Xionyang, Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of love. Undeniably, these were the two most important women in his life. After recuperating for several months, his injuries were almost completely healed, he could get off his bed and walk around. Right now he was thinking about many things, the moonlight was like frost, it shone on his tightly furrowed brows. Lying on his bed for the past few days, he had been thinking about his situation. Xionyang treats me so sincerely, I must marry her, I will not let her down. Mother likes Xionyang very much, but due to the situation, I had to give her up. There are two obstacles for me to marry Xionyang. The first is Shu clan, they have a huge business and many people. The second is Xionyang's parents, they are both Gu masters, they look down on a mortal like me. In the end, it is because my aptitude is not good enough, I cannot become a Gu master. If I can become a Gu master and cultivate to rank 3, Xionyang's parents might be able to accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. This was a dead end, there was no way out. Even though there were rumors of Gu that could change aptitude, who would pay a huge price to help a poor lad like Fang Yuan for no reason. Even though Xionyang had Gu master aptitude, she was only C grade, her potential was low. If she had a bright future, she would become a rank 3 Gu master, she would be able to decide her own happiness, she would not be helpless like now. What should I do? Fang Yuan looked at the moon and sighed, he was extremely troubled. But at this moment he heard the sound of a zither. Where is this zither sound coming from? Fang Yuan listened carefully, he heard that this was not just zither music, there were also bells, flutes and so on. He listened carefully, trying to find the source of the music as he walked towards the well. Strange, this music is coming from my well, why is this? Fang Yuan leaned against the well and looked inside, he saw that the moonlight was shining into the well, it was very clear. Fang Yuan saw that on the wall of the well, there was a place where dozens of bricks formed the shape of a door, it was shining with a white jade-like luster, it was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued. He tied the hemp rope on the bucket to a nearby fruit tree, then climbed down along the hemp rope. At the middle part, his legs were on the rope as he stretched out his hand towards the white jade-like bricks, trying to push. His strength was small, but the moment he touched the jade brick, it turned into nothingness, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, sucking Fang Yuan, who was caught off guard in the next moment. The night passed. Fang Yuan got up, his eyes shining. His spirit was completely different from before, a world of difference. As it turned out, there was an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal in this well, it was called Virtue True Inheritance. Because it had existed for too long, it was already damaged. Fang Yuan inherited this damaged true inheritance. He opened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 Gu master. He also obtained the acknowledgement of several mortal Gu, his strength rose sharply, his life was completely different now. Heaven took pity on me, giving me such a peerless fortuitous encounter. Now there is a huge chance for me to marry Xionyang. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he was overflowing with joy. But he endured it, he knew that he could not expose himself now. This fortuitous encounter was too important, if he exposed it he would get himself killed. I need to cultivate hard and accumulate my strength secretly, only when I have enough strength to protect myself can I expose my identity. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he frowned slightly. But this true inheritance has a special requirement. It requires the inheritor to maintain justice in his heart, to be a person of virtue. Moreover, the more virtuous one is, the easier it will be to cultivate. Virtue? Fang Yuan hesitated. He felt some disdain towards this term, but now that he obtained this true inheritance, this disdain dissipated. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated hard, secretly accumulating his strength. The old woman persuaded him not to get close to Xionyang. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, he had his own plans. Xionyang came to find him to relieve her pain of longing, Fang Yuan advised her gently, he told her to endure it, he had a way. What made Fang Yuan extremely happy was that Xionyang believed his words without reservation. During the cultivation, the old woman suddenly fell ill. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being stabbed, but ordinary herbs had no effect. Fang Yuan was burning with anxiety. He found a Gu master to treat her, but that rank 2 Gu master did not want his meager fees. He did not want to do it in winter. Fang Yuan heard that this Gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li and arrived at a lake in the mountains. Fang Yuan started a fire and melted the ice. He dived into the water and caught some fish, giving them to the Gu master. The Gu master was very touched by Fang Yuan's filial piety. He finally treated the old woman. The old woman recovered. Fang Yuan was very happy about this. There was also an unexpected joy. He found that he had a rank 2 accumulate virtue Gu in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this kind of accumulate virtue Gu could be refined continuously as long as Fang Yuan did good deeds and did good deeds. The greater the good deeds they accumulate, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu that they refine. Accumulate virtue Gu had many uses. It was one of the foundational cores of the virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a righteous path virtuous body. According to the vague records in the true inheritance, the righteous path virtuous body was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. It did not have the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. It was not a small matter. It represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan continued to do good deeds. He did not let go of any opportunity. He continued to refine accumulate virtue Gu. Soon, his virtue and reputation started to spread. Fang Yuan's aptitude got better. His cultivation efficiency also got higher. 2 years later, he secretly became a rank 2 Gu master. In an accident, he had to expose his identity as a Gu master to save a drowning baby. Coincidentally, a Shu clan elder saw this. Fang Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought that a mere mortal like Fang Yuan could actually improve his aptitude and cultivate to rank 2. There had to be a huge secret, thus he attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him bitterly, but in the end he performed exceptionally, using the mortal killer move virtue win over people. This move expended all of the accumulate virtue Gu that he had accumulated. The Shu clan elder was unharmed after getting hit by this move, but soon he cried bitterly, kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face before crying out, "I am not a human, I am not a human, I actually had such evil thoughts, I dared to attack such a noble and virtuous person like you. I am a beast, I am not a human. Please forgive me, give me a chance to repent and make up for my mistakes." Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect this move to be so powerful. From then on, he subdued this Shu clan elder, and obtained the most reliable source of information about Shu clan's young master. At this point, Fang Yuan worked even harder to accumulate virtue. His reputation spread among mortals. Many Gu masters heard of him. After a few more years, the truth could not be concealed. Fang Yuan's Gu master identity was exposed. But he used other Gu worms to conceal his huge secret. Xiaonyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they still did not want their daughter to marry a poor person like Fang Yuan. Compared to the lone Fang Yuan, Shu clan's young master had a huge advantage. But Xiaonyang was in love with Fang Yuan. Shu clan's young master was filled with jealousy. He found trouble with Fang Yuan many times. Even though Fang Yuan's life was full of twists and turns, as long as Xiaonyang was around, he welcomed every day with hope. Finally, the conflict reached its limit. Shu clan's young master challenged Fang Yuan to a life-and-death battle. Fang Yuan agreed. This caused a huge commotion. Even in the surrounding forces, many Gu masters heard about it. Right before the battle, in the middle of the night, Fang Yuan was ambushed by Shu clan's Gu masters. Fang Yuan escaped to the forest with heavy injuries. He was filled with hatred. Because he knew that he was heavily injured, he was not Shu clan's young master's match. If he agreed to the battle, he would be courting death. But if he did not go, he would be considered defeated. Xiaonyang would be forced by her parents to marry Shu clan's young master. How can I let Xiaonyang fall into the hands of this despicable person? Even if I die, I want to. What sound? Fang Yuan was shocked. He turned his head and saw a terrifying beast tide charging towards him from the mountain top. Good. The heavens have opened their eyes and allowed this beast tide to destroy the city. The Shu clan will be caught off guard and will definitely suffer a great defeat. This can be considered as taking revenge for me. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile froze at the next moment. He thought of his mother, he thought of Xiaonyang, he thought of his neighbors and friends. The cute faces of these people appeared in his mind. He could not get rid of them. If he allowed the beast tide to attack the city, who knew how many of these people would die? Even if he secretly saved them with his strength, how many could he save? Even if I saved Xionyang and my mother, what about these people? Do they not have children? They have parents too. If I did not report them, I would be harming them. Also, even if Shu Clan's young master is a scoundrel, not everyone in Shu Clan is like him. There are cute and respectable people among them. Why should I vent my anger on them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have lived in this city for 20 years, it has raised me. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts long ago. Could it be that I also have to watch as this city is captured? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze became firm. He turned around and ran towards the city. Even though he knew that on the way back he would likely meet those Shu Clangu masters and be killed by them. But he had to go. Because ever since he inherited the true inheritance of Daoda in these past few years, he had already engraved Daoda into his bones, it permeated into his thoughts, he felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to do some things. Fang Yuan ran back to the city and informed everyone about the beast tide. It attracted a lot of attention. This beast tide was so sudden and hidden, but thanks to Fang Yuan's warning, the Gu masters in the city were fully prepared. They stabilized their footing. The city lord learned of Fang Yuan's situation. He praised Fang Yuan for risking his life to inform them. With the city lord's support, Fang Yuan was no longer afraid of Shu Clan using their forces to find trouble with him. His battle with Shu Clan's young master was also postponed. Afterwards, in the battle that lasted for a year, Fang Yuan performed extremely well. He saved countless Gu masters and mortals. He was willing to help others. He did not ask for anything in return. On one hand, his strength increased greatly. He refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. On the other hand, people respected him greatly. His reputation rose greatly. After the beast tide retreated, Fang Yuan, on the other hand, underwent a complete transformation. He finally fought against Shu Clan's young master openly. In this battle of life and death, Fang Yuan obtained victory with absolute dominance. But he spared Shu Clan's young master's life. O Shin-san, you repaid evil with kindness. I am convinced I will follow your lead from now on. Please accept my bow. Shu Clan's young master knelt down on the spot. Everyone in the city was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old. He gave his position to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. He became the new city lord. The day he took office was also the day he and Xionyang got married. Bright red happiness characters, lively guests, good wine and delicacies, and a wedding night. Xionyang was dressed beautifully. She sat on the bed, looking at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan, we are finally husband and wife. I knew I was not wrong about you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Of course. But... He pressed on his chest. Xionyang became nervous. But what? Where are you feeling unwell? Fang Yuan shook his head. I suddenly feel a little empty. Xionyang giggled. She was like a blooming peony, extremely beautiful. What are you feeling empty about? Lang-san, I wonder how many people are envious of you now. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. They are envious of me? It is just wealth, power, strength and beauty. As he said this, his tone turned cold, a sharp aura shot out of his gaze. Xionyang's expression changed. Lang-san, what's wrong? Your words are making me feel uneasy. Fang Yuan looked at her with a serious expression. He looked at this beautiful woman who made him yearn for her day and night. He loved her dearly. His gaze was so serious that Xionyang felt even more uneasy. Next, Xionyang saw Fang Yuan shake his head and sigh. So many things, they are just so. At the next moment, everything around them collapsed. Chapter 1555. Northern Plains, Lanya Blessed Land. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. A Central Continent rank 7 Gu immortal shouted. He knew he could not escape. Facing the silver giant, he retaliated before his death. The immortal killer move was powerful. The entire silver giant staggered back a few steps. But that was all. Slap. The silver giant clapped its palms, turning him into meat paste. Ha ha, the third Central Continent Gu immortal is dead. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly, feeling satisfied. The silver giant turned around and looked at Feng Jioga, who had just arrived, shouting provocatively, "Oh Feng Jioga, even if you have rank 8 battle strength, so what? Can you stop me from killing your companions? You dared to invade my Langya blessed land, I will make this place your burial ground." Feng Jioge's gaze seemed to be spewing fire. He was furious. In this Langya-blessed land spirit of Langya was the main force. He had a huge territorial advantage. The silver giant formed by heavenly giant Solar had genuine rank 8 battle strength. Even if he used his killer move, he could not stop the silver giant from slaughtering the other central continent Gu immortals. In that case, I have no choice but to do this. Feng Jioge's gaze suddenly turned deep and unfathomable. Land spirit of Langya had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do? Feng Jioge smiled lightly. Nothing much, I am just trying to imitate you. He suddenly flew down from Cloud Cover Continent, arriving at one of the 3 continents above the sea, Black Hair Continent. Below Feng Jioge, there was a hairy man city. Countless hairy men were living inside. They did not know that a calamity was about to befall them. Stop. Land spirit of Langya drove the silver giant towards Feng Jioge. But Feng Jioge forcefully activated an immortal killer move. With a loud sound, this hairy man city crumbled. Countless hairy men were buried in the rubble. Tens of thousands of hairy men died in an instant. Land spirit of Langya's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, Feng Jioge, you are a righteous path Gu immortal, you actually attacked so viciously. Feng Jioge smiled coldly, my righteous path is the righteous path of humanity, not the righteous path of you variant humans. Since when did you variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Since when did variant humans want to be on the same level as us humans? Langya land spirit tried to stop him, but just like how Feng Jioge could not stop him from slaughtering central continent's Gu immortals, he could not stop Feng Jioge from killing these hairy men. Feng Jioge did not care about these central continent Gu immortals. After all, they came from different sects. Central continent's 10 great ancient sects had been fighting for a long time. But land spirit of Langya cared about these hairy men's lives. Because he had the ideology of hairy men, this was his weakness. Feng Jioge attacked the enemy's weakness. He immediately restrained land spirit of Langya. The other central continent Gu immortals were saved from danger. The situation was very disadvantageous to Langya. Southern border inside the battlefield killer move. Strange. Lu Weiyin had a bewildered expression. My killer move imitates reincarnation battlefield, using fetus Earth maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. There are many people participating in the dream realm this time. They are all human path elites. The dream realm is so powerful that even I can only influence it, I cannot control it. This Fang Yuan has emotions and love in his heart. He also yearns for wealth, authority and strength. But why did he suddenly lose control of the dream realm? This sympathetic dream realm's virtue true inheritance was not fake. It was a crucial move that Lu Weiyin had specially arranged. The main goal was to guide Fang Yuan towards kindness, to stimulate the morality and righteousness in his heart, to turn him from demonic to righteous, to become a righteous path Gu immortal. The entire process from the start to the end was very smooth and successful. But right when Lu Weiyin thought that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan suddenly deviated from the original path. This situation made Lu Weiyin extremely puzzled. He thought about it carefully but could not understand it. Forget it. Even though this life has passed, there are still 2 lives left. Let me reform you again. Lu Weiyin breathed in deeply, his expression becoming extremely serious. In the second life in the dream realm, Fang Yuan became a young master. His clan was a super force that ruled over an area. His grandfather was the first supreme elder. His father and mother were Gu immortals with supreme authority. As the only son of the family, Fang Yuan was pampered from birth. He enjoyed the pinnacle of glory and wealth in the world from a young age. When he was young, he inevitably became a profligate young master. Even though he was lazy and neglected his cultivation, his elders supported him and paid a huge price to raise his cultivation level. Thus, when Fang Yuan was 16, even though he played around all day, he had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Fang Yuan forgot his original self. He also forgot his first life in the dream realm. He lived happily and without worries. Just when he thought that his life could continue like this forever, the clan was attacked by a demonic overlord. This peerless demonic cultivator had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He was ferocious and cunning. Fang Yuan's clan was not his match. The clan paid a huge price to invite helpers. They allied with other righteous path forces to attack the demon. In this battle, his grandfather and father died in battle. The demon was defeated and disappeared without a trace. News of his death spread. However, Fang Yuan's life took a nosedive. His mother could not hold the fort alone. She was soon suppressed by the other forces in the clan. Survival was not a problem after all. his mother could shelter him from the wind and rain. But a few years later that demon reappeared. The first thing he did was to kill his way into Fang Yuan's clan, slaughtering all of his clansmen. The scene was extremely tragic. The blessed land's headquarters that had been living in peace and contentment was now in ruins, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan was the only Gu master who survived by a fluke. Demon, I will kill you. He was determined to die. He disregarded his own safety and charged towards the demon. The demon laughed loudly, he blew out a breath of air and blew Fang Yuan to the ground. He stretched out his leg and stepped on Fang Yuan's head, smiling. Little scoundrel, do you hate me? I can feel how much you hate me. Because what you experienced today is the same as what I experienced. I was a mortal, I had family to live with. Even though the days were tough, they were happy and harmonious. But a Gu master in your clan killed my entire family because of a tiny Gu worm. I narrowly escaped death, I was determined to take revenge. Heaven has eyes, I obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal, I can finally take revenge today. Ah! Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. The demon laughed even louder. Eventually he stomped on Fang Yuan's head until it exploded. 3 days later, in a hidden cave on a mountain, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Didn't I die? When he realized he was still alive, he was extremely shocked. But soon, a scene of the past appeared in his mind. His mother used an immortal killer move on him solemnly. The entire process was extremely secretive, no one knew about it. My son, this killer move can protect your soul and allow you to revive once. If this killer move is useful in the future, I hope you can live a good life, don't take revenge for us. His mother said this to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but cry. He realized that the reason he could revive was because of his mother. He had been reborn but his mother had not. Evidently, she had given her only chance of survival to Fang Yuan. What a great mother's love. Fang Yuan was sobbing uncontrollably, the hatred in his heart was accumulating like a vast ocean, creating huge waves in his heart. How much he loved his clansmen and his home, how much he hated that demon. After crying for a while, Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, he swore to the heavens that he would use all his strength, no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill that demon and take revenge for his parents, clansmen, and himself. From then on, Fang Yuan started to cultivate hard. He worked extremely hard, he only had the most basic sleep every day, even eating and defecating had to be calculated by the seconds. After he revived, he changed his body, but his aptitude was still peerless, it was even more convenient for him to conceal his identity. He still had his clan's inheritance and the foundation of a super force. Even though there were no immortal Gu left behind in this place where he was reborn, his mother had arranged many mortal Gu for him. Like this, he cultivated hard in this cave. 8 years later, he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a high-grade blessed land. But rank 6 was not that demon's match. Fang Yuan's heart for revenge became firmer as time passed. The cultivation resources left behind by his mother had already been used up. Fang Yuan left the cave and started to roam the world. At this time, the whole world submitted to the demon's might. Without rank 9 appearing, the demon was the #1 person in the world. Fang Yuan cultivated while actively joining the forces that resisted the demon. However, the demon was truly too powerful. Countless resistance forces had vanished into thin air under his powerful strength. Gradually, the situation became worse. Many Gu immortals joined the demon and became his lackeys. Even though Fang Yuan's strength grew, his rank 7 cultivation level was still not the demon's match. He still had to deal with the encirclement and pursuit of those lackeys. His cultivation situation became more and more difficult. The number of injuries he suffered was uncountable. Many times in desperate situations he relied on luck to survive. He suffered untold hardships and endured untold pain. These pains were deeply buried in his heart, making the hatred in his heart even more intense. He became older. He became silent. I don't have much lifespan left. Fang Yuan looked at his old face in the water, feeling anxious. Please give me your lifespan Gu, I am willing to pay you 3 rank 7 immortal Gu. He found a Gu immortal, this was his benefactor and also someone who wanted to deal with the demon. Chapter 1556. I really need it, I have a reason to live on. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, persisting with all his might. In this world, everyone has a reason to live. Why do you want me to die just because you want to live? This Gu immortal smiled. Of course I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy, you want to take revenge on him. But he is also my enemy, I want to take revenge on him too. Why do you want to sacrifice my reason to fulfill yours? Go find other lifespan gu, I want to use my own lifespan gu. Fang Yuan could not retort, because this gu immortal's words were very reasonable. He continued to plead, but it was useless. Fang Yuan could only go out to find lifespan gu. In fact, he had been paying attention to lifespan gu while cultivating. But his luck was bad. The demon was also collecting lifespan gu, causing lifespan gu to become very rare in the outside world. Fang Yuan had no way out. He knelt in front of his parents' tombstones for the entire night. That night he first cried, then sobbed. At dawn he stood up and his eyes became very dangerous. In order to obtain lifespan gu, he decided to take a risk. Eventually he killed his benefactor and took the lifespan gu from him. Using this lifespan gu, he successfully extended his life and continued to cultivate, looking for a chance to take revenge. He started to lose his principles, he became unscrupulous. Thus, he was gradually treated as a dangerous person by other gu immortals. They saw him as a member of the demonic path. So what if I become a demon? I will do anything that can help me take revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that resisted him. His status was like the sun in the sky. No one in the world could shake him. Fang Yuan could not find any hope of killing the demon. He could not endure it anymore. The hatred in his heart was like a monster in the darkness. If he did not satisfy this monster's desire for revenge, this monster would first devour Fang Yuan himself. Thus, Fang Yuan turned his gaze to the people around the demon. The demon was also human, even though his family was killed. But over the years he had a wife, subordinates, and many children. Among all of his children, the demon doted on a young girl the most. She was only 16 years old when the demon paid an astonishing price to forcefully raise her to a gu immortal. Fang Yuan then carried out a meticulous plan and created an accident to purposely get close to this female immortal. You can call me Little Shang. Thank you for saving me. The female immortal was very innocent, and Fang Yuan appeared as her savior, so he quickly gained her trust. Fang Yuan was good at acting. The vicissitudes of life made his acting skills exquisite, and his rich experience made him able to see through people's hearts. At first he got close to female immortal Xiao Shang to kill her and let the demon taste pain. However, as he spent more time with Xiao Shang, the beautiful memories in Fang Yuan's heart were gradually awakened. However, when Xiao Shang took the initiative to confess her love to him, Fang Yuan panicked and fled with his face covered. He disappeared from Xiao Shang's sight. He concealed himself and returned to his parents' tombs, kneeling down as tears flowed down his face. Because from his panic he understood his own feelings. Unknowingly he had fallen in love with Xiao Shang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of his mortal enemy, the person who killed his family? Fang Yuan was extremely sad and also extremely conflicted. Eventually he decided to let Xiao Shang go and only find the demon to take revenge. He changed his appearance and did some businesses that cost nothing. After gathering enough cultivation resources, he built a hut in front of the tombs and cultivated bitterly to advance to rank 8. He succeeded in advancing to rank 8, but he was heavily injured. When he was recuperating, Little Shang actually appeared and found Fang Yuan. She questioned Fang Yuan, why did he cover his face and flee when she confessed? She said that this was the first time she confessed to someone she liked, but she was treated like this. She was not resigned to this, she had to get to the bottom of it. Fang Yuan could not tell her the truth, he could only bring her to his parents' tombs saying, "This is the tomb of the person I once loved." Little Shang's face turned pale, she apologized to Fang Yuan and asked, "Why are there no words on this tombstone?" Of course there were no words. How could Fang Yuan leave behind such a loophole and expose his true identity? Thus he sighed, because I did not know her name from start to end. Next he narrated a sad and beautiful love story. Little Shang's face was covered in tears as she listened. She was deeply immersed in the story, she was filled with sympathy and love for Fang Yuan. She decided to accompany Fang Yuan and live with him, to help Fang Yuan walk out of the shadow of his life. Her reason was very strong. What's wrong with helping the person I love? Although Fang Yuan loved Xiao Shang, he was not willing to be with her. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that after he succeeded in his revenge, he would cause even more harm to Xiao Shang. He was also afraid that if he and Xiao Shang were together, his will to take revenge would fade away. On the night that Xiao Shang stayed, Fang Yuan met the demon. His lifelong enemy. The demon used his methods to make Xiao Shang sleep before forcefully summoning him over. Fang Yuan carefully hid himself. the demon did not discover his true identity. Although the demon's tone and attitude were strong, what surprised Fang Yuan was that he did not forcefully separate him and Xiaoshang. From the demon's words, Fang Yuan acutely sensed the love of a father who cared for his children and hoped that they would be happy. You have rank 8 cultivation, you are barely worthy of my daughter. Treat him well. This kid really likes you. After the demon said this, he left. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the demon's actions had some hidden reasons. Sure enough, little Shang revealed a shocking secret after he probed in a roundabout way. That was, the demon wanted to break through to the 9 Revolutions realm, but he himself did not have much confidence in doing so. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon's actions meant that he did not have much confidence in breaking through to rank 9. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be like Fang Yuan, heavily injured. At that time, it would be the best time for Fang Yuan to take revenge. At once, the will to take revenge took the upper hand. The unprecedented hope made Fang Yuan calm and rational. He decided not to chase Xiaoshang away, he wanted to use her to get close to the demon. The demon failed to break through to rank 9 indeed, he hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Fang Yuan could find out his location, the news was leaked by the demon's most trusted subordinate. The demon had always been domineering and strict towards his subordinates. It was normal for his subordinate to betray him. Most Gu immortals did not truly submit to the demon. After getting this news, the 5 regions rose up. A large number of Gu immortals worked together and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Xiaoshang was worried about her father and wanted to go help him. Fang Yuan took the chance to go with her. Xiaoshang was extremely moved. Fang Yuan thus got close to the demon. A huge battle started. The demon was unstoppable and killed many Gu immortals, but he also exposed his weak nature. The Gu immortals saw hope and fought to the death. Fang Yuan schemed and framed the demon, leaking precious information and causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides fought until they ran out of resources. Under a coincidence, Fang Yuan obtained the control of the immortal formation that defeated the enemy. The immortal formation only had the power for one final attack left, but it was enough to decide the battle. The Gu immortals shouted at Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice and restore order to the world." Little Shang was in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was her only hope of survival. The demon said to Fang Yuan, "Quickly kill these Gu immortals. I will make you the second strongest person in the world, you will enjoy endless wealth, my daughter will accompany you for the rest of your life." Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. In his mind, his parents appeared. They were also roaring angrily, "Kill him! Kill this demon! Avenge our clan!" Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal formation. Wherever he attacked, that side would be destroyed and the other side would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu immortals, the demon would win. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. But if he did not do this, little Shang would die. Maybe he should save little Shang first, there would be a chance to kill the demon in the future. After this, Fang Yuan would gain the demon's trust. But this was not safe. Fang Yuan did not have confidence in killing the demon alone. The demon was truly too strong. As long as he could catch his breath, he would become even more vigilant and stronger than before. Fang Yuan's hope of revenge would become very slim. If he attacked the demon, this would be the safest. Fang Yuan would be able to kill him. He would be able to resolve the blood feud that he had been carrying for his entire life. But this way little Shang would die. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Love and hate were entangled in his heart. The conflict and pain was unprecedented, and time was pressing. He needed to make a final decision. No matter what, this decision would determine the future of the world. It would greatly influence the rest of his life. Should he attack this final attack or not? If he attacked, where would he attack? All the Gu immortals who had doubts looked at Fang Yuan. Many of them shouted loudly, urging Fang Yuan to make this crucial decision. Under everyone's gazes, the hesitation and struggle on Fang Yuan's face disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Next he started to laugh. As he laughed, he let out a long breath, his entire body relaxed. "What are you laughing at? Quickly make a decision." The demon shouted angrily, urging him. "I am laughing at myself, I am also laughing at all of you." Fang Yuan looked at him with a calm gaze, then looked at the surroundings, his eyebrows drooping. "Love, fighting and killing, don't you find these trivial matters boring?" Chapter 1557. Boom. With a loud sound, another city on Black Hair Continent collapsed. Countless hairy men died instantly. Feng Jioge, you deserve death. Land Spirit of Langya let out a furious roar, his voice was filled with deep sorrow. Feng Jioge smiled coldly as he flew away again. The silver giant was driven by Land Spirit of Langya as it chased after him. Before leaving, it scattered bright light. Inside the ruins of those cities, the injured hairy men who were not dead quickly recovered from the bright light, their lives were saved. But this was useless in the battle. The silver giant had rank 8 battle strength, but so did Feng Jioge, neither could stop the other. Unless there was a huge difference in their battle strength. Feng Yuan still hasn't responded? Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. The hairy man-gu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth, he clenched his fists as he went into a frenzy. At the crucial moment he can't use it anymore. Is he trying to run away? No, that's not right. He is not someone who lacks courage. As long as he works with me, these Central Continent Gu immortals will all die. That means, I'm afraid Feng Yuan has also been attacked by the Celestial Court. Land Spirit of Langya might be furious, but he was still rational. First Supreme Elder, what do? We can't chase after that Feng Jioge like this. Sixth Hair asked. The hairy man-gu immortals were not Land Spirit of Langya. Even though they were born and raised here, after becoming immortals their views changed, they were separated into mortals and immortals. If these ordinary hairy men died, they would just need to spend more time nurturing them. But if these Central Continent Gu immortals were allowed to set up the formation freely, the whole of Langya Blessed Land would be in trouble. These hairy man-gu immortals also wanted to persuade the Land Spirit of Langya, but they lacked the courage. Only Sixth Hair had a special status. He was a split soul of spectral soul. At this crucial moment he knew he had to stand up. Out of the other hairy man-gu immortals' expectations, the Land Spirit of Langya did not become more irritable or furious after hearing Sixth Hair's suggestion. Instead he laughed savagely. Don't worry. How could I forget about those Central Continent Gu immortals? Even without Feng Yuan we still have other reinforcements, ha ha ha. This Feng Jioge thought that he had succeeded, but in fact, it was just a last-ditch struggle. These people all had to die. All of you must die. Could it be? Hearing this, Sixth Hair's eyes lit up. The other hairy man-gu immortals also reacted. That's right, we're not alone. Not bad, not bad. Our Langya sect has joined the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's Gu immortals have reinforcements, but so do we. Back then, when Feng Yuan created the Four Races Alliance, he had already considered this situation. Feng Yuan was well aware of the importance of Langya Blessed Land. The alliance he created was to provide a strong guarantee for Langya Blessed Land's safety. The Land Spirit of Langya and the hairy man-gu immortals were led by the nose by Feng Jioge. Langya sect's forces were all concentrated on the silver giant. Central Continent's Gu immortals thought that they were safe, but in fact, Langya sect still had a lot of forces that could be mobilized. In fact, the reinforcements of the Inkmen, Rockmen, and Snowmen had already arrived, but they had yet to show themselves. Is it finally time for us to make a move? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Xiong received the message from the Land Spirit of Langya and muttered. Let's go. What are we waiting for? The Rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Feng could not hold back anymore. It is a pity that I cannot participate in this battle. Another Rank 7 Close Combat Snowman Gu Immortal, Bing Zhua, said regretfully. With such a formation, why would we need to make a move? The Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman City laughed heartily. Other than the 4 Rank 7s, there were also many Rank 6 Gu Immortals. Langya sect was attacked. According to the agreement of the Four Races Alliance, the other 3 races had to help each other and resist the enemy together. If they violated the agreement, the punishment would be severe. When Feng Yuan made the agreement, he emphasized on the speed of reinforcements. He did not let go of any details. But these 3 races were not forced to help, they were willing. These variant humans did not have a good impression of humans, their only worry was that their own Gu immortals would die in battle. But Langya Blessed Land's hidden immortal formation perfectly resolved this worry of theirs. Ever since the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and the core Immortal Gu were taken away, Langya Blessed Land could only barely defend itself with a damaged Refinement Cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. Feng Yuan was a wise man, he had noticed this long ago. A long time ago he who had Formation Path Attainment level, exchanged inheritances with the Land Spirit of Langya, there were a large number of immortal formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron and defend the Blessed Land. Langya sect did not lack immortal goo. Feng Yuan modified the immortal formations and secretly set up a super goo formation that was hidden in the whole of Langya Blessed Land. During normal times, it would be hidden, and only when a strong enemy came, the goo immortals would activate it and unleash a vast power. This was naturally done intentionally by Feng Yuan. He had thought about it deeply, considering the individual battle strength of the hairy man goo immortals, and also the mentality of the goo immortals who came to help. Setting up an immortal formation was the best choice. And there was another point: after the immortal formation was set up, it could not be moved. Langya Blessed Land might be strong now, but if something happened in the future and they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, Feng Yuan had even left some hidden doors in this immortal formation. After these variant human goo immortal reinforcements arrived, they were arranged into the immortal formation by the land spirit of Langya. They spent some time familiarizing themselves with the immortal formation, but now they worked together and injected immortal essence, activating this super formation. What's going on? There is actually a super goo formation hidden here. Impossible. How can Langya still have people? The immortal formation activated with immense power. It was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the Central Continent goo immortals had just set up immediately crumbled. Many of them were heavily injured. Bing Zhua and the rest used this chance to kill without mercy. The immortal formation emitted a formless force that was like a giant grinder. Under the pressure, 2 Central Continent goo immortals lost their lives. Feng Jioga's expression changed. Land spirit of Langya, I actually fell for your trap. The cruel truth was like a slap that ruthlessly slapped Feng Jioji's face. This legendary figure of the current era also showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Jioga could not continue with his previous tactic. He quickly returned and tried to save the remaining Central Continent goo immortals. But the Silver Giant was holding him back. There was still a super goo formation in the Blessed Land that was affecting him. Feng Jioga used all his strength, but he could only watch as the final Central Continent goo immortal died. The information was wrong. Langya Blessed Land actually had such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Jioga's expression was grim as he faced the combined attacks of the Silver Giant and the Super Goo formation. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. In this situation, only Feng Jioga was left. He finally used all his strength and unleashed his trump card. Green Jade Song's voice was crisp and clear. It was like pearls of various sizes landing on a jade plate. As the song spread, the Silver Giant's body was covered in a layer of green. Its surface turned into a thick layer of jade. The song resounded. Everywhere it went, white clouds turned into jade, yellow soil turned into jade, even flowing water turned into jade. Everything turned into jade. The surrounding 100 li turned into a world of jade in the blink of an eye. Even the Silver Giant was frozen, turning into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. From the jade statue, the land spirit of Langya's voice could be heard. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade statue. They spread all over its body before collapsing. The Silver Giant broke free and charged at Feng Jioga again. Feng Jioga was not surprised. This green jade song had the power of rank 8, but against the Silver Giant, it could only obstruct it temporarily. But he had already gained enough time to use the second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path and Soul Path. It could affect people's hearts. It was created by Feng Jioga himself. It was inspired by Five Finger Fist Heart Sword. It could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides and become the singer's subordinates. The song quickly spread throughout the whole of Langya Blessed Land. But it was useless. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Feng Jioga, did you think we would not make preparations? Feng Yuan had already informed me about your submission song. While we were fighting earlier, we had already stored all of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants into our immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. Celestial Court could probe Langya Blessed Land's information. Langya Blessed Land could naturally gather information as well. Among them, Feng Jioga was someone whom Feng Yuan had instructed the land spirit of Langya to be on guard against. Feng Jioga breathed in deeply, using immortal killer move Heaven and Earth Song. The song was loud and grand. It could move heaven and earth and draw the power of heaven and earth. It could suppress one's will and weaken the enemy's attacks. But this move was even weaker. This was Langya Blessed Land. It was the enemy's headquarters. It had deep enmity towards Feng Jioga. How could it be used by him? Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right as he used his trump card. This song was extraordinary. It was the best method to destroy immortal formations and immortal goo houses. Back then, Wu Yang's rank 8 immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had almost been disassembled by this move. Wu Yong was greatly shocked. The silver giant was an ancient battle formation, while Bing Zhua and the rest were using the current immortal formation. They were both immortal goo formations. They were naturally countered by this move. Once they were disassembled, how could these variant human goo immortals be Feng Jioge's match in a duel? Feng Jioge's separation song could not move at all when activated. But he had improved a lot over this period of time. Now that he activated separation song, he could move freely and dodge. Once the song was played, it was very weak at first. It was like a soft chant, but also like the murmurs of a quiet night. Next, emotions emerged spontaneously in all of the variant human goo immortals present. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky. It was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. The goo immortals could not help but feel sorrow, sorrow and sorrow. The song suddenly became softer. Incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted the variant human goo immortals. They had the urge to cry. The pain of separation, the sorrow of separation, the sorrow of separation, the reluctance of separation. Breaking up with her lover, never seeing her friends again and parting with her family. Separation, the past. Separation, the waving of old friends. Separation, the reflection of the setting sun. Separation, the falling crimson tears of sorrow. Fuck you. Suddenly, land spirit of Langya's roar resounded like thunder, resounding in the sky. At this moment, his immortal killer move had been prepared. Immortal killer move, complete silence. The silver giant shot out countless rays of light. The silver-white light was dazzling. It was like a fragment of the sun. Wherever it shone, the song would dissipate. A shocked expression finally appeared on Feng Jioge's face. This move had rank 8 power. It countered him to death. Feng Jioge, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Land spirit of Langya shouted proudly. The silver giant pounced at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge retreated rapidly. He could only dodge. His gaze flickered rapidly. Langya's side's battle prowess had shocked him time and again. This complete silence was a killer move. Land spirit of Langya had purposely left it at the end before using it. This move was too crucial. In an instant, Feng Jioge was at an absolute disadvantage. This legendary character of Central Continent finally felt an intense aura of death. Chapter 1558. Northern Plains. There was a boundless grassland. It was extremely vast. There were no clouds in the clear sky. There seemed to be nothing, but in fact, there were 3 goo immortals floating in the sky. According to Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this is the place closest to Langya Blessed Land. The leading male goo immortal thought to himself. If Northern Plains goo immortals saw this male goo immortal's appearance, they would shout in shock, "Prince's impatience." Indeed, this person was one of the 5 rank 8 goo immortals in Northern Plains, Prince's impatience. The situation had changed. The number 1 rank 8 goo immortal, Old Ancestor Shuehu, had disappeared with his wife because of the destruction of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao clan's first supreme elder, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven. He gave up his clan's responsibility and became the new South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Baizu was once a lone immortal, but now he had occupied He tribe's territory and created the Superforce Baizu tribe. He was part of the righteous path. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped in Longevity Heaven's Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. Because of the invasion of Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals, Longevity Heaven appeared. Heavenly Lord Baizu became a righteous path goo immortal. Old Ancestor Shuehu disappeared. The whole of Northern Plains became the world of righteous path. It was bright and glorious. Demonic path goo immortals had to live in fear. Among the 5 rank 8 goo immortals, only Prince's impatience was still safe and sound. There were no changes to his body. This person had a special identity. On the surface he was a foreign rank 8, Gong Tribe's Supreme Elder and Gong Wanting's husband. But he had another identity. He was a pawn that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains goo immortal world long ago. He was Central Continent's highest level spy in Northern Plains. Fairy Myrtle had planned for a long time. This time she sent Feng Jioge and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Chenyi, she also used the important pawn, Prince's impatience. Lord, the nearest place is one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains, Loose-Tail Ridge. Langya Blessed Land is likely hidden there. Beside Prince's Impatience, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Prince's Impatience had 2 servant girls by his side, and because of Prince's Impatience's fame, his name also shook northern plains. They were Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan. Both of them were Spirit Affinity House Gu immortals. The one who spoke was Lu Yao. She was dressed in yellow. She was extremely beautiful. Swordmaster Yulan stayed behind to guard the base camp and did not follow the Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience nodded slightly. He had the same guess. His gaze turned and landed on the Gu immortal beside him. Standing on the other side of Prince's Impatience was a rank 6 hairy man Gu immortal. This hairy man Gu immortal had a dazed expression. He was motionless like a statue. He was clearly being controlled by Prince's Impatience using supreme methods. If the land spirit of Langya or other Langya sect hairy man Gu immortals were here, they would definitely say out his identity when they saw him. Because this hairy man Gu immortal was a member of Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the Battle of Etion Mountain, the land spirit of Langya helped Feng Yuan move away Hu immortal Blessed Land's assets. Feng Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to northern plains, but he was chased. In order to receive Feng Yuan, the land spirit of Langya sent 2 hairy man Gu immortals. But one of these 2 Gu immortals died while the other went missing mysteriously. It turned out that the missing hairy man Gu immortal had another fortuitous encounter, but recently he was captured alive by Prince's Impatience. The information he obtained from this hairy man Gu immortal became crucial clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Langya Blessed Land. Precisely because he knew the terrain of Langya Blessed Land, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could use their immortal killer move to send Feng Jioge and the rest into Langya Blessed Land. Lu Yao frowned slightly, saying worriedly, "According to the time, Feng Jioge's group should have invaded for a long time already. Why is there no news from them? Did they encounter trouble?" Prince's Impatience pondered. "Of course there will be trouble. Even if we have a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land and have the initiative, this is the #1 blessed land in the world. It originated from long-hair ancestor. Its foundation is unfathomable. It will definitely have some unexpected trump cards." Lu Yao's frown deepened. This time, Central Continent only sent a few rank 7 Gu immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land. Isn't this a little overconfident? Prince's Impatience laughed heartily. "That is because you do not understand Feng Jioge." Lu Yao was surprised. Prince Feng Xian gazed into the distance and sighed leisurely. "I, Prince Feng Xian, am also someone with great talent. I started cultivating at the age of 13, reached rank 4 at the age of 16, and reached rank 5 peak stage at the age of 18. After accepting the sect's responsibility, I went to northern plains and developed alone. I spent 3 years to become a rank 6 Gu immortal. After that, I faced tribulations without fail. I roamed northern plains and joined Gong tribe. 100 years later, I became rank 8, although I was treading on thin ice, who in northern plains Gu immortal world could see through my identity. I was once proud of myself because I did not rely on the sect's secret support. I relied on my own hard work and strategies. I borrowed strength from all sides, eventually reaching rank 8. Until one day I met Feng Jioge. Only then did I realize I was inferior to him. Compared to me, he's the one who truly deserves to be called Heaven's Chosen. His talent is so high that it can shock this era." Lu Yao was extremely shocked. Among the core higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House, there was a saying in the early years, "Northern Phoenix, Central Phoenix, 2 phoenixes fly together, glorious spiritual affinity." This was referring to the rank 8 Gu immortal Prince's Impatience and the rank 7 Gu immortal Feng Jioge. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House who knew of Prince's Impatience's identity had once thought that Spirit Affinity House's future achievements would mainly rely on Prince's Impatience and Feng Jioge. They placed Prince's Impatience and Feng Jioge on the same level, but Prince's Impatience was a rank 8, he was at the top of the list while Feng Jioge was favored mainly because of his potential. Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan were indignant that a rank 7 Gu immortal was placed on the same level as their rank 8 master. Even Prince's Impatience was unhappy. He wrote a letter and questioned those core supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan gradually had a new view of this matter. As for Prince's Impatience's change in mentality, it was because of his fight with Feng Jioge. Many years ago, not long after 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed, Feng Jioge led several Central Continent Gu immortals to northern plains to investigate the truth. As Spirit Affinity House's greatest pawn in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, Princess Impatience secretly met with Feng Jioge. It was during this meeting that the two fought and sparred. The result was shocking. Even though Princess Impatience did not use his full strength, he could only fight to a draw with Feng Jioge. Thinking of the scene of their fight, Princess Impatience heaved a long sigh. Feng Jioge having rank 8 battle strength does not surprise me. What truly shocked me was that immortal killer move he used. This is an unprecedented creation. No one in history has ever done something like this. What kind of immortal killer move? Liu Yao asked. Princess Impatience had a solemn expression as he said slowly, Feng Jioge called it Assimilation Wind Song. Northern Plains, Lanya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge took a deep breath. Even Farewell Song was useless. At that moment he only had one last trick left. He did not use this method easily. Because once he used it, not only would the risk be huge, the process would be extremely dangerous, the damage would also be too great, there would be a huge loss in profits after the battle. Feng Jioge had always been very cautious when using it. But now, he had to admit that he was already in a dangerous situation. He had obtained a lot of information about Lanya Blessed Land from the sect and Fairy Myrtle. But when they fought, Lanya Blessed Land's strength far surpassed his estimations. Not just this super immortal formation, there were also those Gu immortals hidden in the immortal formation, as well as the killer move, Complete Silence. Feng Jioge knew that Lanya sect had an immortal killer move that countered Sound Path. It was called Silence of Heaven and Earth. But he did not know that this move had been modified by Feng Yuan to become even stronger, Complete Silence. Feng Jioge had methods to defend against the killer move Silence of Heaven and Earth, but against Complete Silence that was several times stronger, he was somewhat helpless. Immortal killer move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right. He obtained a chance to use the strongest offensive method he had in his entire life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew, heaven and earth changed color. This was not the metal wind, not the willow wind, not the immortal wind, not the eerie wind, not the Xinghan wind, not the Fangate wind. Once this wind appeared, Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, while the other variant human Gu immortals were tongue-tied. This was the wind of assimilation. It was the #1 wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, few methods could counter it. When an immortal aperture was destroyed, it would create such a wind. How can it be the wind of assimilation? Impossible. Some hairy man Gu immortals lost their composure, they screamed. Unbelievable, someone can actually control the winds of assimilation. Bingzhuo was extremely shocked, his eyes were about to pop out, he no longer had his usual cool demeanor. In human history, no one had been able to use the winds of assimilation for their own use. But now this record was broken. Feng Jioge had become the first person in history. He could actually use the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge had 7 songs. Obtain Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to support his cultivation, while Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards. He had used them many times. The final song was Assimilation Wind Song, but he did not use it easily. If this move failed, Feng Jioge would be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely dangerous. Many songs could be turned into clones through the killer move Song Warrior, but Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most unique one. This wind was too powerful, the situation was instantly turned around. The variant human Gu immortals were helpless, they were panicking. Because ordinary killer moves would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation, turning into resources to create the even larger winds of assimilation. Lanya Blessed Land is the #1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will be destroyed. A Rockman Gu immortal said in despair. Absolutely not. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. He knew that he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. He shouted, it really is the winds of assimilation, Assimilation Wind Song. When Feng Yuan warned me, I did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it. Don't worry, we already have a method to deal with this wind. What? Feng Yuan can even find out such a secret? The other Gu immortals heard this and felt hope ignited in their hearts. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role even though he did not appear. He helped Land Spirit of Langya stabilize the morale of his troops. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He knew that this move was extremely vicious. During the 5 regions chaotic world, Feng Jioge used this move to slaughter everyone. No one was not afraid of it. He had already warned Land Spirit of Langya. He had once fought against Feng Jioge. He was extremely wary and vigilant. This move was extremely powerful, but it had a huge flaw. For example, if it was used in the 5 regions, Fang Yuan could avoid it completely. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation were happening in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya had to deal with this wind as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.